starts with a demon-possessed toaster, it can only go uphill from there, I hoped. Okay, technically, the toaster wasn't possessed, but as it bounced along the countertop, belching burned crumbs and bits of old crust into the air, it sure looked the part. Wincing, I turned to the petite blonde sitting at my dining room table, her dark doe eyes wide with alarm. "Sage, are you sure there's nothing you can do?" I asked. "I'm really sorry," she squeaked, watching with horror as the toaster leaped from the counter, did a spin in midair, then crashed to the tile floor with an ear-ringing clang. Sage cringed. "Sometimes when I'm worked up about something, this just kind of happens." Boots, my orange tabby cat familiar, hissed and arched his back as the toaster skittered across the floor toward him. "Tell you what," I said, whipping around to face the stove. "I'll make you some of my special tea. That always helps me relax when my nerves are frayed." Okay," Sage replied, though she didn't sound convinced. "I should warn you, though, I've seen a lot of healers about this, and none of them could fix it." "Well, as long as your brain doesn't hijack any of the kitchen knives, we should be okay," I said, trying to keep my voice sunny. The young woman was already at her wit's end, evidenced by the out-of-control toaster cruising around my kitchen, pointing out that the chrome appliance had cost upwards of $200 wouldn't help. Somehow I didn't think that telekinetic possession would be covered under the manufacturer's limited warranty. "Do you think maybe this is just pre-wedding jitters?" I asked as I put the kettle on to heat up. Boots thumped the toaster with one flash of his paw, then jumped up onto a kitchen chair to unleash a fierce growl. "It's okay, Bootsy, just leave it alone," I told him. He shot me a disgruntled look, as if he wasn't quite sure whether or not I could see the once inanimate object racing in circles on the floor. "I'm excited about the wedding," Sage told me, her voice a little thin. The toaster jammed its plug into an outlet and sent a shower of sparks up as it yanked it back. One of the sparks caught on the corner of the light-filtering curtains hung along the glass doors leading out of the kitchen. "Oh!" I yelped, racing toward the small flame with a dish towel. Sage began to sob. "I'm so sorry," she wailed. This only further aggravated the toaster, which momentarily seemed connected to the young bride-to-be's emotions. The more upset she became, the more wildly the toaster would buck and belch. I got the flames put out, though the filmy curtains would need replacing, and hurried to comfort the bride. Her two bridesmaids had already left, following the trio's relaxing weekend at the Beechwood Inn, my home and place of business. We'd begun hosting supernatural bridal parties earlier in the year, and had a full calendar through most of the summer. For the most part, things had gone off without a hitch. Sure, there'd been a few drunken antics, a handful of bridezilla moments, and one full-on meltdown when an unfortunate bride found explicit photos of her own fiancé on her maid of honor's, or rather, dishonor's, phone. The worst part was that the pair both had water magic, and the entire inn had required a thorough cleaning to remove the excess water before the wood floors warped. "Jerry should be here soon to get me," Sage continued, still crying. "Once I'm gone, things should go back to normal." "Should?" I said, wiping one strand of my auburn hair from my face as I straightened. Sage hiccuped. Her fair skin was blotchy from crying, her eyes rimmed with red. "Most of the time it does, once I get far enough away. One time I accidentally took control of an entire fleet of antique model airplanes. Jerry's really into flying. Anyway, these model airplanes all came diving at us. It was like something out of that old horror movie with all the birds." My brows lifted at the visual image. Yikes! You know it's a bad day when you find yourself in a Hitchcock film come true, I said. Sage swiped at her tear-stained cheeks. "It was a nightmare. The Supernatural Protection Agency had to come in and mind-wipe everyone." I hurried to get her the tea and set a generous-sized mug in front of her. "Here, drink up. This should help." Not soon enough, though. Across the room, the toaster rammed into one of the glass doors leading to the backyard. Almost as if in a fit of frustration, it sent up a volcano of burned crumbs, which I supposed served me right for not cleaning the tray in who knows how long. Carefully, I went to the closet and retrieved the broom. Taking a sidestep, I removed the lid from the silver garbage can beside the fridge and lowered it to its side. Boots growled as I crept closer to the out-of-control appliance. Cringing, I swung the broom down and whacked the toaster as though it were an overgrown spider. It took 3 hits, but finally the thing stopped moving. Gorgeous? Straightening, I whipped around to see my own fiancé, the one and only Adam St. James, standing at the kitchen door, having just witnessed me beating the ever-loving gears out of our toaster. "Everything's fine," I said, flashing a sheepish grin as I hid the broom behind my back. "Uh-huh," he said slowly, shooting a tentative glance towards Sage. She winced as she twinkled her fingers. "Sorry about the toaster. I can pay for a replacement." Before he could ask, the battered pieces of toaster shuddered and twitched. Jolting, I hurried to sweep them into the trash can and jerked it upright before slamming the lid on tight. Apparently the toaster didn't like that, because the can started rumbling. "Better drink up," I said, flashing a nervous smile. After a dose of my tension-taming tea, Sage calmed down, and the garbage stopped shaking. We even managed to get her under-eye smudges cleaned up before her fiancé arrived to pick her up. "Please let me write you a check for the toaster," she said, standing on the front porch, her fiancé's arm wrapped around her narrow shoulders. "Don't worry about it," I said, waving a hand. "You're sure?" she asked. "Definitely," Adam replied, coming to stand beside me. "You two just worry about your big day." The pair of lovebirds exchanged a smile. "Thanks again for everything," Sage said, looking back at me. "You two have a beautiful inn. We'll definitely be telling all of our friends about this place." Jerry, Sage's fiancé, smiled. "We'll have to come back and stay sometime for a weekend. Just the 2 of us." "We'd love to have you," I told him. We exchanged goodbyes and sent the pair on their way. The 2 locked their fingers together as they walked down the front path. "I think those 2 crazy kids have a real shot," Adam said as he closed the front door. $20 says they make it." I smacked him on the arm. "You have to stop placing bets on our clients." "Why?" He chuckled. "It's fun. Harmony said that Anastasia and her wedding planner friends do the same thing." Rolling my eyes, I turned to go back to the kitchen. "You know, for such a marshmallowy romantic, you've sure got a cynical side." Adam followed after me. "Oh, come on, Holly. After some of the couples we've had in here these last few months, you really think they're all bound for happily ever after?" Grimacing, I pushed against the swinging door that led into the kitchen. He had a point. Still, it felt wrong to be so blasé about the whole thing, even if meant in fun. "Then again, looks like Lacey managed to get herself to the altar, and he's even stuck around for, 2 years now?" Adam continued as he followed me into the kitchen. He immediately went to the pantry cupboards and started rooting around for a snack. "Speaking of," I said, pouring myself a cup of tea with the still hot water in the kettle, "you have to promise to be nice while she's here. She's not coming to stay as Lacey, our ex-roommate. She's coming as Lady Vaughn Hartford of the Eastern Court of Vampires." Adam chuckled as he tore open a box of crackers. I arched an eyebrow. Scoffing, he dug into the box and pulled out a handful of little orange squares. "I promise I'll be on my best behavior." "She didn't have to choose our inn for her meeting, you know," I added. He nodded and popped a few crackers into his mouth. "Come on, gorgeous. I said I'll be good. What do you want, a blood oath?" "Might not be a bad idea," I mumbled before taking a sip of tea. The door to the kitchen swung open, and Evangeline Loren hurried into the kitchen. She looked ready to go to work, in a pair of wide-leg gray slacks and a sleeveless silk top with a ruffle detail where the fabric wrapped around her neck. Evangeline ran a popular day spa in town, And with tourist season in full swing, she was as busy as ever. Her raven locks were braided in an intricate plait that fell all the way down her back. Her makeup was fresh and understated, with a peach lip color and subtly winged eyeliner. "Hey, Evie," Adam said. "Morning," she replied, tossing him a quick smile as she opened the bread box. "What are you two up to today?" "Ollie's dragging me over to Scarlet so we can talk flowers," Adam told her. "You said you wanted to help make the wedding plans," I reminded him. "That was back when you were going to the cake tasting. Now, if you want to revisit that decision, I'm more than happy to tag along." I shot Evangeline a long-suffering look. "I hope you have more luck with Teddy," I told her, as she was rather newly engaged herself. Laughing, she pulled a piece of bread out of the bread box, then paused, glancing around the counter like she'd misplaced something. "Oh," I winced. "Sorry, but the toaster is kaput." "How? Didn't you guys just buy it?" "Let's just say Sage could give Posey a run for her money in the destructive emotions department," I said. "Next time we host a witch with a telekinetic bent, we need to hide the valuables." Evangeline's hand hung in the air, the piece of untoasted bread dangling from her fingers. "Maybe we should have kept that baby dragon after all," Adam teased. "You could have toasted that right up quick." Evangeline and I laughed. Crossing to the fridge, she folded the bread in half and held it between her teeth as she retrieved the jam jar. "I'm sure our home insurance agent would have loved that idea," I teased. "As for the flowers, you don't have to come if you don't want to." Adam popped a few more crackers into his mouth and shrugged. "Scarlet will have to do the heavy lifting anyway," I continued as he chewed. "I can grow just about anything, but ask me which flowers and plants look good together in a bouquet and I'm lost." "I was mostly kidding," Adam said, brushing one hand off on his jeans before putting the box of crackers away. "I took the morning off, so let's go flower power it up." "I didn't realize that flower power was a verb," Evangeline said, flashing me a grin. "Learn something new every day," I quipped before finishing my tea. "When we get back, we need to turn down the rooms and get everything set up for Lacey. I can't believe they're all coming tomorrow." Evangeline bobbed her head as she spread jam onto the piece of bread. "I talked to her last night, actually." "You did?" "Yeah. She wanted to see if I could stay open past dark one night so she could bring the other ladies by for some treatments." "That's a good idea," I replied. We'd partnered with Evangeline's Day Spa for our bridal weekend bookings. I hadn't even thought to ask in regard to Lacey's visit. But then she wasn't coming for a girls' weekend. She had rented out the inn to host a conclave of vampires, some of whom sounded like heavy hitters in the vamp world, though the purpose of the meeting was still a little murky. Glancing at the clock hanging above the kitchen door, I straightened and set my mug aside. "We should get going," I told Adam. "See you later, Evangeline." "Sorry about the toaster. I'll get another one on order as soon as we get back." Evangeline laughed. "No problem. Tell Scarlet I said hello." "Will do." "I can't believe we're 6 weeks out," Scarlett Sanderson gushed as soon as Adam and I arrived at her flower shop, Lily Pond. "Trust me, we can't either," I said, smiling up at Adam. We'd been together for several years now, but the engagement and wedding planning process had still managed to feel a little bit like a whirlwind. Adam looped an arm around my waist. "We just gotta get this one down that aisle. I still think she might pull a runaway bride on me." Scarlett laughed. "I don't think you have to worry about that." "No, I'm in too deep now," I replied, with feigned resignation. "What with the inn and everything, it would be too sticky to cut and run now." We laughed as Scarlett shepherded us toward the small consultation table where she'd laid out a few bound portfolios and a stack of bridal magazines issued in the last few months. "Do you guys want coffee or anything?" she asked as we took our seats. Well, well, well. What do we have here?" A disembodied voice purred from across the room. Twisting in my chair, I saw the ghost of a Himalayan cat float down from a display case near the windows. "Flapjack," I grimaced. Scarlett frowned at the cat. "What have I told you about bothering me during consultations?" That's when you're with humans, Flapjack retorted. They can't talk back to me. These two can. No. Scarlet crossed her arms. That's for always. Undeterred, Flapjack jumped up onto the table, stepping over the books and magazines, his fluffy tail swishing. So you're really marrying this dog? He asked me, flashing his teeth as he cast a look at Adam. Flapjack, Scarlet hissed. Don't make me get the omelet pan. It's fine, I told her, waving a hand through the ghostified feline. A cold sensation radiated through my arm at the contact with his spirit. I've learned to ignore his little pop-ups. Is he still doing that? Scarlet asked, her copper brows lifted. Oh, yeah, I replied. He likes to try and scare me when I'm out working in the greenhouse. Scarlet planted her face in her hands. The lemon trick works, though, I continued, flashing a grin at the cat. Doesn't it? Flapjack's silvery eyes narrowed. The pint-sized predator was more of a nuisance than anything. In a way, he reminded me of a schoolyard bully. If you reacted to his taunts and jeers, he was more likely to hang around. I think I'll take that coffee, Adam said, still scowling at the cat. Any chance you have snacks, too? This isn't a buffet, Fido, Flapjack told him. Okay, that's it, Scarlet said, planting her balled fists on her hips. I'm cutting off your tuna for the rest of the week. Keep it up, and you're getting the pan. How about this? I go now, and you double my tuna for the week, the cat countered. Scarlet furrowed her brows at the cat. Fine, Flapjack muttered, jumping down from the table. Tyrant. Funny, I was just about to say the same thing, Scarlet told him as he swished across the room, back to his cubby beside the window. She shook her head, then dragged her eyes back to us and pressed her hands together. Okay, 2 coffees? Thank you, Scarlet, I said. She bebopped to the back room of the small flower shop, where she crafted her bouquets and arrangements, along with her full-time employee, Lizzie. While we waited, I flipped open one of the portfolios and started perusing the various photographs of Scarlet's work. Adam and I had been working on the wedding plans for a few months now, after finally setting a date this past February. In 6 weeks' time, we would be exchanging our vows right in the backyard of the Beechwood Manor. We toured various venues around the area, but one day, while sitting out on the back deck, we realized that we were already sitting right on top of the perfect place to say I do. After all, we'd met at the manor, and it was the place where Adam had proposed, in front of all of our nearest and dearest. Since purchasing the manor and converting it into an inn for supernaturals, we'd poured thousands of dollars into renovating the grounds and creating a park-like environment for our guests. The end result was breathtaking, and it was almost surreal that we got to enjoy such beauty every day for the rest of our lives. One perk of hosting the wedding at our own place was that we saved ourselves trips all over town for preparations. Most everything could be handled right from our cozy little town of Beechwood Harbor. Scarlet was on the flowers, the local bakery would make our wedding cake, along with the half-dozen other sweets and pastries Adam insisted upon ordering. We'd hired a group of local musicians to provide the music for the ceremony and reception. The Lilac House, a bed and breakfast in town, already had connections with several caterers, so that was easy enough to get a recommendation. Considering our shorter window of prep time, we'd managed to lock most of the big things down already, with weeks to spare. Although, there was one thing I was still missing. So, Holly, any luck on the dress hunt? Scarlet asked, as she swept back into the retail area of the shop, 2 mugs clasped in her hands. Sighing, I thanked her as I took my cup of coffee. Not yet. Adam took his mug, looking a little dejected until Scarlet produced a sleeve of shortbread cookies from the pocket on her apron. Have you tried looking in the Seattle Haven? Doesn't Harmony's sister know someone who does wedding planning? Surely she'd know someone who could help you find a dress. Anastasia, I said with a nod. Yeah, she's been helping with the wedding plans, but unfortunately, with our time constraints, her preferred designer isn't available. We went to a couple of dress shops last weekend, but nothing stood out. That's too bad. Scarlett's lips twisted to one side. And shopping online for that kind of thing can be tricky. I'll find something. There's still time. Scarlett didn't correct me, but there was a shimmer of doubt in her eyes, even as she tried her best to offer an encouraging nod. If I was honest with myself, I wasn't even sure what kind of dress I wanted to wear. And looking through bridal magazines only left me more confused. Train or no train? To veil or not to veil? Long sleeves? Off the shoulder? Beaded? Or maybe lace? The amount of options was mind-boggling. Well, Scarlett said, leaning forward to study the photograph I'd landed on, I promise picking the flowers will be far less painful than dress shopping. Thank the stars for that, I replied with a giggle. Chapter 2. Lacey and her husband arrived at the manor the following evening, not too long after the sun set. They had some kind of specialty SUV with a deep tint on all of the windows that I wasn't even sure could be considered street legal. In speaking with Lacey over the past weeks, I knew they'd planned to take a special portal from their home in the New York Haven to the Seattle Haven, and then drive the 3 hours to the coast. This visit was the first for her husband, Matthias Hartford. She'd shared pictures with us when she'd been out at the manor nearly a year ago. Adam had invited her out to join the surprise party he'd put together to celebrate my unofficial win on the potion competition Bubble Bubble. It was at that same party where he'd dropped to one knee and asked me to marry him in front of all of our friends. A lot had happened since her last visit, but Lacey looked the same as she always did. Granted, that was sort of the way it worked with vampires. The leggy blonde swept out of the passenger side of the SUV before her husband could finish rounding the front bumper. She could certainly act the part of a spoiled diva, but when it came down to it, she preferred to take matters into her own hands. She wore a pair of black cigarette pants with a pair of dangerous-looking pumps and a breezy emerald green top. A large sun hat perched atop her head, crowning her platinum locks. Even with the hat and the tinted windows, she also wore a pair of huge sunglasses that obscured nearly half of her face. Her skin was pale, even for a vamp, and her lips were painted their signature blood red. Smiling, she closed the car door and started up the front walkway. "Holly! Lacey, it's so good to see you," I exclaimed, meeting her at the bottom of the front steps with a warm embrace. When we parted, the vampire slid her sunglasses to the tip of her nose and glanced over the frames at Adam. "And how's my favorite canine?" Adam flashed a half-cocked grin. "Still alive and kicking, which is more than I can say for you, princess." Lacey laughed and threw her arms around his neck. "Oh, come here. Just keep your fleas to yourself." Shaking my head, I smiled and shifted my attention to the tall man coming up the walk with a suitcase in each hand. Knowing Lacey, those were the first of many, and he'd probably need a hand hauling it all inside. "Here, let us help with those," I said, stepping forward to extend my hand. "You sure? She's not one for packing light," the man replied, aiming a smile at his wife. "Oh, we know," Adam said, taking the other suitcase. "We had to help her move out of here. If not for those enchanted trunks, we would have had to rent a long hauler to get the job done." Matthias chuckled, the sound deep and smooth. "I don't doubt it." Lacey narrowed her eyes at the pair of them in turn. "Holly, let's go inside and let the men worry about the bags, since they're so eager to commiserate together." Laughing, I handed the bag I'd taken off to Adam, and he feigned throwing out his back. Lacey rolled her eyes and marched up the front steps, as she had thousands of times before, and went inside the manor. She didn't make it far before she stopped dead in her tracks, no pun intended, to remove her sunglasses entirely. "Whoa, what happened to this place?" she asked, taking a slow spin in the center of the living room. I know it's been a while since my last visit, but the whole place looks different than I remember it. I smiled. It's a long story, but the gist of it is that we had to hire a renovation witch following one of Posey's, episodes. Lacey turned to me, her eyes wide. It was that bad? Worse, I said quietly. She nearly brought the whole place down on our heads. Wow. Lacey blinked. Is she still, around? She's still here, as in this realm, but she hasn't been at the manor in quite a few months. She and Earl have been off traveling. It's something they never got a chance to do in life, and they decided it was time to go out and see the sights, I guess. We aren't really sure where they are or when they're coming back. Not like ghosts can send postcards, Lacey said, still taking in the front room of the manor. Adam and Matthias came inside and deposited 4 suitcases in the foyer. I can't believe she actually left the manor, Lacey said, turning back toward me. I figured she'd be here forever, that she'd outlast us all, which coming from an immortal is really saying something. A small smile crossed the vampire's lips. Good for her, though. It must have taken a weight off her shoulders selling the place to you two. Her smile sharpened as she looked over at Adam. Granted, I'd never leave my personal property in your hands. Adam chuckled. Right, of course not. Now, you two don't start, I interjected. You both promised to be on your best behavior this week. Lacey grinned. Oh, come on, Holly, don't deprive me of all my fun. I only have a little bit of time before the other court members arrive and I'll have to shift gears. How so? I asked. She'll turn back into a real princess, Adam teased. Something flashed in Lacey's eyes. If only. That would make this whole thing a lot easier. Her hand went to her front pocket, and I noticed a slight bulge and what looked like the top of a silver money clip. It appeared that Matthias also noticed the gesture and moved a little closer to his wife. Lacey jolted when he placed a hand on her back, as though she hadn't realized he was there. She quickly smiled up at him and dropped her hand to her side. We should probably get unpacked, Matthias said to his wife. That way we can rest a little before dinner. Or breakfast, rather, I said with a smile. True to legends, vampires were unable to go out into the sun without risking their health. Back when Lacey lived at the manor, she'd always risen in the late afternoon or early evening to prepare to go out with her vampire friends, only returning home just before the sun rose. Technically speaking, their first meal of the day fell around dinner time, for most humans and supernaturals. But they'd acclimated and opted to call their breakfast dinner so as not to appear strange while conversing with humans or others unaware of their true nature. Gesturing toward the kitchen, I added, We received your shipment on Saturday, so everything for your meals is stored in the fridge. And of course, if you need anything else, all you need to do is ask. Thank you, Holly, Matthias replied. Come on, Adam said, heading toward the main staircase. I'll show you to your suite. The one next door has been reserved for your assistant. Jupiter, was it? That's right, Lacey replied, following after him. She'll be here later tonight. She had a few things to wrap up back home. I let the 3 of them go on ahead. Adam was more than capable of giving the tour on his own, as long as he and Lacey didn't start bickering with one another. I'd leave Matthias to referee. When their voices faded, I wandered into the sitting room, which we'd turned into a residents-only sanctuary, so those of us living in the manor could go and unwind without worry of having the inn's guests popping in at random. I closed the door behind me and pulled my phone from my pocket. I'd taken the day off from work and wanted to check in with Harmony to make sure everything was running smoothly at the potions shop. The young witch answered on the second ring. Starfire Apothecary, this is Harmony. How may I help you? It's me, I told her. Oh, hey, Holly, what's up? Lacey and her husband just arrived and are settling in, so I thought I'd call to see how things were going. Everything's fine, you worrywart, Harmony teased. I got through all the restocking and was just about to send Eliza on her way home. Okay, good. You coming back after closing? Actually, I think I might go and stay with Anastasia, Harmony replied. Oh, for Merlin's sake. You're not still freaked out because we're hosting vampires, are you? I think it's a pretty valid concern, she fired back. Excuse me for not wanting to be turned into a human Capri Sun. I shook my head. You do realize that in the Seattle Haven you're around vampires all the time? At least after dark. Yeah, but that's different than sleeping under the same roof, isn't it? I mean, you like to walk in the woods, but would you go and sleep in a grizzly bear's cave? I couldn't help but laugh as I imagined Lacey's reaction to being compared to a grizzly bear. Okay, fine. Tell Anastasia hello for me. Besides, it's not like I'm going to be a lot of fun anyway. I have to study every night this week. Smiling, I crossed the room and dropped onto the plushy couch facing a large flat-screen TV. Adam and Harmony's idea. I'm honestly not sure how much more you can cram into your head, I told her. You're going to knock it out of the park, Harmony. Yeah, well, I'd feel better if I got time to do 2 more practice tests, she countered, her voice a little tense. Over the past months, she'd been studying to take her Potions Master licensing test. Harmony was one of the brightest talents in the potion field, with a natural gift for the work. But her confidence was rattled after she failed her first attempt at the licensing test, and it had taken quite a bit of coaxing for me to even get her to sign up for the next round of tests. She'd passed the preliminary, and now had 1 more hurdle to clear before she would become a potions master like me. Just promise me you'll find some time to do something fun, too, okay? Harmony laughed softly. Yes, Mom. Hey, I'm just looking out for my own interests, I replied, laughing along with her. As soon as you pass that test, I've got a big pile of work I can dump onto your desk. Ooh, I get my own desk? Harmony squealed. I dropped my head back against the overstuffed couch cushion and laughed. Tell you what, you pass the test and we'll go to that furniture store in the Haven where everything is hideously overpriced, and I'll let you pick out whatever you want. You mean like a dinette set or... Harmony teased. Let's just stick with the desk for now, I told her, grinning up at the ceiling. All right, fine. See you tomorrow? I asked. See you tomorrow, she replied, then added, as long as you don't get turned into a holly kebab sometime between now and then. Harmony! She giggled, and we said our goodbyes. Shaking my head, I tossed the phone to the cushion beside me. Crazy girl, I muttered. Lacey had lived at the Beechwood Harbor for years, even before I'd arrived, and while she definitely had a scary side, complete with a kick-butt leather outfit and a belt of knives, she wasn't going to hurt me or anyone else staying at the inn. Vampires these days were, by and large, a civilized bunch. They resided in the supernatural communities known as havens, and in exchange for inclusion into the general supernatural population, they agreed to quench their thirst with the synthetic blood created by the witches and wizards who'd originally founded the havens more than 100 years ago. Still, there were those who chose to live on the fringes of the larger populace, some because of a fear of rejection or prejudice, while a smaller percentage stayed on the outskirts because they refused to follow the haven's laws. Most notably, the whole synthetic blood part of the deal. Those vamps were the ones you had to worry about. They were the ones lurking in the shadows, hiding themselves in human communities, using their glamour and mind magic to feed on the living. I'd had a few brushes with those kinds of vampires over the years, and knew firsthand how dangerous they were. Even as I sat there, my friend and member of the Supernatural Protection Agency, Merrill Miller, was working on a case involving an underground nest of vamps living in Seattle proper, luring humans into dangerous and often deadly situations. It was one of the things I wanted to discuss with Lacey before she and Matthias returned to their home on the East Coast. I wasn't going to spring it on her during her first night in town, but sometime between now and then, I planned to pull her aside and get some advice. As the daughter of the Baron of the Eastern Court, Lacey could prove to be a key ally in the fight against the unregulated and unrepentant vamps threatening to tear apart Seattle. But not tonight. Tonight was for celebrating and catching up. With that in mind, I hauled myself off the couch, comfortable as it was, and went to the kitchen. Adam beat me there and was already investigating the contents of the fridge. At the sound of my footsteps, he straightened. "Oh, hey, gorgeous. Thought you might be Lacey looking for a snack." He grimaced. I'm not looking forward to watching those two drink their dinner. Total appetite killer. Is that even possible for you? I asked with a quirked smile. Ha ha. He ducked back to continue investigating the fridge. Thought I'd get a snack now while they're unpacking and all that. You want anything? Evangeline is bringing home dinner, I told him. She called right before Lacey and Matthias got here. In fact, I need to call McNally's and get our order in. She should be closing up the spa soon. Adam closed the fridge, but not before grabbing a Chinese takeout box from 2 nights ago, which actually struck me as funny. Leftovers didn't usually last that long around here. Smirking, he lifted the container. Score! He hummed to himself as he grabbed a fork and popped the top of the container. He got pushed behind all these boxes of blood. My nose wrinkled. Doesn't that just sound lovely? He gave me his order, and I called McNally's, the neighborhood pub, and placed the order. When I hung up, Adam frowned at me. Nothing for Harmony? I giggled. She's hiding out at Anastasia's till the vamps go home. Seriously? Adam asked. One of his dark brows lifted. She's afraid of Lacey? I don't know, I replied, slipping my phone into the back pocket of my jeans. Maybe not Lacey specifically. We don't know all that much about the other vampires, though, do we? Adam shook his head. No. Princess Fangs has been pretty cagey about the whole thing. When she first called and asked for the reservation, I thought she was just trying to be nice and throw some business our way, since she knew we'd just opened the inn and needed those reviews to get the Haven Hospitality Association's stamp of approval. But now I'm wondering if there is something more serious going on, and if they needed a remote, mostly under-the-radar meeting place. Could be, Adam said, lifting the forkful of noodles and veggies to his lips. He paused, the bite hanging in midair as his expression tensed. You know they packed a safe with them? I blinked. They did? I just helped Matthias haul it upstairs. He took a bite and then gestured at the ceiling with the empty fork. Thing was heavy as Hades. I straightened. Why would she need a safe? For her jewelry or something? Does she think one of her fellow court members is a thief? I don't know, but it might not be a bad idea to lock up our own valuables just in case. Adam took another bite, then set aside the container. Luckily for us, we're mostly broke and don't have a lot to hide, he added with a smile. I laughed. I wouldn't say broke, but yeah, I'm not exactly the dripping in diamonds type. Thank goodness, Adam said, coming closer to give me a quick kiss. Listen, I've got a couple quick work things to take care of. Call me down when Evie gets back, will you? Laughing, I smacked him on the rear as he headed for the door. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Shaking his head, he flashed me a grin, then backed through the swinging wooden door separating the kitchen from the formal dining room and living area. I slurped down the last 2 bites of the leftover noodles and tossed the container into the trash. Whatever Lacey was up to, it was her business, and from past experience, it wasn't something any of us was going to pry out of her. If she wanted to include us, she would. In the meantime, I had more than enough to worry about, and would have to trust that she wouldn't bring trouble to our front door. Chapter 3. Dinner was a lively affair, with lots of catching up to do among those of us who'd all lived together. Though I missed Harmony's quick wit and bubbly attitude, in some ways it might have been better that she'd opted to go to Anastasia's, as I had a feeling she would have felt left out of the majority of the conversation as we reminisced and told stories from the past. In the second half of dinner, Lacey caught us up on her whirlwind romance and marriage to Matthias. As it turned out, he was a vampire lord in his own right, and there was a lot more to the story of how they met and fell in love than Lacey had first told us on our last visit. The pair seemed well-suited. He was reserved and charming, comfortable letting his wife bask in the spotlight of the conversation. Though something told me he was strong enough to hold his ground when the pair was behind closed doors, an attribute essential when living with someone as stubborn as Lacey. Evangeline shared her proposal story, and Lacey inspected her engagement ring. The pair of them had been close while living together, but I knew they'd drifted apart over the years. It's beautiful, Lacey told Evangeline, smiling as she released her hand. Your betrothed has impeccable taste. When's the big day? Oh, probably not for a while, Evangeline replied, placing her hand back in her lap. We only just got engaged a couple of months ago, so it's all pretty new. I'm happy to let Holly and Adam blaze the trail first. I laughed as I reached for my iced tea. Something tells me you and Teddy will need more than 8 months to plan. Evangeline smiled. Probably. My first choice of venues has an 18-month waiting list at the moment. Adam's mouth dropped open, and we ladies laughed at his shocked expression. Matthias seemed to take his side, though. 18 months? The vampire repeated, his thick dark brown brows lifted. That's absurd. Lacey laughed. You're lucky, she told her husband, placing a hand on his arm. I didn't even get to drag you around to look at places. Yeah, we don't all live in a bona fide mansion with a ballroom, Evangeline said with a giggle. Kind of made your guy's wedding venue a no-brainer. Lacey nodded as she dabbed her lips with a linen napkin. Her lipstick was dark enough that it was impossible to see if there was a lingering stain from the faux blood she'd been sipping, while the rest of us, excluding Matthias, ate. Although we're renovating the place now that my father's moved into the carriage house. Lacey flashed a self-satisfied smile as she lifted her glass to her lips. Maybe we should renew our vows once it's all done. It should be ready by next spring or early summer. Matthias grimaced. It'd better be. Lacey slid a sidelong glance at her husband. Matthias doesn't appreciate the details the way I do. No, the vampire corrected gently. I don't appreciate all the mind-changing. Lacey smiled. Oh, come on. I haven't been that bad. Matthias frowned, though a light of amusement shone in his eyes. Do you want to tell them how many pallets of tile you sent back to Italy, or shall I? Lacey laughed. You'll appreciate it when it's all done. Yes, I will. That's what I've been saying. I'm just worried we're never going to get there, Matthias said with a chuckle. Anyway, you're all welcome to come stay for a weekend once it's all done, Lacey said. You could even host the wedding there if you're still in need of a place. Matthias nodded his approval of the idea. That's very kind of both of you, Evangeline replied. But I think we'll try to keep things on the West Coast. Most of our family and friends are in California, in one of the various havens. Oh, so you're thinking of doing the wedding down there? I think so. Evangeline pierced a cherry tomato with her fork, then glanced up again. That's where Teddy lives, too, in L.A. Lacey glanced at me, then back to Evangeline. Is he moving up here, then, after the wedding? Evangeline's gaze dropped back to her salad. Well, maybe. Nothing's really been decided yet, you know. All still early stages, like I said. It was a question I'd wanted to ask myself, ever since Evangeline had returned from her visit to Teddy's with the news of their engagement. Currently, Evangeline was one of our 2 permanent residents, having stayed on as a tenant once Posey sold the manor to Adam and me last year. Logically, I knew she couldn't stay forever, at least not in the manor with the rest of us. But the idea of her moving 2 states away wasn't one I relished, even with the relatively easy travel process between the havens. She'd get busy building a new life, and I was already stretched thin between running the inn and my potions business in the Seattle Haven. When would we find time to visit one another? Holidays? Maybe. But then there were family obligations and other friends, local friends, which would likely take precedent. Everything was changing, and I found myself wishing for a pause button so I could catch my breath. Adam draped an arm over the back of my chair as he leaned back, a dark glass bottle in one hand. We're all growing up, he said with a chuckle. If someone had told me 5 years ago that someday I'd be sitting here, like this, I'd have never believed them. Lacey flashed a sharp grin. Who knew the flea bag would eventually settle down? Adam returned her taunting expression with one of his own and replied, Well, if the Bat Queen can find love, surely there's hope for us all. Lacey rolled her eyes, but couldn't help smiling as she raised her glass for a toast. To love. We clicked glasses and drank. Afterward, Matthias turned to Evangeline and me. What I want to know is how the 2 of you stayed sane while living with the pair of them. We all laughed at that and continued with the meal. Evangeline had also made a pit stop at the bakery, though she'd wisely left the box of goodies in the car when she'd returned home to avoid Adam raiding the sweet stash before dinner, and we lingered over pastries and coffee well into the night. Jupiter Reed arrived close to 10:30 with a simple black suitcase. Lacey and Jupiter had been childhood friends, though their lives followed very different paths. Lacey was the heir to an old, esteemed vampire house, whereas Jupiter, a lower class of vampire, worked as a bonded servant to House Vaughn. According to Lacey, it was her father who had bonded Jupiter to their household, and while she could not be freed entirely, Lacey elevated her to her personal assistant. Jupiter was about as tall as Lacey, thin and willowy, with dark hair and eyes. Her skin was still fair, but in comparison to Lacey's near porcelain tone, she looked almost suntanned. Which, of course, was something of an oxymoron when speaking of vamps. After a warm round of introductions, Lacey took Jupiter upstairs to help her get settled into her room. Matthias excused himself to go outside and enjoy the summer breeze and night sky. Evangeline, Adam, and I all went to the kitchen to clean the dishes from the meal. "See, if you'd let us eat out of the takeout containers, we wouldn't have to do any of this," Adam quipped as he handed me a grease-splotched plate. "Oh, Adam," Evangeline scoffed, rolling her eyes in solidarity with me. Giggling, I loaded soap into the compartment on the dishwasher, another new addition to the Manor's kitchen. What was I thinking? You're right, we should eat all of our meals like we're a family of motley raccoons who broke into someone's house to use their formal dining room. Adam shrugged, as though it didn't sound crazy to him. I swiped another plate and stacked it carefully with the rest. Switching gears, Adam leaned back against the counter and nodded at Evangeline. "You and Lacey have been talking lately, right? Did Princess Fangs tell you what she's really doing here?" Evangeline tucked a strand of her dark hair behind one ear. She'd taken down the braid sometime during the day, leaving her long tresses flowing in waves. "Honestly, no," she replied. "I didn't feel like it was my business to ask. All she told me is that it's a meeting with some of the other higher-ups in the court." Adam folded his arms. "Why are you so curious about this all of a sudden?" I asked, as I straightened and closed the dishwasher's door. "We've had this booking for months now, and you were never worried." "I guess I got to thinking about why they would pick the inn for this little conclave of theirs. And I started to wonder if it might have something to do with those vampires that Meryl and her team have been tracking through Seattle. There was that whole thing with Jewel Mulder back around Valentine's Day, and there's no way Lacey didn't hear about it. So it just seems like maybe it's not a coincidence she's here in Washington and gathering some of her powerful friends." "So what, you think they're going to, storm Seattle and drive out the baddies or something?" I asked, keeping my voice low, as I glanced out the window over the kitchen sink. Matthias's silhouette was visible in the moonlight as he stood on the edge of the back deck. The window wasn't open, but it didn't mean the vampire couldn't overhear us. Vampires have heightened senses, especially bornlings like Lacey and Matthias, who were born vampire, not once humans who were turned by the curse. "I don't know," Adam replied, matching my tone. "But something weird is going on. If this was just a vacation, she wouldn't have needed to bring all these vamps out here." "Fair point. But wouldn't it be a good thing if that's what they were planning? I mean, we know from Meryl, and that nastiness with Jewel, just how dangerous these rogue vamps are. It would be a huge help if Lacey and some of the others wanted to take them down." Adam stared past my shoulder for a long moment, his gaze fixated out the window. "I just don't want trouble to follow them back here, to us. We're only now getting our feet under us with the business. The last thing we need is some crazed vampire cult coming here and wrecking everything." "I'm sure Lacey won't put us in danger," Evangeline said. I nodded in agreement. "We're her friends, Adam. I know you two love to dish it out and sling a little mud, but at the end of the day, we're family. The oddest, quirkiest, and most unexpected little family," I added with a smile, "but family nonetheless." "That's right," Evangeline said. "Oh, that reminds me. I brought some products home from the spa to give to Lacey. I need to go get them from the car." She scurried out of the kitchen, leaving me and Adam to finish up. Adam didn't push his theory any further, but I couldn't help noticing his eyes shifting to the window every few minutes. With the dishwasher humming to life, I took him by the arm and led him out of the kitchen. Come on, let's see if anyone needs anything and then get to bed early. It's been a long day. Adam smiled and wrapped one arm around my waist. Oh, that reminds me. I ordered us a new toaster. Despite Adam's worries, we both fell asleep quickly enough, with a tubby tabby sprawled between us in the bed. When we woke, the sun was up and our vampire guests were tucked away in their rooms, hopefully sleeping well with the aid of the double-layered blackout shades we'd installed prior to their arrival. After a quick breakfast, we split up and tackled the last-minute preparations before the rest of the vampires arrived. When every room had been triple-checked for any sign of dust or lint or Boots' fur, and we'd ensured the bathrooms were well-stocked, we took a break and wandered down to Siren Song to reward ourselves with a little caffeine infusion. Cassie Lincoln greeted us from the register, though with her sizable baby bump, she stood back a couple steps from the till. Good morning, you two. Cass, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be somewhere sitting down with your feet up? Nicole, one of the seasonal employees of the coffee shop, glanced over her shoulder at me as she waited on a shot of espresso to pour. Trust me, I've been trying to get her to take a break all morning. She won't budge. Cassie rolled her eyes. I'm standing right here, you know. Yeah, I said. That's kind of the whole problem. Cass, you're 7.5 months pregnant. You need to be taking it easy. Ah, Cassie groaned. You sound like Jeffrey. Why can't anyone understand that I'm going stir-crazy sitting at home with nothing to do but read parenting books and worry if we've baby-proofed everything well enough? Cassie was in her late 20s and had married the love of her life, Jeffrey Lincoln, Beechwood Harbor's chief of police, last summer. They were now expecting their first child, a baby boy, the first weekend of October. She was about as tall as I was, with an average build, minus the bump, and a fair complexion with golden streaked brown hair that she usually wore back in some kind of braid. I peeked around the counter and examined her bare ankles, exposed under a pair of denim clam diggers. Frowning, Cassie lifted one leg, using one hand to balance on the counter. They're not swollen today, she insisted as she waggled the leg toward me. Not yet, I said, straightening. Sighing, she tossed the end of her braid over her shoulder. I'm only here to help with the morning rush, she said. One of our baristas got called out to deal with a family emergency, so I'm running a little short-staffed. As the only coffee shop in town, Siren Song was busy on any given day. But in the summer months, when tourist season was in full swing, things went from a steady stream of customers to a line backed all the way to the door most of the day. We were nearing the end of August, and things were busier than ever, which was great for the local economy, but I felt bad that Cassie was struggling to keep the shop fully staffed. She'd taken over as the operating manager a few years ago, while the owners lived in a different state and were rarely around to offer help. The full responsibility for the day-to-day operations and meeting sales goals was on Cassie's shoulders. I wish I'd known, I said, glancing over my shoulder to make sure there wasn't a line forming behind us. It was 11:30, so we'd missed the morning rush, but the lunch wave was on its way soon. I have the afternoon free-ish. Want me to go home and change and come pitch in for a few hours? I'd worked as a barista for the first couple years of my time in the small town. It had been quite some time since I'd last donned a Siren Song apron, but I had a feeling the work would come back to me without much effort. Muscle memory or something. And worst-case scenario, a little dash of magic never hurt. Don't worry about it, Holly, Cassie said, waving off the suggestion. Nicole and I have it under control, and I promise as soon as the lunch rush dies down, I'll clock out. Nicole passed a drink order to a tall man standing at the other end of the counter, then smiled at me. If she's not gone by 2, I'll call the chief personally. Cassie's mouth gaped. I laughed and thanked Nicole. I like her, I told Cassie, once the barista ducked into the back to grab another bag of beans. You need to keep her around after the season. I'll do my best, Cassie agreed. Now, what can I get you to? Thought you'd never ask, Adam said with a chuckle before rattling off his order, which, predictably, included 3 types of cookies to go along with his coffee. I ordered my usual, a hazelnut vanilla latte, and we wandered down to the other end of the counter. "So how's the wedding plans?" Cassie asked as she picked up a pair of silver tongs and started retrieving Adam's cookies from the case. "You find a dress yet?" "No," I sighed. "Still no luck there." "What about your something old new borrowed in blue? Any of those checked off the list?" "Are you doing that?" Adam asked. His tone wasn't judgmental, but a little surprised. "In theory," I told him, "but like the dress hunt, I haven't come up with much yet." "You know you're welcome to come raid my closet and jewelry box any time for the borrowed," Cassie said before turning on the grinder. Nicole returned with a bag of beans and refilled the hopper before taking over at the cash register, helping a couple of elderly ladies. Cassie made my latte and then got Adam's black coffee. He was a calorie hog in every aspect of his life except when it came to his coffee. He preferred it with just a touch of milk. And once he had it in hand, he wandered over to the long, skinny table made from driftwood to doctor it up a smidge. "Are you free tomorrow afternoon?" I asked Cassie. "Anastasia is coming over for lunch, and I know she's going to drag me out dress shopping. It would be fun to have you come too. I need someone on my side when she tries to talk me into something strapless with a fluffy princess skirt." Cassie smiled as she leaned against the counter. "Sure, I can make that work. Although, for the record, I tend to like a fluffy skirt." "Ugh, I'm doomed," I groaned. Cassie giggled as she sent me on my way, promising to swing by the manor the following day around noon. Chapter 4. The rest of Lacey's conclave arrived over a span of 3 hours that night once the sun set. I hadn't been sure what to expect, but somehow, as the various vampires appeared on the doorstep, they all seemed to match. Not that they all looked the same, but they all carried the same elegance and air of importance as Lacey and Matthias. Pleasantries were exchanged, but none of them were overly friendly or interested in making small talk. Each of the introductions was rather brisk and businesslike. The first couple to arrive was from House Ryson. Nathaniel and Tricia appeared to be in their late 40s, though they were likely far older. Bornlings weren't frozen in time the way humans turned vampires were. They had abilities that granted them aging that bent to their will. Lacey had once told me that her mother had reluctantly aged herself only when her daughter started looking more like her sister than her offspring. Tricia Ryson was a stately woman with glossy brunette hair, which she'd pulled back into a sleek chignon. Her skin was fair and flawless, with understated makeup expertly applied. She was dressed for travel, though I figured even her most casual of outfits would have price tags higher than my entire wardrobe combined. Similarly, her husband Nathaniel wore slacks and a button-up shirt with a silk tie. His dark hair matched his wife's hue and was combed away from his face with a deep side part. He wore wire-rimmed glasses, though I suspected that was a fashion choice more than a physical necessity. Lord and Lady Ryson preside over the Pacific Northwest and California, after merging their courts together upon their marriage, Lacey explained, after welcoming the pair into the inn. What was that, 12 years ago now? Tricia offered a polite smile. That's correct. We aren't quite the newlyweds you and Lord Hertford are. After the Rysons came another dapper gentleman in an impeccably tailored navy suit, with salt and pepper hair, warm brown skin, and a pair of round, wire-rimmed glasses that framed large, dark eyes. Lacey introduced him as Lord Christian Sanchez, the Baron of Mexico. The last to arrive was Lady Aretha Powers, a woman with amber eyes and deep umber skin. Her hair was cut short, almost a buzz cut, and there was some sense of power that radiated from the striking woman. She presided over the state of Georgia as the highest-ranking member of her house. In lieu of a spouse or partner, she traveled with her assistant, Julian Cross. He was handsome and fit, with broad shoulders and tawny hair. almost like he'd fallen from a glossy sunscreen ad in a magazine. Lucy and Matthias greeted each set of guests and made the introductions, and while they were polite, there was something about Lacey's posture that set me on edge. She seemed nervous, which was something of a new side to Lacey. I'd lived with her for years, and there was only one time I could recall her acting this way, and that had been on the day she'd told me and Adam that her father was the Baron of the East and that she had been summoned home. I'd understood her nerves that day, but tonight it was unclear what was bothering her. Adam seemed to pick up on it too, his eyes darting between Lacey and the guests like he was watching a ping-pong match. We helped everyone to their suites and then went down to the formal dining room to finish setting the table while our new guests settled in. Per Lacey's instructions, her enclave of vampires would be dining alone, eager to start their business. Adam and I planned to make ourselves scarce and go out for dinner and a movie, a rare date night in the midst of our busy season. When the table was set, I went upstairs to Lacey and Matthias's room to let them know we were leaving soon. I knocked softly on the closed bedroom door and waited. "Come in," Lacey called. I cracked the door and peeked inside. Lacey stood facing the full-length mirror on the far side of the room, her head tilted to one side as she slipped an earring into her left earlobe. She was wrapped in a black velvet dress that looked tailor-made to fit her like a glove. Her platinum hair hung past her shoulders in a sleek sheet. She was breathtaking. Granted, the vampire could easily win a beauty contest while wearing a burlap sack. "You look great," I told her. She smiled, her delicate fangs showing for a quick second. "Thank you." Thumbing over my shoulder, I leaned against the doorframe. "The table's all set. Everything you need is in the kitchen. Adam and I are about to head out to give you some privacy. We'll try to be quiet when we get home." "Thank you, Holly." She slipped the second earring in and shook her hair back. My gaze caught on the choker she wore around her neck, a black velvet ribbon with a large onyx stone hanging down to rest in the hollow of her throat. The stone was roughly the size of a bottle cap, with a fine gold frame. "That's a pretty necklace," I told her. "A gift from Matthias?" I asked, suddenly realizing his absence. I hadn't heard anyone leave the manor when I'd been downstairs setting the table, but then vampires were very quiet. Lacey stroked one finger over the stone. Something protective in the way she dragged one sharply pointed fingernail over its surface. "No, I found this on my own." "Oh," I bobbed my head. "Well, it suits you." She stood for another moment, staring at her reflection, which was nothing new for Lacey. When she lived at the manor, it was a near nightly occurrence to find her camped out in the bathroom for hours, preparing for a night out. If only we'd all had our own suites back then. Evangeline would certainly have been happier. Between the former soap star and the vampire beauty queen, shelf space in the bathroom came at a premium. "Where's Matthias?" I asked. "He went to check the perimeter," Lacey replied. I frowned. "Are you expecting company?" Lacey finally tore her eyes away from the onyx and turned to me. "It's just a precaution," she told me. "The nature of the matters we are here to discuss is quite sensitive. We can't afford to have any prying eyes or ears lurking about." "Does anyone even know you are here?" I asked. Lacey sighed. "As far as we know, our cover story worked, but things are strange in vampire circles these days. A few members of our household staff know where we are, and while I don't think any of them would be disloyal, it's not out of the realm of possibility." There was a weariness in Lacey's unlined face that I hadn't noticed before. Her frost-blue eyes returned to the reflection in the mirror, one finger still pressed against the pendant at her throat. "Do you want us to stay home?" I offered. "Adam could keep watch if you're expecting—" "Everything will be fine, Holly," she said, her tone bordering on snappy. She cringed, then held up one pale hand. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's just been a long few months. A lot of work has gone into organizing this meeting." I nodded as though I understood, but my mind was only racking up more questions with every passing second. "Okay. Well, if you need us, you know all you have to do is ask." "Thank you." She affixed a smile on her lips and made a show of smoothing away invisible flyaways before glancing at me again. "Have a good time at dinner." I slipped from the room and went to find Adam. Matthias was just coming in the front door when I reached the bottom of the stairs. We exchanged polite smiles as we passed each other, he on his way upstairs, while I went to the den. "There you are," Adam said, flicking the remote toward the TV, killing whatever sitcom rerun he'd been watching while he waited on me. "Is the Queen of the Damned all set for her big dinner?" "I think so," I replied, unsure whether to tell him about the strained conversation with Lacey. There wasn't much to say, really. I still had no idea what the meeting was about or whether or not we should be worried. "Good," Adam said, placing one hand on his stomach, "because I'm starving." Smiling, I rolled my eyes. Someone alert the media. We left the den and headed out of the manor. I hesitated at the front door, looking up the stairs for a moment longer than I normally would. "You forget something?" Adam asked. "I fed Boots, if that's what you're worried about." I closed the door and shook my head. "All good, then." Earlier in the summer, we'd bought a used SUV. Beechwood Harbor was small enough that everything was in walking distance, so neither of us had owned a car while living at the manor. When Evangeline moved in a few years back, she'd brought her sporty little car with her, so on the rare occasions we needed a set of wheels, we'd had hers. However, once we started taking on more guests at the inn, the grocery orders got larger and we found ourselves using Evangeline's car more and more to run errands and, on occasion, transporting guests to and from the magic portal that connected to the Seattle Haven, the nearest supernatural community. It was only about a mile away, and most of our guests preferred to drive themselves to the small coastal town from the city, but a few had opted for the portal and had come with luggage and needed a lift. One plus of finally having our own vehicle was that we'd been able to expand our date nights to other neighboring towns. As much as I loved the comfort of McNally's pub food, there were times when it was nice to go out and try new things. The largest nearby town, Pine Shoals, had more than a dozen restaurants, a movie theater, an arcade, and a bowling alley. So, when we found ourselves with a free night, we liked to go over there for a little fun. Adam opened the passenger door for me and waited till I was buckled before closing the door and getting in behind the wheel. "You know what's weird?" he said, as he turned the key in the ignition. "I've never heard of some of those houses before," he replied, shifting into reverse before craning around to check out the back windshield. "Powers? Ricin? Collectively, they run the entirety of the West Coast U.S. and Georgia, but we've never heard their house names?" I noticed that, too. I'd somehow expected one of the more infamous vampire families to be present. The old houses had a knack for gobbling up as much power as inhumanly possible, and with their deep history, not to mention their wealth, it was easy for them to climb to the upper echelons of the vampire hierarchy. I didn't pay much attention to vampire politics, but it still struck me as odd that the ones present for Lacey's meeting were able to fly so under the radar to the general supernatural community. "Maybe that's a good thing," I replied, as we pulled out onto the road and headed down the hill onto the main drag through town. After that whole mess with Jewel Mulder this winter, and the nasty business with Grayson Mulder a couple years ago, I'm pretty sure it's a good thing houses like that aren't holding on to all the power. "They might not have positions in the high court, but we do know they control the Vampire Council, and that's more dangerous," Adam said, his voice bitter. "Take Jewel, for instance. She was openly glamoring people right here in Beechwood, and what did she get? A slap on the wrist and sent back to her house because some vampire lord was able to convince the Haven Council to drop the case. From what Merrill's said, the Vampire Council has become even more corrupted in the past years. They aren't doing anything to stop the unchecked vampires in Seattle. And if it's happening there, it's probably happening in other big cities too." Adam nodded. "But the Haven Council only has so many options. They can't risk an all-out war with the Vampire Council, not when they could raise up a literal army within a few months' time." A shiver ran down my spine, and it had nothing to do with the blast of AC coming through the vents on the dashboard. Chapter 5. "Holly? Holly, wake up. Holly!" A frantic whisper stirred me from a dark dream, and I struggled to kick my way to the surface. My eyes fluttered open, only to be blinded by a bright light. Groaning, I turned away, one hand lifted to block my eyes. "Oops, sorry." It was Harmony's voice, though I couldn't see her face as I blinked to rid the spots from my seared corneas. "What are you doing here, Harmony? It's the middle of the night," I whispered, as Boots stirred beside me in bed. Beyond him, Adam lay sprawled, one arm above his head, snoring faintly. Some guard dog. Harmony moved her hand, sending the light beam to the ceiling, and I realized she was using the flashlight function on her cell phone. I came home to get one of my textbooks, and I accidentally walked in on a big argument. I pushed up to sitting and frowned at her. "Argument? What argument?" "Downstairs," she hissed, pointing toward the floorboards. "The vampires." "And you thought that warranted running up here to wake me up?" I grumbled, scrubbing at my eyes with the heels of my hands. "Harmony, look, I get it you're freaked out by the vampires, but I'm telling you they're not dangerous. Well, at least these ones aren't. I don't think—" "Gee, what a ringing endorsement," the blonde witch replied. I couldn't see her blue eyes rolling, but I'd seen the expression enough times that I could vividly imagine it all the same. "Don't worry, Harmony, these ones probably won't eat you." Ugh. I tossed my hands into the air. "What do you want, Harmony? Want me to go down there and tell them to keep it down? You'll notice whatever it was, I was managing to sleep through." "No," Harmony said, her own frustration showing through. I got to the front door and I heard loud voices. It was like they were arguing, so I decided to go around back. My textbook is in the kitchen, so I thought I could just go in the back door and avoid them. But when I turned the corner, I saw someone standing on the deck. My brows lifted, and I sat up a little straighter. What were they doing? I don't know. Casing the joint? She was peeking in all the windows, going from one to the other. She? Harmony nodded, her flashlight shaking as she did so, sending the beam scattering across the ceiling. "Holly, I think it was Jewel." "Wait, what?" I snapped, no longer worried if I woke Adam. "I couldn't tell for sure," Harmony said. "I didn't follow her, obviously, but I stepped on a rock and turned my ankle, so I kind of yelped, and she took off running. Before she did, I saw her face, but it was dark and shadowy, so I could be wrong, but—" I didn't wait for her to finish. I shook Adam's arm. He grumbled and tried to roll away, but I clenched one hand around his bicep and tugged. "Adam." Ripped from sleep, Adam bolted upright, looking around the room, his eyes wide. "Jewel Mulder was here," I told him, already jumping out of bed. I'd worn a long, oversized t-shirt to bed and scrambled around in the dark to find a pair of recently cast-off jeans or leggings. I found a pair of yoga pants on top of the hamper and hurried to pull them on. Adam wore the opposite, bottoms with no top, but he didn't bother with finding a shirt before running out the bedroom door. "What are you going to do?" Harmony asked, following me from the bedroom. "We have to tell them," I replied, charging down the steps. "I have no idea what was going on tonight, but if Jewel was here, sneaking around, they need to know." We hit the bottom of the stairs, and Harmony gulped as the cluster of vampires shifted their eyes to us. The front door was ajar. Adam clearly hadn't bothered to explain anything before thundering out of the manor. "Holly," Lacey said, her voice taut. "What is going on? Has the Fleabag started sleepwalking?" "I'm sorry to interrupt, but was anyone outside just now?" I asked, doing a quick head count. All of the vampires in Lacey's party were present. Harmony saw someone on the back deck just now, and it looked like they were trying to find a way inside. What little color Lacey had in her face quickly drained away. Before she spoke a word, Matthias was out the door. "Go!" she snapped at the others. Nathaniel, Tricia, and Christian followed in Matthias's wake, racing out the front door. Julian hung back, looking to his boss, Aretha, for direction like an obedient spaniel. "Who knows we are here?" Aretha asked Lacey. "You told us to keep it a secret, to not even tell our household staff." There was something accusatory in the vampire's question, and the energy shifted. a palpable tension swirling between the two women. "It might not be in relation to your meeting," I said quickly. The two vampires flicked their intense gazes toward me, and I held up a hand. "This past winter, we had a nasty run-in with Jewel Mulder. Harmony couldn't be sure, but she thought the person on the back deck might have been her." "Jewel Mulder?" Aretha repeated, her dark brows knitting together. "What business would a witch have with one of the Mulder brats?" "We hosted a singles event here in Beechwood for Valentine's Day this year. Jewel showed up and was openly glamoring people. The SPA arrested her, but it would appear the charges didn't stick." Lacey swore. "Of course not." Aretha shot her a sidelong glance. "Perhaps her freedom came with a price." Lacey's jaw tightened as she kept her eyes trained on me. "Have you seen her since she was released from SPA custody?" "No." I shook my head. "As far as I know, she hasn't been back to Beechwood since. Or at least if she has, she hasn't made her presence known. And Jewel strikes me as the type who would accost me in the street just to try and egg me into using my magic." Lacey nodded. "Come on," she said to Aretha and Julian. "If she's out there, we'll find her." Aretha looked ready to object, but Julian touched her elbow, a brief grazing of her skin, and she clenched her teeth, caging whatever she'd been about to say. The three of them vanished, and I closed the front door behind them. "Is it just me, or did those two seem ready to rip each other's throats out?" Harmony asked. "What's going on here, Holly?" "I wish I knew." I exhaled. "I thought Lacey was just coming to do some kind of retreat, partially as a favor to Adam and me, throw the inn some business and help us fill up our review quota for the Haven Hospitality Committee's approval. But now, well, I'm not so sure." Pausing, I went to the stack of neatly ordered shoes beside the front door. It was normally an overwhelming pile of shoes, boots, or sandals, depending on the season, but we tried to keep it pared back now that we had guests in the house on a regular basis. I slid my bare feet into a pair of laceless sneakers and then turned back to Harmony. "You said they were arguing when you got here. Any chance you overheard part of it?" "Not really," Harmony said, her hands wringing together as she stared at the closed front door. "Maybe something about a treaty? And then someone shouted, 'Why don't we just hand the SPA a basket of wooden stakes and get it over with?' And then there was a bit about some kind of vampire council making a list of demands." I arched a brow in Harmony's direction. "Eavesdropping on vampires could prove to be bad for your health, Harmony." My apprentice folded her arms and gave me a defiant stare. "You're the one who said these ones are harmless." "I don't think I said harmless," I retorted as I reached for the doorknob. Footsteps sounded behind me, and I turned to find Evangeline, wrapped in a jade-green silk robe that fell to her feet. "What's going on?" she asked, cinching the sash a little tighter as she glanced around the now-empty living room. "Harmony saw someone on the back deck snooping around," I explained as I jerked the front door open once more. "We're going out to help the vampires look." Evangeline adjusted the black sleeping mask she'd pushed up to rest against her forehead. It was purple with pink embroidery across it that read, "Do not disturb." "What should I do? Do you want me to call the SPA?" "No," I snapped. Evangeline and Harmony flinched. Holding up one hand, I softened my voice. "Sorry, but no. Lacey would rip me into confetti if I got the agency involved in this without her permission. She doesn't want anyone to know any of this is even happening, and I'm pretty sure that extends to the agency, too." "Right," Evangeline nodded. "Well, let me get dressed. I don't want to be all alone in the house now. It feels creepy." "Okay, but hurry," I replied. Evangeline ran up the stairs, and I exhaled as my gaze drifted out the front door. The front yard was empty. Everyone must be out back, near the woods. The houses across the street were all darkened, but for their various lights on their porches or along their garden walkways. Existing as a supernatural in the human world had its challenges, especially in a small town like Beechwood, but so far we'd managed. However, now with the inn fully operational, I knew we faced tricky challenges ahead if we were going to keep our secrets. Glancing back at Harmony, I tilted my chin toward the open doorway. "Come on," I told her. Let's go set up some protective wards in case the neighbors wake up. You remember that shielding spell I used this spring?" Harmony nodded and followed me outside. We each took one side of the yard and cast our spells in synchronization, moving slowly from the edge of the property toward the manor, each casting particles of nearly transparent magic over the entire thing, like a giant net. We met in the middle of the yard, shoulder to shoulder, and cast the last bits. The magic twinkles melded together, shone a twinge brighter, then faded as the spell sealed itself into place. There were many kinds of wards that witches and other magic wielders could use, some harder than others. Some wards could be used as tripwires, meant only to alert the caster if someone, or something, crossed over. Something of a supernatural security system. Others were more proactive and could keep unwanted visitors out entirely, either because they were so solid it was nearly impossible to penetrate, or because they actively worked to fire a spell at anyone attempting to cross. This could be anything from a stunning spell to something more violent, depending on the caster's intention and skill level, and usually correlated to the value of whatever or whoever they were trying to protect. The spell Harmony and I cast worked more like a mirage. To anyone walking by or peering out their windows across the street, the manor would look as it always did this time of night, with a few lanterns lit across the front porch, but nothing else. The vampires could hold a duel right there on the front walk and no one would see a thing. Although I sincerely hoped they didn't, mainly because the spell wasn't the best at concealing sounds. It more or less muffled them, rather than blocking them completely. Evangeline appeared in the doorway, now dressed in a pair of skinny jeans and a dark hooded sweatshirt. "I asked you guys to wait for me," she huffed, as she closed the front door and stomped down the porch steps. "We were waiting," I told her, trying not to let my agitation shine through. "We were just setting some wards." Evangeline scrubbed her hands over her face. "Sorry, I'm just cranky. I haven't been sleeping well lately, and tonight was the first time I actually fell asleep right as my head hit the pillow, and now this." She gestured around the yard. I frowned. "Sorry, Evangeline. Are you sure you don't want to go back to bed? I'm not sure how much help we'll be out here anyway. You know the vamps won't bother waiting for us to catch up and help." "I can wait inside if you want," Harmony offered. So you're not all alone." Evangeline dropped her hand from her face and shook her head. "Thank you, but no. I'm afraid it's a little late for that now. Once I'm awake, I'm awake." "What time is it, anyway?" I asked, realizing I hadn't even bothered to check when Harmony first woke me up. 1:30, Evangeline said, her tone more than a little sour. I glanced at Harmony. "You came over to get a textbook at 1 in the morning?" Harmony shrugged. "I might have taken home a few of those new energy boost potions we were testing out." "Harmony, we're still trying to get the dosage right on those." My apprentice offered a sheepish smile. "Yeah, about that. I think I can pretty confidently say that 3 vials are too many." I slapped a hand over my face. Chapter 6. The backyard was empty when we got there. We paused at the edge of the tree line, listening, but didn't hear any voices either. Adam had likely taken the lead, as he knew the woods better than anyone. He spent a lot of time running the woods in his beast form, which in his case was a shaggy black dog. His runs usually ended near the commercial dumpster outside McNally's pub. Despite my endless teasing, his dog side usually took over the controls once he'd shifted, and after a long night of running the woods, the dog side's nose would lead him into town looking for a snack. We'd reached a compromise that he would brush his teeth and floss at least 3 times post-shift if he wanted any kind of smooching before bed. He wasn't eating anything too disgusting, but the idea of it coming out of a dumpster, cold and half-eaten, just turned my stomach. Still, I suppose there were worse things. He could have been some kind of cat and enjoyed a raw meat buffet on his weekly romp. Blech. Evangeline, Harmony, and I all waded into the woods, sticking closely together and not saying a word. Evangeline had grabbed her wand when she'd gone inside to change and cast a small beam of light to guide our steps as we traversed the rocks, roots, and stumps. There were well-beaten paths through the woods, but nothing official like a hiking trail. It was all wild and overgrown. A forest perched on a cliff above the Pacific Ocean. "Why would Jewel come into the woods?" Harmony asked, keeping her voice a low whisper as we walked. "Jewel?" Evangeline said. "That vampire who tried to ruin our singles week?" I nodded, though it was dark enough she likely couldn't see me. Yes, that's who Harmony thought she saw at the back window. "Oh, great," Evangeline grumbled. "If it was Jewel, I think it's safe to say she wasn't here to spy on the court," I continued. "How could she have known about it? It seems more likely she was here to try and get back at us for turning her into the SPA for glamoring people." Evangeline shivered. "Guess we need to step up our ward game around the place." "Sounds like it." I frowned. I should have said alert wards at the very least. I don't know what I was thinking. Lacey trusted me to keep her and her guests safe, and I didn't even take the most basic of steps. I just took for granted that everything would be okay. Evangeline touched my shoulder. "You've got a lot on your mind, Holly. You have to give yourself some grace." "She's right," Harmony added. "Between the apothecary and the inn and the wedding, you're running on fumes." I hated that she'd seen me struggling with it all. I was supposed to be the one instructing her, teaching her, and pouring my skills and experience into her. That was the role of a potions master when it came to training an apprentice. "Think I can tell Adam I need a mental health day and get out of going to dinner with his parents tomorrow?" I asked, with a small smile. Evangeline and Harmony giggled. "You can try," Evangeline replied. "But the problem is that Adam is just about as stubborn as you are." I sighed. She was probably right. "Bat wings." Harmony laughed and bumped me with her shoulder as we walked. "You could always slip a dose of that new sleeping potion into their cocktails. They'd have to call it a night before you even had time to order the appetizers." "Harmony!" Evangeline squeaked. "What?" Harmony asked. "Just a half dose. No one would get hurt." "Teenage Adam likely would have gone along with it," a male voice said from somewhere behind us. We jumped and whipped around to find Adam standing against a tree, his arms folded across his bare chest. He flashed a smile as the three of us tried to gather ourselves together. "Don't do that!" I snarled as I clutched my chest. Harmony smacked his arm. "No kidding. You trying to get your head blown off?" Adam chuckled. "I thought you'd like to know that it's safe to go back home now." I blinked. "They caught her?" He pushed away from the tree trunk. "No, but they're circling the wagons back at the manor. Whoever was out there is long gone." Evangeline gestured around with her wand, sending the beam of light bouncing around the woods like she expected a tiger to jump out from behind one of the ferns. "Lacey wants to talk to us," Adam continued, as he started to lead the way back toward the manor. "She probably wants to chew me out for not setting wards," I muttered. Adam didn't refute my assumption. Lacey was our friend, but she was also a terrifying vampire princess. And when it came down to preserving friendships and protecting her people from threats, I didn't have any doubt which side she'd choose. Evangeline and Harmony veered off when we reached a fork in the path, already talking about something else entirely. I was envious of them. They could go inside and head to bed, barely giving the whole thing another thought. It wasn't their mess to deal with. It was mine. At least I wasn't alone. I sidled up closer to Adam as we walked. "Did you shift?" I asked. "No," he answered. "Why not?" He hitched one shoulder. "I didn't figure Lacey needed more ammunition to tease me. And besides, tracking a vampire by scent isn't that easy. They don't sweat, so most of them don't have much of a natural odor to leave behind as a scent trail." "Ah," I bobbed my chin. "You think it was Jewel?" "Hard to say. She knows where we live, for better or worse. And we know she's got a grudge against us. Still, according to Meryl, she's been free for a little while now. Why would she wait until now to come after us? Seems like too big of a coincidence that she waited until the exact time the other vamps arrived in town." "Right, but how would she know? Lacey said they kept the whole thing quiet." "Maybe Vampire Court isn't as secretive and mysterious as they try to be," Adam said. "Take Jupiter, for instance. She was Lacey's childhood friend who wound up bonded to House Vaughn for the rest of her life, which could be centuries. And if not for Lacey, she'd probably be making beds and cleaning toilets and waiting on a bunch of self-important rich vampires. She can't make any of her own choices. or leave to go do something else with her life. Now, if that were me, I'd be a little bitter. And if someone came along and offered the right price, I might be willing to share a little insider info with them. Maybe someone wants out, and the only way to do it is to undermine the house they work for. I frowned at him as we broke through the tree line and stepped onto the thick grass once more. I think you've been watching too many mafia movies. He smiled. Tell me the difference between the mafia and the vampire court, because from where I'm sitting, it all looks about the same. Lacey appeared in the kitchen window, her expression stoic as she scanned the backyard. I didn't want to think of her as some mob boss. She'd changed since leaving the manor, sure, but she was still Lacey. She wouldn't put us in danger, and she certainly wasn't one to give in to the darker side of her vampiric heritage. Adam didn't look so convinced. We entered the manor through the back door. Lacey turned at our entrance. Where should we go? To the study? Sure, I replied, glancing down at my shoes. I normally kicked them off as soon as I came inside, but I wasn't wearing socks, and somehow it felt unprofessional to wander into a meeting with a guest in bare feet. Lacey was a friend, but she was also still a lady of the vampire court and a guest at the inn. At least the sneakers weren't covered in mud. The back door opened again, and Evangeline and Harmony came inside, giggling together. They sobered when they saw us standing there. No luck? Evangeline asked, directing her gaze at Lacey. The vampire shook her head. Matthias and Nathaniel are going to keep watch the rest of tonight. Our meeting had reached something of an impasse anyway. Her expression tensed, and I thought back to what Harmony had said when she woke me up. The vampires were at odds about something, though I hadn't the slightest clue as to what it was about. Harmony, are you heading back to the Haven? I asked. My apprentice slid a tentative glance toward Lacey. I think so. Adam picked up on my unspoken concern and straightened. Come on, then, he said, already heading for the door. I'll walk you to the portal. With a nod, Harmony went to the cupboard beside the stove and grabbed a battered textbook from the row of cookbooks and potions journals we kept there. Holding it up, she smiled. All set. See you tomorrow? She asked, turning back toward me and Evangeline. Dress shopping, right? I'll text you the address in the morning, I replied. With that, she said goodnight and scampered to follow after Adam. Doesn't she live here too? Lacey asked once they'd gone. Exhaling, I went to the stove and put on the kettle. She does. Her sister lives in the Seattle Haven, Evangeline explained. Something about the look on Lacey's face told me she knew the real reason Harmony wasn't keen on sticking around. But then that made sense, seeing as how vampires could smell fear. At least that's what the legend said. I'd never actually asked one if it were true or not. I think I'll try to get back to sleep, Evangeline said, heading toward the door. Unless you need me for anything. I shook my head. We've got it under control. Thanks, though. Sleep tight. Evangeline said goodnight and slipped from the kitchen. Her soft footsteps sounded on the stairs a moment later. I checked on the kettle and then shifted my attention toward Lacey. Did you find anything out there? No. Her lips pursed together. Whoever it was, they were long gone by the time we got out there. My guilt wriggled my stomach into a tighter knot. I'm really sorry, Lacey. I should have set up wards around the entire perimeter. I don't have any excuses and completely understand if you want to cancel the rest of your stay. We can offer a refund. I swallowed hard, hoping she wouldn't ask for the money back. Between the wedding and paying back Adam's parents for the loan they'd given us when we bought the inn, we'd earmarked the leftovers to replenish our anemic savings account. Refunding her wouldn't crush us, but it would set us back quite a bit. That's not necessary, she replied. The knot loosened ever so slightly. We can't uproot the talks now, she continued, as her expression hardened with frustration. I knew this whole thing was going to be a balancing act, but I didn't expect quite this amount of resistance. The kettle whistled, and I pulled a mug down from the cabinet. With any other guest, I would have offered to make a second cup, but I knew Lacey wasn't interested in tea. Is there anything I can do to help? Lacey's icy eyes flitted to the window over the sink. She stared for a long moment, and I took the opportunity to scoop some tea into the metal steeper Adam had bought me for my last birthday. It was shaped like a cat's head. I plunked the steeper into the mug of hot water and then glanced over to Lacey. "Where is everyone else?" Without looking at me, she answered, "Upstairs, I imagine." Scoffing, she turned away from the window. "Maybe an early night is what we needed to clear our heads." Her hand went to the pendant at her throat. "Adam should be back soon," I said. "Should we go wait in the study?" It took her a long moment to raise her gaze to mine. "Holly, there's something I should tell you." Lacey straightened as the kitchen door opened. Craning around, I expected to see Adam, back from ferrying Harmony to the portal, but instead found the wide brown eyes of Jupiter. "Sorry to interrupt," she said, "but Lacey, your father is on the phone?" Lacey swore as she pushed away from the kitchen counter. "What does he want now?" Snarling under her breath, she stalked across the kitchen. She paused at the door as Jupiter held it open and looked back at me. "Sorry, Holly. We'll have to talk tomorrow." She vanished from the room, leaving me with my tea and about a dozen unasked questions. Chapter 7. "Are you getting nervous?" Cassie asked as we waited outside the bridal boutique the following afternoon. Harmony and Evangeline were on the way, but running a few minutes late. 6 weeks before my wedding, I was a nervous wreck. Turning toward her, I laughed. "That's not how I remember it. You were cool as a cucumber." Cassie smiled to herself. "Maybe I just have a better poker face than I thought I did." "I'm not nervous," I told her, shaking my hair off my shoulders before slicking it into a ponytail. It was a warm day, and I wanted the extra weight off my neck. I didn't want to go into a fancy boutique and try on pricey gowns with a trail of sweat down my back. I'm more nervous about tonight. Cassie lifted a brow. "What's happening tonight?" Sighing, I dropped my arms back to my sides after securing the ponytail with a thin elastic band. "I'm having dinner with Adam and his parents." "Ah!" Cassie flashed a grin. "In-law trouble already? Have you even met them before now?" I had, but I couldn't explain the circumstances to Cassie. She was a human and had no idea that one of her best friends was a one-time supernatural delinquent with a rap sheet. The first time I'd met Adam's parents, I'd just been placed under arrest and was being dragged out of the manor in a pair of magic cuffs. "We've met," I replied after a moment, still cringing at the memory. "And they helped us when we took out the loan for the manor, so it's not all bad blood or anything. But I kind of get the feeling they don't like me very much." Cassie exhaled a surprised laugh. "Why not? You're the best thing to ever happen to Adam." Smiling, I bumped my shoulder against hers. "Thanks." "I mean, look at everything you two have accomplished together," she continued, her tone still endearingly defensive. "You each have your own businesses, and now you've bought a beautiful home together and started another enterprise. Not to mention your fixtures in the community, helping around town and volunteering with different committees." I hitched one shoulder. "I guess that's true." "Maybe if they came to town more often, they would see all the good you're doing," Cassie insisted. "Well, let's not get carried away," I replied with a soft laugh. "I'm not sure I want them here more." Cassie pushed her bangs off her forehead. "Should we wait inside? I'm starting to sweat." I checked my phone. No updated ETA from either Harmony or Evangeline. Stuffing it back into my purse, I jerked my chin toward the frosted glass doors of the boutique. Sure. We stepped inside the blessedly air-conditioned shop and were immediately approached by a saleswoman in a smart pantsuit. She introduced herself as Priya Montgomery and asked if we needed any assistance. Cassie explained the situation, and I thought the poor woman might have had a slight heart attack when she mentioned the part about only having 6 weeks until the big day. After she recovered from shock, she shepherded us toward a section of off-the-rack gowns before showing us a selection of dresses that she explained could be rush-ordered. "Okay, so remind me, what are we looking for here?" Cassie asked when Priya scurried away. She reached into the rack of dresses and pulled out a strapless number with intricate beading all down the bodice. "Glittery? Simple? Lace? What?" With a sigh, I flipped through the rack of gowns. I don't know. It's a backyard wedding, so I feel like something flashy would be out of place. But then again, I do kind of like the idea of a little glamour. The bell on the shop's doors chimed, and we turned to see Harmony and Evangeline bustle into the shop. Harmony clutched a paper wrapper in one hand, the contents of which appeared to be half a soft pretzel. She waved with her free hand. Evangeline held 2 paper shopping bags and wore a pair of sunglasses with rose gold frames. Frowning, I planted one fist on my hip. "That's why you were late? You were shopping." "We would have been on time, except someone had to get a snack," Evangeline said, shooting Harmony a sidelong glance as she lifted her sunglasses off her face. Harmony hoisted her pretzel. "A girl's gotta eat." Cassie cringed as she glanced toward the back of the shop. "I'm not sure you're allowed to have food in here," she whispered. Harmony took a huge bite, nearly swallowing it whole. I frowned at her. "Nice, Harmony. Is that your Python impression?" Evangeline sighed heavily and dropped her shopping bags in a plushy wingback chair to one side of the shop. "Okay, we're here now, so catch us up. Any prospects?" Priya appeared just as Harmony wolfed down the last bits of pretzel and gave the 4 of us an apprehensive look. Not that I could really blame her. We made quite the quartet. Cassie and I were dressed in linen capri-length pants and tank tops, while Evangeline wore a floral white and pink sundress with a large hat and looked like she'd just left the set of a photo shoot. Then there was Harmony, standing off to the side in her torn denim shorts with a slouchy rock band tank top layered over a hot pink sports bra, licking salt and butter from her fingertips. "Finding everything all right, ladies?" Priya asked, forcing a polite smile. "Would you mind starting a room for us?" Evangeline asked, popping out from behind a rack with 2 hangers in hand. "And what are the odds you have some chilled champagne on hand? I'm feeling a little parched." I tucked my bottom lip between my teeth to keep from giggling. Every now and again, Evangeline's past life as a supernatural TV star popped out, usually while shopping. Priya blinked, surprised by the sudden shift, but she quickly snapped out of it and went to start a fitting room. "I didn't even get to see the dresses you picked," I complained to Evangeline once Priya was gone. Evangeline shrugged, still perusing the racks. "You don't have to try them all on if you don't want to." It didn't take long for the 3 of them to pick out a dozen dresses for me, and with the last batch passed off to Priya, I was thrust into the fitting room to put on my own one-witch fashion show for the trio while they sipped champagne and rated each look on a scale of 1 to 10. On the 10th gown, an ivory silk number that Evangeline had described as curve-hugging, but felt more like rib-crushing, I pled for mercy. "Guys, please, how many more do I have to try on?" Harmony smiled as she topped off her flute of champagne. "At least 4 more," Evangeline answered with a definitive nod. "You haven't even gotten to the one with the tulle skirt I picked out." Harmony's nose wrinkled, and she lifted one hand to pantomime a slashing motion across her throat before dropping her head to one side, letting her tongue loll out. Evangeline shot her a look, and Cassie giggled. "This whole thing would be easier if you knew what you were looking for," Evangeline told me, ignoring Harmony and Cassie's whispers. "What was wrong with the Lacey one with the mermaid cut? We all liked that one." "I don't know," I replied, chewing on the inside of my cheek. The lace dress had been beautiful. Had I seen it in a bridal magazine, I would have likely tagged it with one of the Post-it notes Evangeline had bought for me. And, perhaps more importantly, that one hadn't threatened to cut off my oxygen supply. It would need a few minor alterations, but nothing that couldn't be done before the big day. Still, something nagged at me. "Maybe you should trade places," Harmony suggested, elbowing Evangeline playfully. "Technically, we have 2 brides." Priya, likely perking at the possibility of 2 commissions, scrambled in with another round of champagne refills. "Congratulations! I didn't realize you were a couple. Would you like me to start a second fitting room?" I glanced over my shoulder. "Oh, no, we're not getting married to each other. We just both happen to be engaged at the same time." Priya blinked. "Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake." Evangeline waved it off. "It's not a problem, but no, this is Holly's day. I'm not going to horn in and make it about me. Besides, Teddy and I haven't even set a date yet. Are you having the wedding here, too? Cassie asked, before correcting herself to add, in Beechwood, I mean. Evangeline tucked her chin and considered her engagement ring for a long moment. No decisions have been made yet. Please, Evangeline, I said. If you want to try some dresses on, go ahead. We're all here, after all. Okay. She giggled and launched off the sofa. I guess it wouldn't hurt to look for a few minutes. She scampered off, and Cassie excused herself to the ladies' room after informing us that baby Lincoln had apparently started using her bladder as a trampoline for his tiny little legs. I extracted myself from the silk gown and changed back into my regular clothes. With Evangeline distracted, I figured I could escape trying on the final stragglers hanging in my fitting room. I'd intentionally skipped those ones in the lineup anyway. Heaving a sigh, I flopped on the couch beside Harmony, and she handed me my own flute of champagne. Anastasia is mad at you, you know, she said, smiling a little as she plucked at a tulle veil. She was set on getting you one of Aurelia's custom designs. I sighed. I know. Aurelia was a fashion designer based out of the Seattle Haven, though her client roster fanned out over the globe. She was in huge demand, with a mile-long waiting list, but Anastasia assured me she could get me bumped to the top, but not when I only gave her a few months' notice. Anastasia had begged me to reconsider moving the wedding to the following fall, promising me she could plan something much more elaborate and over the top with more time, but I gently let her down. Adam and I were set on September. We'd waited long enough. Besides, with a mix of humans and supernaturals in the audience, Aurelia's magic effects would have to be snuffed out anyway. Her talent with magical fashion design would be lost on a gown made for a human world wedding. She'll forgive me eventually, I told Harmony. If nothing else, I can bribe her with beauty products. Harmony snorted. There is that. She's already asked me for the new anti-aging eye serum about a dozen times already. I clucked my tongue. I'm pretty sure I asked you not to give out samples until we brewed another batch. What can I say? She's pushy, Harmony replied with a shrug. What are you going to do about the dress situation? Not to sound like Evie, but you are kind of running out of time. I groaned. Not you, too. She laughed. Okay, let me say it this way instead. Is there anything I can do to help? Smiling up at her, I held out my hands as I shrugged. Hard to say. I don't know why I can't just make up my mind. You're not getting cold feet, are you? No. I mean, not about marrying Adam, I replied, dropping my hands back to the sofa with a soft plop. But maybe about this whole wedding thing. It's a lot of pressure, more than I thought it would be. I guess this is one of those times where I miss my mom the most. Harmony's expression went serious. I'm sorry, Holly. I didn't even think about that. I sniffed, trying to banish the burning sensation in my nose. We were making the guest list and filling out the invitations, and it just kind of hit me that I didn't have any family members on the list. My parents are gone, grandparents too. The only living relative I know about is my Aunt Bethany, and she cut ties with me after I got roped into that mess with Gabriel, my ex. But you didn't have anything to do with all that, Harmony replied, her tone scathing. I know, but I can't say I've been an absolute angel either, I said, keeping my own voice low and measured. A rueful smile worked its way across my lips. I did run an illegal potions business on the low for a few years there. Harmony flapped a hand and made a dismissive hissing noise. You were selling feel-good drafts to old guys so they could play on the floor with their grandkids, and energy tonics to exhausted single moms. You make it sound like you were smuggling poison to the mob or something. I laughed. Yeah, well, try telling that to my Aunt Bethany. She's a stickler for the rules, and her latest husband is firmly ensconced in the Haven hierarchy. He works for the SPA, and last I heard he was running for a seat on the New York Haven Council. When was the last time you talked to her? It's been years. A tear slipped free, and I quickly swiped it away. Goodness, maybe the champagne was a bad idea. It's going to my head and making me all sappy. Should have had a pretzel like me, Harmony teased. I laughed and handed her my flute. She set it aside and leaned in a little closer, nudging my arm with hers. For what it's worth, Holly, I think anyone would be lucky to have you in their life. So it's your aunt's loss. Thanks, Harmony. I sniffled again and nudged her arm back. Now all we have to do is survive another 4 days of royal vampire drama, find a wedding dress, and send the final deposit to the caterer, and I'll be all set. That is, assuming I survive dinner with Adam's parents. Harmony cracked a smile. In-laws, the only thing scarier than vampires. Chapter 8. I think maybe I'm coming down with something, I said, brushing my fingers across my throat as I turned toward Adam. Coughing, I grimaced. Maybe we should just reschedule for another time. I don't want to pass this on. Adam shook his head as he pushed off the edge of the bed and went to retrieve his wallet from the top of the dresser. With a grin, he slid it into the back pocket of the navy slacks he'd chosen for the evening. Nice try, gorgeous, but we're going. Scowling, I dropped my hand back to my side. You're mean, he laughed, and you're being dramatic. Hey. Chuckling, he crossed the bedroom and kissed me. When he pulled away, he kept his hands on either side of my face. They're coming to town specifically to have dinner with us. We can't stand them up. You make it sound like they have to walk through the desert or something, I replied. It probably takes less than a minute to get from Boston to here via the portal. Adam arched a brow. Fine, I grumbled. He smiled. Meet you downstairs? I'm not in the mood to try and rappel down the side of the house, so yes, I replied, turning back to the mirror and giving myself a final once-over. We were meeting Adam's parents for dinner at an upscale restaurant in the neighboring town of Pine Shoal. I'd chosen a classic black dress for the occasion, pairing it with a pair of purple tights and ankle booties. My hair was pulled back in a twisty updo, secured with a pair of gold clasps. I looked good, but couldn't help wondering what Adam's parents would think. Adam's mother was a fashion maven who probably slept in silk pajamas with a matching robe and slippers. Everything had to be just so. I wasn't a slouch in the fashion department, but I didn't own anything with a designer label and usually wound up wearing the same handful of outfits in rotation. Good, he smiled. I don't want to have to fish you out of the bushes. I rolled my eyes and reached for my bottle of perfume. We can't have you ruining your one good pair of pants. He laughed. Hey, I have two now. I spritzed one wrist with the light floral fragrance, then rubbed it against the other before returning the perfume bottle to my nightstand. Your cargo pants don't count. I know that, Adam replied, still chuckling. I meant the ones for the wedding. My eyes widened. You bought your wedding suit already? Sure did. When? A couple days ago. You were at work. I went to that tailor Anastasia told us about. Whole thing took less than an hour. Why didn't you tell me? He hitched one shoulder, then leaned against the doorframe. You've been having such a hard time choosing a dress, I didn't want to rub it in too much. Can I see the suit? I asked, sliding a glance toward the closed closet doors. Adam smiled. After dinner. He extended a hand toward me. Huffing a sigh, I took it and let him lead me downstairs and out to the car. Bella and Mortimer St. James met us in the bar of the swanky eatery, and as expected, they were both impeccably dressed for the occasion. Adam was his father's carbon copy in many ways. Mortimer was a few inches shorter and a few pounds heavier, mostly apparent in his midsection, which protruded slightly over his belt line. He had salt and pepper hair, though it was still thick. His mother, Bella, was about as tall as her husband in her 3-inch pumps. Her glossy raven hair was styled in loose curls tonight, and she'd kept her makeup minimal. But it was obvious she knew just how to apply it to accentuate her green eyes. It's so good to see you both, Morty said, once we'd exchanged greetings. Bella pulled Adam in for a crisp embrace. It's been too long. My stomach churned a little. I couldn't help but feel the comment was meant as a barb. Holly, Bella said, turning toward me once she released Adam. You look lovely. Thank you. We exchanged a stiff hug, and I tucked a stray strand of hair behind my ear as I stepped back into place beside Adam.
"We put our names in for a table already,"
Mortimer said, then gestured at his tumbler.
"Thought we'd kill time with a drink. Would either of you like one? We have another 10 to 15 minutes to wait."
Adam ordered a beer, and I ordered a Manhattan. A little booze would do me some good. Maybe then I'd be able to stop trying to read into every fleeting glance Bella shot my way. She'd never been unpleasant toward me, at least not openly, and the two of them were the only reason we'd been able to buy the Beechwood Manor back when Posey and Earl decided to sell. Still, I couldn't help but wonder what she thought whenever she looked at me. Both she and Morty wanted Adam back in his hometown in the Boston Haven, but he'd chosen Beechwood, which had led to choosing me, and now the inn. "So tell us," Bella said, raising her cocktail glass to her lips. "How is the planning going for the wedding?"
6 weeks to go,"
Morty added with a smile.
"Must be quite exciting."
Adam smiled at me.
"Well, we just picked out the flowers and got all that taken care of. One of Holly's friends is a florist, so that helped make it easy."
"Oh, how nice. What did you end up choosing?" Bella asked, shifting her gaze toward me as she took a sip of what appeared to be a martini. "Mostly hydrangea and roses with lots of greenery," I replied, kind of going with a simple, hand-picked look. "How interesting," Bella purred. One of Adam's dimples made a brief appearance as he stifled a smile. I could only imagine the type of wedding Bella had likely envisioned for her son. Something held in a ballroom, with huge sprays of artfully arranged flowers, a menu filled with food items I couldn't pronounce, and someone playing a giant white harp. A backyard wedding, even when that backyard was outside a stately manor with well-maintained landscaping, was likely akin to hosting the affair in a barn, according to Mrs. St. James. "What about your dress?" Bella continued. "Are you wearing white?" Heat prickled at my cheeks. "Ivory, actually." Adam shot me a sidelong glance. With a sweetheart neckline and a short train," I continued, infusing mock confidence into my answer, even as I boxed myself into a corner, seeing as how the spot I'd reserved in the closet for my wedding dress was still woefully vacant. Oh well, I could always tell her I'd changed my mind later if she asked. "It sounds quite classic," Bella replied, giving me an approving nod. A hostess in a deep purple dress approached us, holding a stack of black folios. "Mr. and Mrs. St. James?" she asked. "Your table is ready." Bella and Morty placed their glasses on the bar and followed after the hostess. I hung back an extra second to chug the rest of my Manhattan. Adam chuckled as he placed his glass beside mine.
"Breathe."
"I'm fine," I insisted.
"Uh-huh. And apparently sometime in the last 10 minutes you've also selected a wedding gown. So this has been a productive evening for you."
He smiled and placed a hand on the small of my back, propelling me forward.
"Where did all that come from, anyway?"
"I don't know," I sighed. I just sort of panicked and started describing my mother's wedding dress.
"Aha."
Balling my hands together, I dug my fists into my cheeks. Adam gently pushed them aside, and we hurried to catch up with the hostess. She seated us at a foretop near the center of the restaurant, and the fingers of anxiety wrapped a little tighter around my spine, as I suddenly felt like even more of a spotlight was shining over my head. Luckily, Adam took the reins before his mother could launch into another line of questioning about the wedding.
"So, Dad, did you and Uncle Steve go out for your annual fishing trip? Must have been a doozy since you didn't send me any pictures to brag about your catch."
Morty took the bait, no pun intended, and launched into a wild story involving a trout with a rebellious streak and a capsized canoe, leaving me to peruse my menu in peace. By the time the appetizers arrived, the fishtails had dwindled, and Morty was talking about work. He worked for the SPA in some capacity, though I still wasn't entirely sure what he did exactly. Something administrative. From there, things shifted to discussing the inn and how that was going, a topic far easier to discuss than the wedding, especially as things had been going really well lately.
"We actually should be able to pay back the loan in full by the end of the year," Adam told his parents,
after we discussed the last few months of solid weekend bridal party bookings. Morty's brows lifted as he reached for his wine glass.
This year?
Adam smiled.
That's right. That's great,
Morty declared, raising the glass for a toast.
Congratulations, you two.
We clinked glasses, and some of the coiled tension in my stomach finally released.
Just so you know, son, there's no rush on the loan. In fact, I think you two should use the money to go on an extended honeymoon,
Morty continued.
You've both been hard at work, what with your individual businesses and now the inn. You're due for a break, don't you think?
Maybe get started planning your next venture, Bella added, sliding her husband a sidelong smile. Morty chuckled.
You've got this one ready to become Grandma Bella.
I choked on my wine and lowered the glass to the table while I sputtered. I think I like Nana, Bella added, smiling serenely as I struggled to catch my breath. Adam patted my back.
I think we're a ways off from that, so take your time to decide.
Bella frowned at me. I'm not sure where we'd find the time to even think about babies, I stammered. Bella sighed and placed her linen napkin beside her plate. Morty smiled.
Regardless, a honeymoon is in order, don't you think? We were thinking of waiting until next summer, Adam said. The wedding plans are all happening really fast, and with the 3 businesses, it's a little hard to juggle it all. We thought it would be better to wait until we could really have the time to do it right.
So you're not having a honeymoon at all? Bella asked, her expression alarmed, as though it somehow reflected badly upon her if we chose to do things non-traditionally.
Holly's always wanted to go to Florence, Adam said, smiling at me. We're thinking we'll do Florence, Italy next summer, but for now, we're going to Florence, Oregon for a long weekend.
Bella shot an alarmed glance at her husband. Florence, Oregon?
It's a cute little beach town a few hours south of here, Adam continued. We booked a rental house for 3 nights. They have these sand dunes, and you can rent ATVs and go dune surfing.
Bella downed the rest of her martini in one swallow.
Mom,
Adam said, unable to hold back a grin.
It's not the end of the world. We promise to send you pictures from Italy next year to show off to all your friends.
Bella's eyes narrowed. It's not about the photographs, Adam. This is about tradition and the natural order of things. Morty placed an arm along the back of his wife's chair.
Oh, come on, sweetheart. Let them do what they want. If they think this, dune surfing sounds fun, then who are we to stop them? It does sound like an adventure.
Bella didn't look convinced, but she distracted herself by flagging down a passing server long enough to order another drink.
See? Told you we'd survive, Adam said, as we climbed into the car an hour later. Even got a chocolate tart out of the deal.
I'm surprised it made it all the way to the car, I teased, balancing the white takeout box on my knees as I buckled my seatbelt. Once buckled, I peered out my window in the direction Morty and Bella had taken back to their car. Think your mom's heart rate is back to normal? I thought she was going to go apoplectic when you started talking about ATVs and sand dunes. Adam shook his head and turned on the radio.
She's just mad she won't be able to show off a bunch of glamorous photos to all her high society friends. We might as well have told her we were planning to stay in a rundown hostel for our wedding night.
Oh, the horror, I deadpanned. I don't get it. If we're happy, that's all that should matter. Who cares if the pictures on the mantle are from a little beach town on the Oregon coast or from in front of the Leaning Tower of Pisa? What difference does it make?
It's just one of those things, Adam said, pulling out of the parking space. She'll get over it.
And what was all that about having a honeymoon baby? That was left field, wasn't it? Adam laughed.
She doesn't know how hard it's been just to get you to agree to go down the aisle, he teased. Talking you into having a baby will probably take me another 5 years at this rate.
I laughed. Now who's being dramatic?
Don't worry, gorgeous, I'm not in a hurry,
Adam said, sliding me one of his patented dimpled grins. At my age, my parents were already married and had me, I said, my smile turning wistful. Sometimes I wonder what my mom would tell me if she were still here. Would she be prodding me to make her grandma bolt? Adam didn't answer, but he reached across the center console and took my hand. Stars, I muttered, blinking quickly. That's the second time today I've fallen down that rabbit hole. All this wedding stuff is turning me into a soggy mess.
I think that's understandable given everything you've gone through, Adam told me.
Concern showed in his eyes as he glanced at me.
I would give anything to get your mom and dad back for you, Holly. The lump in my throat swelled, and all I could do was nod.
As we turned onto the main highway, a familiar song piped through the speakers, and I smiled to myself and cranked up the volume. What do you think? Should this one make it onto the wedding playlist? I asked Adam as the singer launched into the up-tempo chorus. He laughed. Sure. We'd hired a DJ to play music for the ceremony and reception, but were in charge of cultivating a playlist for the big day. We'd slowly been adding songs over the past months, especially since buying the SUV. Driving around with the radio up was the best way to come up with inspiration for the list. We talked about music and sang all the way back to Beechwood, and spilled out of the SUV grinning and laughing together. I didn't even notice the front door open until Evangeline called out my name.
"Oh, hey, Evie,"
Adam started to say. "She's back," Evangeline exclaimed, running down the steps. "They're back!" I blinked. "Who?" Before my brain could fully catch up with itself, a shimmering silver shadow appeared on the front porch. "Posy!" I squealed. "You're back!" Evangeline reached me and looped her arm through mine as she turned to beam at the ghost hovering at the top of the steps. "She's back."
"Hello, dear,"
Posy said with a warm smile.
"You look well."
I wanted nothing more than to throw my arms around her neck, but they would only pass through her silhouette. "I can't believe you're here," I said, my eyes a little teary. "How are you? How was Earl? How was, well, everything?" Posy laughed softly, her own eyes glossy and bright.
"Come inside, and I'll tell you all about it."
I took one step toward her, and then a scream ripped through the night. Chapter 9. It's gone. As soon as we stepped inside the manor, Lacey descended the stairs, her pale skin even paler, one hand clutched around her neck. "It's gone," she repeated, louder this time. "Someone took it." I held up a hand. "Whoa, slow down. What's gone?" She stopped, her eyes going wider. My pendant." "Where was the last place you saw it?" Evangeline asked. "It was in the safe in my room," Lacey replied. Her nails dug deeper into her neck, and I halfway worried she might break the skin. "I locked it up this morning before going to bed." Adam glanced into the formal living room.
"Where's everyone else?"
he asked. "Matthias and Jupiter are upstairs examining the safe. I don't know where the others are. Dinner didn't go well, and we all decided we needed a break from our talks." Tension pulled at her mouth. "Evangeline, have you seen anyone?" Evangeline swallowed, then shook her head. "Sorry, no. I was on the phone with Teddy in the sitting room when Posy showed up, and we'd barely started talking before I saw Holly and Adam pull up the driveway." Posy hovered at my right-hand side. Lacey glanced at her as though she hadn't noticed her enter the foyer through the wall. "How long have you been here?" Lacey asked the ghost, her former landlady. "Have you seen anyone else?"
"I only just arrived. Earl went into town to check in with Sturgeon, one of his ghost friends."
Posy looked to me, her expression forlorn.
"It seems we chose an inopportune time to return home."
No, I hurried to say. "Not at all. We are so happy you're back. We were beginning to worry." Lacey looked ready to bolt. I stuffed down my excitement over Posy's return to the manor and shifted gears. "You're sure you locked it in the safe?" I asked Lacey. "There was a lot going on last night. Is there any chance you meant to do it but didn't quite make it?" Lacey shook her head. "No, I wouldn't have forgotten. It was in the safe, in a box, and now the box is empty." "And who else had access to the safe?" I asked. "No one," she replied sharply. "Matthias and I are the only ones with the combination. Jupiter doesn't even know it, and I trust her with my life."
Does it look like someone tampered with the thing? Adam interjected. No!
Lacey raked her fingers through her hair and began pacing to the bottom of the stairs and back.
This can't be happening. We have to find it.
Okay. I held up my hands. Hold on. We're going to get to the bottom of this.
Did you set the wards last night?
Lacey demanded.
Could someone have gotten inside?
I set them before I went to sleep, I assured her, not taking her snappy tone personally. No one would have been able to step onto the property without me sensing it. Lacey's eyes narrowed.
Even in your sleep?
Yes. I'm a light sleeper anyway, and there's no way I would have slept through a ward triggering. We need to find everyone, I said, as I kicked off my low slingback heels and piled them with the other shoes arranged by the door. I take them upstairs later. Someone has to have seen something, right? Lacey opened her mouth, seemingly ready to object, then closed it and nodded.
Right.
Okay, so let's split up. The manor is big, but we couldn't have lost 5 vampires. At least I hoped not.
I'll go outside,
Adam said, giving the box of chocolate tort a mournful look as he set it on the nearest table. I'll check the other guest rooms, Evangeline said as she started up the staircase. I looked to Lacey for direction. Is there anywhere in town they might go? Maybe McNally's or the bar down by the docks?
Holly, can I speak with you in private?
Lacey asked, jerking her chin toward the hallway leading to the study and the bedrooms on the first floor. Sure. Of course. My brows furrowed as I glanced around the empty foyer. No one else was around. How much more private did we need to be? Lacey led the way to the study. It had once been quite cramped, but in the renovation process we'd expanded it quite a bit. We'd kept the old-world charm with mahogany woodwork details and the stone fireplace, but pushed the room out a ways and installed a long bench seat under the bank of windows, perfect for stargazing or reading on a rainy afternoon. Once inside, Lacey closed the door behind us.
Holly, the necklace is more than just a pretty bauble, she said, her voice hushed.
I kind of figured, what with the safe and all that. What does it do? As the guardian of a piece of antique magic jewelry myself, I wasn't shocked to find the stone Lacey had worn came with its own magic. Vampires didn't typically possess magic of their own, but as beings from the supernatural realm, they could still take advantage of magic artifacts and experiment with other forms of magic. Lacey flicked a nervous glance toward the door before bringing her focus back to me.
The stone on the choker is... It's not what it appears. And in the wrong hands... Her words choked off as she swallowed hard. Her skin was as white as chalk, making her blood-red lips look all the more striking. Holly, we have to find it, before it's too late.
Okay, I said slowly. Well, what does it do? What kind of power does it have? Is it something we could track with a spell?
No,
she cringed.
It was made to be hidden.
She paused and licked her lips.
Do you know who Lilith was?
My eyes narrowed at first, then popped open wide as it dawned on me.
Lilith?
I hissed. As in the mother of demons?
There have been many stories about her. The truth is, it wasn't demons she birthed. It was vampires. People think Dracula or Vlad was responsible, but in truth, it was her,
Lacey said, her tone reverent.
Lilith.
I wasn't sure what this had to do with the pendant and the choker, but I listened quietly as Lacey spoke. As the mother of our kind, all bornling vampires can trace their roots to her lineage, and for millennia she ruled over all of our kind. Everyone knows that magic wielders and vampires and shifters have long been at odds with each other, ever since the dawn of time itself. There was a rumor, in wizarding circles, that said that if Lilith were destroyed, all vampires would follow her into the void. Of course, this was nearly impossible, but many threw their lives away in the quest. Eventually, people stopped trying, and she faded into something of a legend.
Lilith let her guard down.
She put her trust in the wrong people. enough so that a witch was able to trick one of her guards into falling in love and giving up the location of Lilith's summer residence. The witch killed the vampire lord and attacked Lilith directly. My mouth dropped open. I'd gone up against vampires before and couldn't imagine the courage, or maybe sheer recklessness, it would require to dare take on the mother of all vampires herself. Both the witch and Lilith died that day. But before Lilith's body turned to ashes, a fragment of her spirit left her and penetrated a black onyx stone she wore as a necklace, a gift by one of her many lovers. Lacey paused, her fingers grazing her own bare throat. For centuries, no one knew the power the stone possessed. It was handed down to one of her first children, but somewhere along the way, as vampires were hunted and destroyed by magic wielders, the stone was lost. A chill crept up my spine. The stone Lacey had been wearing mere hours ago contained the essence of the world's most powerful vampire. It had been here, under the manor's roof. And now, it was gone. "Lacey," I said, my voice a hoarse whisper. "What does that stone do?" The vampire's frosty blue eyes snapped to mine. "Everything." A bitter smile flashed across her angular face. There was an underlying fierceness to Lacey that was so often concealed by her beauty and almost passive expression. But when she smiled like that, and her eyes flashed, she was downright terrifying. Even after years of friendship, stilted though it may have been at times, I couldn't help recoiling from her. How did you even find it?" I stammered. Lacey liked buying expensive shoes and going to fancy parties. When had she turned into an undead Indiana Jones? "It doesn't matter how I found it," she hissed. "All that matters is that I revealed the truth of the stone to the others last night. That was what the fight was about. And now, one of them has taken it." My head was swimming with too much information. "I intend to turn the stone over to the Haven Council," Lacey continued. "I brought the others here to inform them of my plan and ask them to be allies in the fight to come. I hand-selected these lords and ladies, and now one of them has betrayed me. I need your help to figure out who it was before it's too late." "And by too late, you mean—" I trailed off as my heart sank. Lacey tensed. "War, Holly. The power of that stone could raise an army in a matter of days. One that would bend to the will of the beholder without question or thought to the consequences. An army powerful enough to overturn both the Vampire Council and the Haven Council, and in the process, uproot the entire world of man." "Stars above, Lacey!" My voice went shrill, but I couldn't rein it in. The sheer terror and helplessness had grabbed control of my brain and sent me into a spiral. "What were you thinking bringing that thing here, to Beechwood Harbor?" "I needed to be far enough away from everyone back home," she explained. "If my father gets so much as a whiff of what's been going on, he'll personally put a stake through me." I buried my face in my hands, if only to stop the room from spinning. Between the 3 Manhattans I'd had at dinner and Lacey's apocalyptic bombshell, I was suddenly having a hard time staying steady on my feet. And I had a feeling I was going to need them before the night was over. Chapter 10. Voices sounded in the hall, and both Lacey and I jolted at the sudden sounds. Lacey reached for the doorknob, then glanced back at me. I gave her an assuring nod. "We're going to find it, Lacey." She pulled the study door open, and we were greeted by 2 irate vampires. Nathaniel and Trish Ryson surged into the study, forcing Lacey and me to quickly backpedal. "You lost the stone?" Trisha screeched. "No," Lacey snapped. "It was stolen." "You should have had it on you at all times," Trisha fired back, her nostrils flaring. Her pupils were huge, nearly blotting out her irises altogether. The tension in the air crackled with a chaotic and dangerous energy. The last place immortal, such as myself, would ever want to be was trapped in a room with a trio of raging vamps. And yet there I stood, my back to the bookcase, hoping I could blend in enough to keep their dark eyes from me. The stone was locked in a safe in my suite, to which the door was also locked, Lacey said, her voice crisp. Where were you two? We went for a walk, Tricia replied, glancing up at her husband. Nathaniel's jaw was clenched tight as he stared at Lacey. You've doomed us all, Tricia snarled, not waiting for her husband to confirm their alibi. You should never have dug up that stone, let alone brought it here. Lacey's eyes flashed. Someone had to do something, she snapped. We all know there are hordes of baby vampires running amok in cities all around the world, feeding live and leaving an ever-growing trail of carnage and destruction in their wake. If someone doesn't put a stop to it, we'll all be destroyed. The Haven Council has given us leeway to deal with it on our own, but we've seen how well that's gone. We're running out of time. I blinked as the new bits of information smacked me in the face. So that was why the SPA hadn't been interested in hunting the vamps in Seattle. They were waiting and giving the vampires time to deal with it. The question was, why? Especially when it didn't seem that the vampires were acting fast enough. Merrill and a small band of agents were working tirelessly to stop the chaos, but had been given little to no resources from the agency and were even obstructed altogether at various points in the investigation. Now at least I knew the reason behind it. Granted, it didn't make a lot of sense to me, not when people were being hurt. They won't exterminate us, Trish told Lacey, her expression pulled tight in an ugly sneer. They couldn't, even if they wanted to. There are too many of us now. You think the Vampire Council will protect you? Lacey scoffed. They'll be too busy saving their own hides to worry about us. They'll see to it that their puppets are safe, even if that means turning on the rest of the court, whatever it takes to retain power. That's why we need to get there one step before they do, exactly as I said. We cut a deal first and use the stone as leverage. The Haven Council gets to break the Vampire Council once and for all, put a stop to the wild vampires, and the court will emerge more powerful and solid than before, the way it should have always been. But what's to stop the Haven Council from using the stone against the court? I asked. 3 pairs of near-black eyes shifted to me, and I shrank back. As I've said, there will be a contract, Lacey replied, her voice cold but not angry. The Haven Council will sign it and agree to all of its terms. Only then will I hand over the stone. I've been working on this deal for nearly a year now. Then why even bring us into it? Nathaniel asked, speaking at last. You clearly didn't think we were important enough to consult before striking this deal. I looked to Lacey. It seemed a fair question. Lacey had power in the East, but she was still only one vampire. If I were in Nathaniel and Tricia's places, I wasn't sure I'd be all that happy with it either. Lacey's eyes narrowed as she turned back to the other vampires. You've seen how well the negotiations have been going since we got here. If I'd waited for the full court to come to an agreement, it would be too late. You haven't even been a part of court for more than a couple of years, after nearly a decade away. It's arrogant of you to think you know what's best for us, Nathaniel told her. On the contrary, Lacey replied. If anything, my time away helped me see the weaknesses of the court all the clearer. Everyone inside of it is too busy with parties and indulgence. They don't see the problems happening outside their bubble of riches. That's not true, Tricia insisted. We know about the problems, but what do you want us to do? The Haven Council and the SPA want us to leave things to them, so that's what we've done. Lacey shook her head and made a disgusted noise. It seems I made a mistake in extending my invitation to you. I thought we would be more or less on the same page. Footsteps sounded, lightning quick against the hardwood floors, and Aretha pushed into the room. Her eyes locked on Lacey, and she flashed her fangs. You stupid girl. Aretha launched herself at Lacey. My reflexes lashed out before I could fully think through the consequences. An invisible shield flew up between the two vampires, and Aretha bounced off it like a bug from a windshield. Her black eyes went even wider as she reeled backward, struggling to regain her balance.
"So that's why you insisted on meeting here," the vampire snarled, directing her gleaming fangs in my direction. "You knew you'd need a bodyguard."
Lacey slid her narrowed eyes toward me and held out a hand, silently calling me to stand down. I tucked my chin in acknowledgement, and her eyes snapped back to the other 3 vampire lords and ladies.
"Things have to change, whether you like it or not. You can either sit down and help me negotiate with the Haven Council, or you can get out of my way. I don't really care which option you choose."
Aretha's mouth widened into a haughty smile.
"And how do you propose you negotiate, now that you've lost your bargaining chip?"
"The stone is out there somewhere," Lacey replied, keeping her eyes steady and focused. "I found it once, and I will find it again, even if I have to do it alone."
"You are not alone,"
a male voice said from the doorway. Lord Sanchez strode into the tension-charged room as coolly as if he were wandering around a shopping mall on a lazy Sunday morning.
"I've seen the destruction firsthand. These newly turned vampires are growing in numbers we've never seen before, at least not in this century. With technology and the population density, it's only a matter of time before things get blown wide open. Exposed."
The vampire glanced around the room until his warm brown eyes landed on me.
"And if that happens, it's not just a threat to us vampires, but to all supernatural creatures. We'd be forced to retreat to the Havens entirely."
My heart jumped. I never wanted to leave Beechwood Harbor. But he was right. If magic was exposed and war broke out between the vampires and the humans, I would be naive to think Adam and me and the others would be able to stay out of it. Our lives could be torn apart as part of the collateral damage.
"If they would even have us,"
Lacey muttered. Aretha didn't look convinced. If anything, her twisted expression looked more sour than before, perhaps over Lord Sanchez's seeming alliance with Lacey.
"And what happens if we hand the Haven Council the stone, and they use it to make us all bend to their will? To abolish the court entirely? The power the stone has could be turned against us just as easily as it could be turned against the wild vamps."
"That's why we have a contract," Lacey replied. "I asked you here to help me complete it to make sure I am leaving nothing to the council's discretion." "They already have too much power over us," Trisha sniped from the corner of the study. "They wanted to deal out justice, then blame us when they can't rein in these nuisances. I say let them lie in the bed they've made."
"At what cost to the rest of us?"
Lord Sanchez countered, turning to look at Lady Ryson. This wasn't going anywhere. Frustration showed on Lacey's face. Matthias and Jupiter joined us in the study. Matthias took a position at his wife's side, while Jupiter melted into the backdrop a few feet from me. "Okay, everyone, let's take a quick break. I think we could all use a breather." I pushed up from my chair and clasped my hands together. "Lacey, why don't we get some refreshments for everyone?" I didn't dare accuse any vamps of being hangry, but I hoped that a quick snack would help settle some of the anxiety coursing through the room. Lacey followed me from the room and into the kitchen. I immediately went to the fridge and began pulling out the boxes of faux blood. Setting one on the counter, I paused and shot Lacey a panicked look. "You think it's okay, leaving them all in there?"
"Matthias will make sure of it,"
Lacey said, reaching into the cabinet for some glasses.
"He can hold his own."
"I wonder where Adam and Evangeline are," I said, pausing to look out the window over the kitchen sink. It was too dark, though, and all I could see was my own reflection staring back at me. Lacey huffed and set a pair of long-stemmed glasses on the counter for me to fill.
"Isn't there some kind of potion you could slip everyone?"
she asked. She'd managed to keep herself together in front of the others, but now, behind closed doors, her confidence shattered.
"There have been rumors about a new truth serum on the market. Have you heard of it?"
I scoffed out one corner of my mouth. Stars. According to some of the SPA, I'm the one who created it. Lacey gave me a puzzled look, and I shook my head. It was a rumor, not important. There is a serum, but one, I don't know how to make it, and two, according to Agent Bramble, it doesn't work on vamps. Lacey swore. What is your gut telling you? I asked her back as she spun and stalked across the kitchen, her heels clicking on the tile. You've got a good head on your shoulders, Lacey. I'd trust your instincts on this one. She stopped walking, hesitating just for a moment before turning back around. Aretha is the one fighting me the hardest, which is ironic considering her territory is the smallest of everyone here. She holds power in one state, whereas Nathaniel and Trish control the entire West Coast, and Christian holds influence over the powers that be in Mexico and the Southwest United States. He's more traditional than anyone here. I thought if anyone were likely to balk, it would have been him. What is Aretha's main objection? She doesn't trust the Haven Council. She thinks they would rather be rid of us all, and that if given Lilith's stone, they would use it to either enslave or exterminate all vampires. Yikes. As someone who'd been on the wrong end of a few bad deals with the Haven Council and the SPA, it was hard for me to argue that they were solely interested in justice. Most of them probably were. It was only because of the Haven Council that faux blood had even been invented, and without it, the chilling scenario of vampire extermination might have come to pass. Why give them the stone? Why is that part of the deal? I asked Lacey. Couldn't you broker a deal without letting them know about the stone? Or make it so that the court keeps possession of it? Lacey's shoulders sagged. I don't want a war. No one does. But if the court took up the stone and used it against our own, it would be a bloodbath. No one would be safe. I frowned. How is it different than letting the Haven Council go up against the rebels? The Haven Council have always been up against the rebels. The lines were drawn nearly a century ago. We vampires are welcome to be a part of the Havens and hold places in the court. It was meant to work in cooperation with the SPA. The leaders were meant to govern their own territories. But lately, control has been slipping, with more and more vampires being turned and living in the fringes. Like what's happening in Seattle, I said, thinking of Meryl's work with the SPA. Lacey gave a sage nod. Trisha and Nathaniel should have put a stop to that months ago. Why haven't they? Because it's not comfortable, Lacey said, her tone matter of fact. None of us want to spend our days presiding over trials and passing down sentences, not when we could instead plan parties and jet set around the world to take glamorous vacations. So why invite them here, if you think they're lazy and spoiled? Lacey turned to look out the window again. For a moment, she didn't reply, and I worried I'd overstepped with the question. I just mean I need allies, Lacey interrupted, still staring out into the darkness cloaking the backyard. I can't do this alone. It would put too big of a target on my back. If I have well-positioned allies, even reluctant ones, I have more strength. Nodding, I glanced over my shoulder at the door between the kitchen and the rooms beyond. One of them knew what had happened to the stone. The darker worry was thinking that one of them might have their own uses for its power. Which is why we have to get it back, no matter what it costs. Lacey's lips went into a thin line as she turned toward me. Holly, set the wards. No one is leaving this house until I know what's happened to the stone. Chapter 11. It was an odd experience, brewing a pot of coffee at 2:30 in the morning, but I was determined not to fall asleep on the job. My wards were strong, but I felt better if I could stay up and keep watch just in case. All of the gathered vampires swore up and down that they had no idea what happened to the stone. After hours of going round in circles, trying to cajole someone into confessing, Lacey stormed out, and everyone retired to their suites. Adam had an early morning meeting with one of his tech clients, so I sent him off to bed around midnight and took my night shift to the back deck with Boots at my side, until I'd started to nod off and went inside to get the coffee going. The only silver lining to my unexpected night shift duty was that it gave me a chance to catch up with Posy, now that the manor was quiet once more. She joined me in the kitchen, as she had so many other sleepless nights before, and settled into her usual spot at the kitchen table. "I still can't believe you're really back," I told the ghost, as I carried my full-to-the-brim coffee mug to the table.
"I picked quite a night for it," she said with a small smile. "Is there anything I can do to help?"
Sighing heavily, I placed the cup on the table and melted into the chair beside hers. My eyes felt dry and scratchy as my heavy lids slipped down to cover them. Blinking, I righted myself and sipped some coffee. I'm honestly at a loss. This is bigger than anything we've ever dealt with before, which is pretty scary considering all the messes we've managed to get ourselves into over the past few years. I swear it's like I got put on some kind of supernatural cleanup crew against my will. Posy offered a sympathetic smile.
"I suppose it's one of those cases where the fastest worker is rewarded with a bigger shovel."
"Merlin, help me," I sighed. "I'm going to need some Irish whiskey for this coffee, I think." Posy chuckled softly. Glancing at her, I wrapped both hands around the mug. It wasn't cold in the kitchen, but the warmth from the mug was comforting and grounding all the same. I wouldn't blame you if you left and extended your vacation a few more weeks. She shrugged.
"It was time to come back. We saw everything we wanted to see."
"Did you have a good time?" I asked. There was something in her tone that worried me. She and Earl had been gone for so long, I'd just assumed they were having such a good time that they didn't realize how much time had passed. Ghosts aren't always the best at keeping track of time, especially old ghosts like Posy and Earl. They'd been untethered from the bounds of time for so long, it was hard for them to remember the way things revolved around the clock in life.
"Oh, we had a fine time," she replied,
injecting a smile into her answer this time.
"It was a little tiring, though. Staying in new places felt strange after all these decades spent here. When we finally found a cozy spot, we stayed for a while before moving on. We met all sorts of interesting characters along the way, as I'm sure you can imagine. I never quite realized how many spirits there are, wandering around just like us."
"What were they like?" I asked, propping my chin up with one cupped hand as I leaned my elbow against the table. My eyes felt heavy again. The coffee wasn't doing the trick. I should have taken a page from Harmony's book and swiped some of those energy potion testers from the shop.
"Colorful,"
Posy replied with a small laugh.
"We met up with a group of World War II soldiers. Earl liked them the most. He listened to all of their stories at least twice through before we left. We stayed in New Orleans for a week or two. They had the most wonderful live music. We even went to Las Vegas just to see what all the fuss was about."
I laughed. "Wow, I can't picture that." Posy smiled and ducked her chin.
"We did stand out from the crowd, that's for certain."
"Did you like it?"
"It wasn't my favorite place," Posy said. Then her lips twisted to one side. "Earl was rather scandalized by the amount of flesh on display. Let's just say that we found ourselves in a few rooms we ought to have stayed away from." She laughed. "I thought I was going to have to peel poor Earl off the ceiling a time or two."
I giggled, trying to imagine the pair of ghosts' faces at the scene. Hey, at least you made some new memories. Posy's smile softened as she nodded in agreement.
"That we did."
"So, what's next?" I asked before taking a sip of coffee. "Are you back for good? Or just long enough to plan your next outing? You've turned into quite the wanderer."
I'm not sure yet," she replied, her gaze drifting. "It does feel good to be home again. Have you had many guests yet?"
I nodded and swallowed another gulp of hot coffee. Yes. We've actually been booked solid through the past month and a half."
"Oh, I'm so pleased for you and Adam. That must be a relief to have things up and running. The place looks amazing. You two have taken such good care of it. I especially like all of the new flowers."
"Thanks." I smiled into my coffee mug. "It's gone pretty well, minus a few hiccups here and there." The ghost raised one eyebrow.
"Oh?"
I cocked my head to one side. "You want to hear about the fire-breathing toaster or the sleepwalking harpy first?" Posey's eyes went wide. Laughing, I bobbed my head. "I'll start with the one about the harpy." Posey kept me company until dawn broke. The vampires had gone silent after Lacey dismissed the meeting in the early hours of the morning, and now they would be locked away during daylight hours. Lacey was confident that one of them had swiped the powerful stone, so long as no one else was allowed entrance to the property. To retrieve the stone from the culprit, we should be safe to wait it out until night fell once more, by which time I had no doubt Lacey would have come up with a plan to smoke out the thief. Bleary-eyed and zapped of strength, I took a 2-hour nap on the couch before my alarm jolted me from a shallow sleep and signaled it was time to get to the Seattle Haven. Harmony had the day off to study as her potion license test was fast approaching, which meant the day-to-day tasks fell squarely on my shoulders. One thing was for sure, I was going to need a very large coffee if I had any hope of making it through the morning. The last thing someone wanted was a sleep-deprived witch behind the cauldron, brewing up important salves and concoctions. I dressed, splashed some water on my face, and gave my tired eyes a little dab with a mascara wand, then hustled down the hillside into town. Siren Song was bustling with its usual morning crew, and I had to wait in line for a few minutes before I could place my order. I noticed Scarlet in line ahead of me, and caught her eye when she stopped at the other end of the counter to wait for her drink. She waved when she spotted me, and I held up a hand in reply. One of the more chipper baristas took my order, but was mercifully short on small talk. She swiped my card and slid my receipt down the counter to where her partner for the shift was working to fill orders. "Morning, Holly," Scarlet said as I shuffled down the counter to join her. "You feeling okay?" One side of my mouth crooked up. "It's okay. You can say it. I know I look like death warmed over." I glanced around looking for her fluffy ghost cat. "I'm sure Flapjack would say it if he were here." Scarlet giggled. "Well, thankfully he's down by the cannery this morning, admiring the catch of the day." I rolled my eyes and Scarlet laughed again. "I seriously don't know how you put up with him," I told her. She hitched one shoulder. "I don't have much of a choice, do I?" "No, but even if you did, you'd keep him around," I said with a smile. "Probably," Scarlet agreed, still grinning. The barista called out an order, and Scarlet reached for the 2 cups a second after the young woman set them out on the bar. "Thank you," she said, before turning back to me. "So what's up? You up stressing about the wedding stuff?" I almost laughed. In comparison to Lacey's bombshell revelation, the nights of worrying about boutonnieres and hors d'oeuvres seem like a distant memory. Let's just say our house guests are causing something of a headache at the moment. I smiled at the barista and offered an awkward half wave. "See? Nothing apocalyptic going on over here. Everything is just fine." The barista returned the smile and went about her work. But a flicker of panic flashed across Scarlet's eyes. She knew exactly what kind of house guests we were entertaining, and the deadly potential if things were to go off book. "Anything I can do to help?" she asked, keeping her voice quiet as we shuffled a few steps away from the counter. The ghost whisperer could summon an army of ghosts, but they wouldn't be able to do much when clashing with a pack of half-crazed vampires. I was about to turn her offer down, then reconsidered. Maybe. It's a little bit of a lost and found situation at the moment, but if we need more eyes to help join the search, I just might call you up. Scarlet's brows creased, but she knew better than to press for details in the busy coffee house. "Okay," she said slowly. My order was called, and I scooped up the coffee cup and small pastry bag from the counter. It was a triple latte and bear claw kind of morning, if there ever was one. We turned away from the bar, and a new thought hit me. Smiling, I glanced at Scarlet. "Did you hear that Posey and Earl made it back to town?" Scarlet nodded, but there was something about her smile that seemed almost forced. "They came by the shop yesterday on their way back to the manor." "Oh, so you saw them before I did. Have you, been able to talk to them much? Scarlett asked as we crossed through the coffee shop. It sounds like you might have been a little preoccupied. I pushed open the door and held it for Scarlett to go first. I talked to Posey this morning after the, guests called it a night. Oh, so, what did she say? Frowning, I followed Scarlett out of the shop. Why do I feel like I'm missing something here? Scarlett's cheeks flushed, and she quickly shook her head. Nothing. Forget I said anything. Scarlett? She flicked out a hand. It's not my place to say. I've already said too much, it seems. My mouth opened, ready to protest, but she glanced up at me with a pained expression, and I stopped myself from pushing further. But it couldn't stop a pit from forming in the bottom of my stomach. Part of me wanted to turn back and march up the hill to the manor, but I couldn't abandon the shop or interrupt Harmony's study time to have her fill in for me. Whatever Posey needed to tell me, it was going to have to wait. Even with the caffeine boost, I felt like I was dragging myself through the day. Things at my potions shop, Starfire Apothecary, were as busy as ever. The sooner Harmony got her license, the better. As my apprentice, there were certain boundaries placed on her work, and most of it she was supposed to do supervised. We'd fudged certain rules and restrictions, but after all the work it had taken me to get my own license and the shop itself, we couldn't push the envelope too far, which meant that anything beyond basic potions, she needed a supervisor to brew, and there were certain ingredients that were completely off-limits in a commercial setting. Back at the manor, or even in the shop after hours, we could play and experiment as we wanted. My strange conversation with Scarlett played through my head on a loop as I worked to restock some of the more specialty potions, and then set about filling custom orders for customers. Between the lack of sleep and general distraction, I had to stop and double-check my work as I went, which only made it all take longer. I was in the process of relabeling some sleeping potion I'd mislabeled with a similarly colored perky potion, which seemed like an oversight I'd need to permanently fix when my brain wasn't so fuzzy, when Eliza, one of my part-timers, came to tell me I had a visitor. After swapping the labels back, I tucked the potion vials into the cabinet, set the security ward on the doors, and took off my apron. Peeking out into the front of the shop, I saw Meryl perusing an assortment of beauty potions near the front window display. My heart kicked a little faster, as I wondered whether or not I should tell her what Lacey had revealed in the wee hours of the morning. As my friend, not to mention as one sworn to protect the supernatural community at large, I would want her to know what was out there. But at the same time, Lacey would probably kill me if she found out I leaked to the SPA. So it was a matter of which was scarier. A pack of wild vampires on the loose with a stone that could command a literal army of immortals, or Lacey. Yeah, probably best to keep it under my hat for a little while longer. Hey, Meryl, I said, stepping into the shop. A few other customers turned to look my way. Some of the regulars offered smiles or small nods of recognition before returning to their shopping. Meryl held a violet-colored glass bottle in one hand, a serum that would grant temporary freckles. What do you think? She asked, smiling as she held up the bottle. Would Nick freak out? I laughed softly. It might be fun to try. They only last about 6 weeks. Meryl considered the bottle for another moment before replacing it on the shelf. What brings you by, other than the promise of magic freckles? I asked with a smile. Oh, I was just in the neighborhood, she said, shrugging one shoulder as she turned to face me. She was dressed, as she often was, in athletic clothing. Today it was a pair of plum-colored leggings and a white tank top. A small knitted satchel hung across her body, the small bag resting on one hip. Her blonde hair was up in a top knot, with a few strands arranged around her heart-shaped face. Have you had lunch yet? Not yet, I replied. Though it's not a bad idea. All I had for breakfast was a bear claw and a huge latte. My blood sugar is probably headed for a pretty serious crash any minute now. Meryl laughed. Well, let's go get something. I have a dentist appointment at 3 and decided to take the afternoon off. Okay. Let me tell Eliza and grab my purse. A few minutes later, we wandered down the street to a small cafe that was known for their soups and fresh-baked breads. My mouth started watering as soon as I opened the door, and I was glad Meryl had popped by when she did. We were early enough to get a seat at a table for two by the window looking out onto the street, and quickly ordered iced tea and 2 of the daily specials. As we waited for our meals, we talked about the wedding plans and things at the inn. I regaled her with the story of the renegade toaster, and she reciprocated with a story circulating around the agency involving a banshee trapped in an old theater house that had a real knack for doing the sound effects for the nightly production of Sweeney Todd. If she was good at it, then why did they want her out? I asked. Some kid's musical is coming into town next weekend, and they don't want to give the kids nightmares. Meryl replied with a shrug. They're already having problems getting up all of the fake blood from the floor. I buried my face in one hand, my shoulders shaking as I laughed at the sheer absurdity of the tale. Our server stopped by, and we ordered another round of iced teas. It felt good to be out of the inn and the shop, and I wasn't ready to go back, even though I knew I'd kick myself later when I realized just how little I'd checked off my to-do list. So, did Nick decide what to do yet? With the SPA job, I mean? I asked, when the server reappeared with a pitcher of tea to refill our glasses. I haven't had a chance to catch up with him in a little while. Meryl's smile faltered as she held up her glass. I don't know. Our server ducked his chin and scurried off to the next table. Meryl took a sip and then set her glass aside. I mean, I talk to him every day. We're practically living together at this point, and even I don't know what he's going to do. I've actually considered asking you to needle it out of him for me. She laughed softly, but her smile didn't fully reach her eyes. I don't know. He's really struggling with this whole thing. It's almost like some kind of quarter-life crisis for him. Or I guess third-life crisis, if that's even a thing. He'll figure it out, I said, offering an encouraging nod. Nick is like a cat. He always lands on his feet. Meryl raised her brows and took another sip. Not sure how a werewolf would take being called a cat, but I see your point. She sighed and slumped back in her chair, her hand absently fiddling with the corner of a paper napkin. I guess my concern is that he doesn't know what he wants, and that until he figures it out, he doesn't want to make any moves in any aspect of his life. What do you mean? I asked. He's something of a dichotomy. He has his own place and a car and pays his bills on time. Stars, he even organizes the punch cards in his wallet in alphabetical order. On paper, he's as stable as it gets. A total rock, right? But then there's this other side to him, too. The wanderlust side. I mean, think about his life choices over the past 5 years. He went from being a journalist in Los Angeles to suddenly quitting his job, uprooting his whole life, and moving to the Pacific Northwest on a literal ghost hunt. I smiled around my straw as I recalled the first time Nick and I met, out in the rose bushes under my bedroom window, in the middle of the night. I'd nearly blasted him into next week after mistaking him as some kind of prowler. So, I mean, what if he's getting restless and wants to, I don't know, do that all over again? Meryl asked, lines forming at the corners of her eyes as she tried to piece it all together. What if he wakes up tomorrow and decides he doesn't want to be here anymore, and rather than taking the SPA up on their job offer, he decides to, I don't know, move to Big Sur and take up amateur surfing or something? I couldn't help giggling at the idea of Nick in a wetsuit, his hair all grown out and wild, highlighted from hours in the sun, with a string of puka shells hung around his neck. I'm serious, Holly, Meryl exclaimed. I held up a hand and nodded. I know. But Meryl, come on. This is Nick we're talking about. Have you seen him run before? He doesn't exactly move like an athlete. Meryl tried not to smile, but one broke through anyway. He does kind of do a grandma shuffle, doesn't he? Totally, I said, dissolving into giggles again. And believe me, he was worse before the whole curse thing. If anything, being a werewolf has given him the only bit of prowess he's got. With another giggle, Meryl covered her face with her hands. I swear, I used to promise myself that I'd never let a man make me go nuts or turn into one of those women who leave jewelry catalogs out in strategic locations trying to hint at something. Yet, Here I am. Well, maybe it's not so much about the wedding as it is about the stability factor, I suggested gently. You're not in a rush to get to the altar. You just want to know that Nick isn't going to wake up one day and announce he's leaving. So you see him taking the job with the SPA as a huge commitment, not just to the job itself, but to you. Meryl's hands melted down her face and fell back to her lap. I think you're right. Listen, I know it's hard, but give him a little more time. Isn't his lease up soon? On the office space, I mean? Nodding, Meryl reached for her spoon. Next month. Okay, so, knowing our little Mr. Pocket Organizer, he's not going to wait until the last minute to give the property managers an answer, I told her. When was his last meeting with the powers that be over at the agency? It's been a while, Meryl replied, staring down at her bowl of minestrone as she moved her spoon around. They left things pretty open-ended, since he would be closing down a business and all that. The agency can always use more people, so there isn't a chance of the opportunity disappearing, especially not with all of the unrest that's been going on lately. Heat prickled along the base of my neck. Oh, yeah? Why's that? Oh, you know, the whole mess with these vampires over in Seattle, Meryl said, her tone agitated. It's like playing whack-a-mole. And then, to make matters worse, the agency has been moving resources and personnel around, which makes it feel like trying to run through a swimming pool filled with pudding. I wanted to ask more questions, but resisted the urge, knowing it would only make it harder to keep my little morsel of information to myself. But as we finished our meals, my anxiety climbed to new heights. Meryl paid the check, insisting it was her treat as she'd invited me, and as we waited for the server to make change, she gestured at my hand. So is this wedding jitters? Or something else going on? She pointed at my hand. I followed her gesture and realized my fingers were tap dancing along the edge of the table without my active permission. Frowning, I swiped my hand back and placed it in my lap before meeting Meryl's stare. She raised one eyebrow. All good? Glancing around, it appeared we were mostly alone. The lunch rush had died down, and the nearest patrons were 2 tables away, a pair of professional-looking women who were engrossed in serious conversation over their soup and salad combos. Holly? Meryl said, her voice growing concerned. Turning back around in my seat, I leaned in a little closer. Can we talk off the record? As in, what I tell you can't go back to headquarters? Meryl blinked, clearly surprised by the sudden shift in tone. I guess that would depend on what it is, she replied. If someone is in immediate danger, I couldn't keep that to myself. As far as I knew, no one was in immediate danger, but then I didn't know the full details of Lacey's plans. Licking my lips, I considered my options. Bringing my eyes back to meet Meryl's, I dropped my voice a hair lower. Can you come by the manor tonight, after dark? That should give me enough time to convince Lacey to bring Meryl in on her plans. Well, either that or kill me. At least then someone would find my body. Chapter 12. As it turned out, I wasn't the only one who thought we needed some help from the outside. When I got home from work that evening, the vampires were seated around the dining room table, glaring at Nick, who was seated at the end of the table nearest the door to the kitchen. He glanced up at my arrival and offered an unsteady smile. Hey, Halls. What are you doing here? I asked, lifting my purse strap from over my head. Lacey answered for him. I've hired him to help find the stone. Yes, who better to find a vampire treasure than a werewolf mongrel? Aretha muttered. Lacey's expression pinched as she whirled back toward the table. I didn't have to see her face to know the look she was likely throwing at Lady Powers. And having been on the receiving end of it a time or two, I hesitated a moment before taking a slow step closer to the group. There are 2 days until the full moon, Lacey snarled, which means his senses are heightened. She jabbed a finger in the air, pointing at Nick. He shrank back in his seat.
It's not just his sense of smell and hearing that will be sharpened, Lacey continued. Werewolves and vampires are longtime enemies. Normally, the only time a werewolf has a shot at taking out a vampire is near the full moon, or if their pack is large enough. There are some gathered here who might remember the stories of the famed vampire hunts of old. Werewolves could track us through the woods as easily as a hound chasing a fox. Why is that? She took a beat, but when no one answered, she pressed on, her tone growing strained. Shifters can't. Wolves can. They have an innate sense, a protection, that allows them to sense vampires just as easily as we can sense their kind. All eyes snapped back to Nick. Is that true? Aretha asked him. Nick swallowed. I guess I've never really tried. But having met Lacey first as a human and then interacting with her after the curse, there was something different. And you've felt that with other vampires? Nathaniel asked. Nick nodded. I couldn't really describe it, but yes, there's some kind of intuition, I guess you could say. What does this have to do with the stone? Julian, Aretha's dutiful and usually silent assistant, asked. Lacey walked around the table and stopped at Nick's side. The stone contains Lilith's essence. Vampire essence. Nick should be able to sniff it out. Not literally, perhaps, but if he gets close enough, he should be able to locate it. Nick's usual color drained from his cheeks, and I wondered how Lacey had convinced him to get involved. Had she called him up and explained her plan in advance of the meeting? Or had she simply invited him over and dumped it on him right then and there in front of everyone? From the look on Nick's face, I was guessing the latter. I dropped my purse onto the back of the couch and stepped into the dining room. If you ask me, no one did, Aretha snapped, her dark eyes flashing. Taking a resolute breath, I folded my arms across my chest. Well, it's my house, so I'm going to say my piece anyway, I told the vampire. Matthias, seated on one side of Nick, stifled a smile as he looked down at his folded hands atop the table. If Nick is willing to help, you should take him up on it, I continued. If you all claim to be innocent and say the stone must be found, then why stand in the way of a second search effort? Precisely, Lacey said, her tone crisp. In fact, I think perhaps we should start the search in your suite, Lady Powers. Aretha's jaw clamped shut as her pupils grew to blot out the deep brown of her irises. She wasn't in full blood rage mode, but she was teetering on the brink. Just peachy. Magic crackled along my fingertips. I wouldn't have a chance against the entire conclave, but I knew I could count on Lacey, Matthias, and Jupiter to have my back at the very least. That and Meryl. Which reminded me. Fine by me, Aretha declared, already surging to her feet. But when you uncover nothing, I think I shall take my leave of this place. Your actions will catch up with all of us, and I need to return home to prepare my people for the consequences. Lacey pinned her with a fierce stare, but Matthias stood and touched her arm before she could fire off another round of threats. Her eyes sparkled as the ice blue turned to a thin ring around her own expanding pupils. Nick, she said, not dropping her gaze to look at him. Nick climbed to his feet, everything about the motion uncertain and awkward. I halfway expected to hear his knees knocking together. Lacey, can I? Come on, Lacey said, cutting him off. You'll know what to do. I followed the pair from the dining room, ignoring the way the hairs on the back of my neck stood up at turning my back on the rest of the vamps. For everything I'd told Harmony about the vampires being harmless, I was starting to wonder. She'd left work to go have dinner with Anastasia before packing up and coming back to the manor. I figured I had a couple of hours to decide whether I should text her and warn her to stay put in the Seattle Haven another night or two. Where is Adam? I asked Lacey. And Evangeline. They went to pick up dinner, she answered as we started up the stairs. Nick glanced back at me, his expression wary. There's something else I need to tell you, I said,
then paused to glance over my shoulder to make sure we weren't being followed. Lacey stopped at the top of the stairs and gave me an impatient look.
What is it?
Well, I know you didn't want to involve the SPA, but... Lacey's eyes pressed closed.
Tell me you didn't.
I didn't call Bramble, I swore, but I had lunch with Meryl. Nick's eyes widened, and I cringed. He wouldn't want her mixed up in this mess. He worried about her enough as it was, with her work at the agency. She's going to stop by tonight. I didn't tell her anything about the stone or your plans. I climbed the last few steps and lowered my voice. But Lacey, this is seriously getting out of hand. It feels like they're about to mutiny. And then what? You can't keep them here forever. And what if whoever took the stone managed to smuggle it out of the manor already? Lacey's eyes narrowed.
How could they do that? You've had the wards set.
Right, I have. But we don't know when the stone went missing. Someone could have passed it off before we even knew it was missing. Nick held up a hand. Okay, hold on. I'm willing to be your bloodhound, but I need to know what's going on. Why do those vampires down there look like they want to turn me into a kebab? And what is this stone I'm supposed to be looking for? What does it do? Lacey huffed a string of curses under her breath as she hooked both of us by the elbow and dragged us, quite effortlessly, into the hallway. She gave Nick the quick and dirty details of the stone's origins and its powers. The more she talked, the higher Nick's eyebrows climbed. When she finished, his gaze zipped to mine. Holly, this is... insane? Yeah, I know. I shot Lacey a dark look. The vampire was unfazed by our frustration, too concerned about her own. Come on, she snapped, jerking us down the hall. This one is Aretha's room. We'd already searched all of the rooms once before, and while none of us had Nick's werewolf senses, we'd done a thorough job. I couldn't imagine where she thought someone might have stashed the stone. Lacey shoved Nick into the room. Anything? Nick craned around. I just got here, he growled. The whole room feels vampy. Lacey dragged her fingers through her pin-straight platinum locks. I wasn't sure if any of the potion samples rolling around the bottom of my purse would work on vampires, especially a bornling, but I was almost willing to risk slipping her a vial of anti-anxiety draft. Slowly, Nick started to move. He took one shuffling step forward toward the bed, then backed up and pivoted toward the dresser. Aretha wasn't a messy houseguest. Either she'd never unpacked, or she was anticipating an early checkout and repacked her belongings into the 2 suitcases placed at the end of her bed. I supposed Adam and I could kiss any chance of a glowing 5-star review goodbye from any of the guests. Why couldn't they have held this little shindig at a Howard Johnson? Tell me about the guests, Nick said, as he gingerly reached for the crystal knob on the armoire. You think it was Aretha? What would she want with the stone? She's the most angry about the whole situation, Lacey explained. When I first revealed the stone and outlined my plan to give it to the Haven Council, she looked ready to spit fire. Nodding, Nick pulled open the armoire doors. The shelves contained the spare blankets and towels Adam and I had stocked for the guests, but nothing that belonged to Aretha. What about the others? Any of them have motive? He said, closing the doors again. I looked to Lacey. Her lips were pursed. I am a private investigator, Nick reminded her before turning to inspect the neatly made bed. I might be more help if I had all the information. Lacey's face fell. So you're not getting anything? Not yet, but I don't really know what it is I'm supposed to feel. He frowned as he dropped to his knees to peer underneath the bed. He lifted the frilly white bedskirt and then paused to retrieve his cell phone from his pocket. He flicked on the flashlight function and directed the beam under the bed. Is Aretha here with someone? He asked. Her assistant Julian, I supplied. He's also her alibi for the time we think the stone went missing. They said they were out at a bar. Nick straightened and lifted his hand. Pinched between his finger and thumb was the elastic band of a pair of men's briefs.
Well, I'm not one to judge anyone's fashion choices, but I think it's pretty safe to assume these don't belong to the lady in question. Lacey scoffed. Looks like I owe Jupiter $50. Nick placed the underwear on the bed. Who's the guy? The assistant? Most likely, Lacey muttered. Jupiter swore there was something there. Why didn't you? I asked. Aretha and I have a lot in common, Lacey said, a snarl tugging at her upper lip. We both have overbearing fathers who have more power than sense. I wasn't sure it really answered my question, but as Lacey fell silent, I realized it was the only answer I was going to get. Nick took a slow turn. Should I keep digging? Maybe something will spark? Lacey tossed her head. No, let's go to the next room. She led the way, and I filled Nick in on the Rysons. Nathaniel and Trisha are married, I explained, and they're basically in charge of the entire west coast of the United States. They claim they were out walking on the beach when the stone went missing. And they are each other's alibis, Nick said, more as a note to himself. We entered the next suite. The Rysons' room appeared a little more lived in, with the bed unmade and a scattering of clothing on the armchair by the window and across the small vanity table by the door to the bathroom. Trouble in paradise? Nick asked. Following his gaze, I realized there was a barrier made of pillows down the center of the bed. At first glance, I just thought it was messy. But the arrangement of the 2 king-size pillows and a trio of smaller decorative ones looked a little too intentional. Lacey looked surprised, but it faded quickly and she offered a slight shrug. I always wondered if they were an arranged marriage. It all seemed a little too convenient, the way their territories lined up. Nick took more time in the Rysons' room. I didn't think he was trying to tap into some kind of vampire spidey sense, but rather he'd switched into PI mode and was sleuthing out the scene just like he would any other type of case. Why would they want this stone? To keep me from handing it over to the council, Lacey replied, her voice flat. I thought they would see reason, but it appears I miscalculated, with all of them. I should have listened to Matthias and Jupiter. They told me the court would never agree to this. But there has to be a better way. She stopped short of finishing her thought. We looked in Lord Sanchez's room, and then in Julian's, but Lacey looked resigned and dejected before we stepped foot in either one. Yet another one of her plans had failed, and there was no way to put this particular cat back in its bag. Matthias somehow managed to keep the others quiet while we searched, but as soon as we rejoined them in the dining room, a roar of shouted accusations and demands erupted. Did you search your little pet's room? Aretha snapped, shooting Jupiter a dark glance. You can't trust a turned vamp. Not with court business, Julian added, matching his boss's severe stare. Jupiter looked like a startled deer, her dark brown eyes going huge as she looked to Lacey for rescue. Trisha's nostrils flared. When are you going to admit that you've lost control? Lady Powers is right. We should all go back home and prepare for the worst. And what are we supposed to tell them? Nathaniel snapped at his wife. To hide under their beds? He gave a disgusted scoff. You shouldn't be left to govern a small town, let alone an entire seaboard. Trisha's fangs flashed as she met her husband's dark stare. Someone grabbed my arm, and I leaped off the floor. Holly, Nick hissed, can I see you in the kitchen? He didn't wait for me to reply before holding up his phone. Meryl's name was at the top of the screen, and the last received message stated she was leaving work but had an errand to run. My stomach sank. Meryl was on her way. What had I done? Chapter 13. She can't come here, Nick said, once the kitchen door swung closed behind us. If the SBA finds out she's getting involved in any of this, unofficially, she'll be thrown out of the agency. I don't know what else to do, Nick. Lacey will skin me alive if I call Bramble for advice. And since Meryl already knows about the vampire stuff, I thought she might... That vampire stuff could get her killed,
Nick interrupted, the words like the lash of a whip.
Who else knows about the missing stone?
No one, I stammered. I wasn't sure I'd ever seen Nick so angry before. Adam and Evangeline. Harmony wasn't here when it happened. Nick shoved his phone into my hands.
Call Meryl and tell her you changed your plans. Tell her it was some kind of misunderstanding.
Okay, but I'll use my phone, I told him as I handed his back. It would be weirder if I called from your number, don't you think? Nick gave an irritated toss of his head and shoved the phone into his pocket.
She's up for a promotion, you know.
Meryl?
Yes. It's between her and one other junior agent.
Nick's jaw flexed as he took a beat to gather himself.
She can't know anything about this, Holly. You know how she gets. She won't leave it alone, even if it costs her everything she's worked for.
I'm sorry, Nick. You know that wasn't my intention. We were just having lunch, and I was so worried about all of this. Stopping myself, I shifted gears and found Meryl's name in my contact list. With a tap, the phone line began to ring, and I pressed the phone against my ear. Oh, hey, Holly. I was just about to text you, Meryl answered. I'm leaving the agency, so it should be just a few minutes. Actually, I'm really sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to cancel. Something came up at the inn, and I'm going to be a little tied up.
Is everything all right?
My eyes darted to Nick's, and I nodded. Everything is fine. We can catch up another night. Maybe next week? Meryl hesitated a moment, and I braced myself for pushback.
Okay, she said slowly. If you're sure it can wait. It sounded pretty important earlier.
It will be fine, I told her, forcing a small laugh into my reply. I'm just running a little high-strung these days. Blame it on the wedding. Oh, that reminds me, I was talking to one of my coworkers about your dress dilemma, and she told me about this great seamstress she used for her wedding. Said she can basically make any kind of dress you want, and she's really fast. A little on the pricey side, but might be worth checking out. I'll text you her number if you want it. Okay, sure, yeah, that would be great. Thanks, Meryl. Tell Nick hi for me. She laughed. Will do. Talk to you later. We exchanged goodbyes and hung up. Nick exhaled once I dropped the phone from my ear. Guess you'll be going then? I asked him. He looked at the kitchen door. The sounds of muffled vampire bickering came through.
What about the stone?
According to Lacey, it can control vampires, subdue them, make them do the holder's bidding, that kind of thing. I don't know if that means anyone is in danger now, but at the same time, knowing that it's been taken feels a little more ominous. The SPA should be notified. Maybe they could help find it.
You should call Bramble. She would know what to do and who to trust to help.
Nick headed to the back door.
I'll call you tomorrow. Maybe I can come back over and try the whole vampire hoodoo thing again.
Nodding, I watched him slip away, wishing I could join him. Vampires, I muttered once he'd gone, then crossed to the stove. I needed some tea. After putting the kettle on to boil, I leaned my hip against the counter and rubbed my temples.
Long day, dear?
I opened my eyes at the sound of Posy's voice. The ghost appeared to have come in through the closed kitchen door. Anyone out there bleeding yet?
Not yet, but they are a most unhappy bunch,
she replied with a grimace. I didn't realize what I was getting myself into when I accepted Lacey's request to host her party. But I guess I should expect a certain degree of trouble when running an inn full of supernaturals. Posy smiled.
Believe me, I understand all too well.
Steam poured from the kettle's spout, and I set about making my cup of tea. When the water was to the brim, I turned off the burner and set the kettle back down. At least tell me it gets easier with time.
Well, I never lost a tenant to vampire mauling, so I suppose I must have done something right.
She gave me a small smile, and I laughed. That's something, I suppose. Carrying my tea to the kitchen table, I gestured with my free hand at the chair beside my usual spot. Or are you on your way out? I asked. Adam and Evangeline should be home soon with dinner. We'd love if you joined us. Earl, too, if he's around. Posy's hands laced together in front of her, and she peeked quickly over one shoulder.
Actually, Earl is out with Sturgeon tonight, she replied, before sliding through the chair until she hovered above it, as though actually sitting in it. I don't expect him back until after midnight. Those boys get a little rowdy.
I smiled and took my own seat after placing the mug on the table. It surprises me that Earl goes along with it. He's usually such a recluse. Posey nodded.
I imagine he's something of a fly on the wall at these gatherings, but he does seem to enjoy the company from time to time.
Something shifted in her eyes, and she looked past me for a long moment. My brows creased. Is everything all right with you two? I asked, the question feeling awkward as soon as it left the tip of my tongue. I tried to avoid prodding into Posey's personal life before. She'd always been quiet and guarded. But since her husband's return to the manor, after many years spent apart, she'd grown even more cagey. When she'd informed us that they were leaving to go traveling together, the announcement had floored all of us who'd spent years living under her roof. Something was definitely going on, but I wasn't sure of the best approach for getting to the bottom of it. Posey was a friend. More than that, really. I thought of her as family, but she had to be handled carefully. Emotional swings tended to manifest themselves in the manor itself. Last time she'd had an outburst, the roof nearly caved in. We couldn't risk that in the best of times, but certainly not when we had a house full of royal vampires.
Dear, I realize this isn't the best timing, but there's something I need to tell you. I actually asked Adam and Evangeline if they could give us a little time together, Posey said, reluctantly bringing her gaze back to meet mine. My brows furrowed. What is it? Did something happen between you and Earl on the trip? I had to assume that even ghost marriages had their share of problems. But then she could bring that up in front of Adam and Evangeline, couldn't she? Posey placed her hands together atop the table. I could feel the tension in the motion, as though she longed to reach out for my own hands. Even after being in the spirit realm for more than a century, there were still moments when a ghost could long for physical contact. My pulse quickened, as a twist of dread coiled in my stomach. Posey? I asked. What's going on? I want you to come up to the attic with me, she said.
The attic? I blinked. One of the first things I remembered being told upon my arrival at the Beechwood Manor was never to poke so much as an eyebrow into the attic. It was Posey's personal haven, and no one else was allowed entrance. Even Adam dared not cross the line, which was saying something.
I have a gift for you, among my belongings. I would have brought it down for you, but, well.
She smiled and offered a slight shrug. Abandoning my tea, I rose from the table and gestured at the back door. We should probably go around so we don't disturb them. Posey followed me out the door, around the house, and back around to the front porch. We entered the manor and went up the staircase and down the main hall to the final door on the right, which revealed a narrow and steep set of stairs that led to the attic. Every step felt wrong, but Posey encouraged me to climb and met me at the top of the staircase. It's so clean, I said, glancing around. I'd expected dust and cobwebs from years of neglect, but the space was clean and free of debris. A record player sat to one side, and I smiled at it. We always wondered how it was you made this thing work when you couldn't change the records for yourself. Posey laughed softly.
The cleaning crew the SPA sends over to help with upkeep always switch them for me. As for how it works, I suppose it's been part of the manor so long that some of my spirit is connected in some way.
By way of demonstration, she closed her eyes, and the record on the table began a slow rotation, filling the space with a gentle melody.
I find it soothing, she said.
I took a few cautious steps forward. The feeling was almost like being in an ancient church or some other kind of hallowed grounds. The trunks stacked along one side of the room were clearly from Posey's era. After she passed, someone must have packed everything up and put it in the attic for safekeeping. I've always wondered how you even got connected with the SPA, I said, as I inspected the beautiful vintage cases and trunks. Didn't your family come forward to claim any of this stuff? Or the manor itself?
They tried, Posey said, her brows lifted with a soft scoff. I don't remember much of my first days, or perhaps even months of being a ghost. It was like my spirit ricocheted around the manor before forming what I am now, she replied, holding out her arms for emphasis. I don't remember harming anyone, but I did quite a bit of damage and caused quite a few scares. Eventually, people stopped coming around. The manor was boarded up and abandoned when my spirit finally calmed long enough for me to realize where I was and what had happened.
Did someone from the agency approach you then? She nodded.
They heard about the suspicious activity and sent someone to investigate. A nice witch. Sarah, I believe her name was. Anyway, she offered me the chance to keep my home, and a deal was struck. I received my first tenants a little over 6 months later. They had to take their time in fixing up the place, you see.
I smiled. That must have been so strange, to go from being a human with no knowledge of anything supernatural to being the landlady over a house full of magic. Posy returned my smile, her eyes wistful.
It was quite an adventure, especially in those early days. Of course, there were long stretches where it was just me. Back in those days, they couldn't have so many new faces in town. It drew too many questions.
I nodded and considered the long rows of stored belongings. Posy swooped in front of me and soared to the second case in from the far wall of the attic.
It's been a while, so you'll have to forgive me if this takes a try or two. But I believe what we're looking for is in here.
She pointed at the case.
If you'll open this trunk here.
I did as she instructed, and she pointed out another case inside it. Then another, this one even smaller, until I felt like I was opening a set of Russian nesting dolls. Finally, I held a small box with a monogram imprinted in the leather.
That's the one,
Posy said, her silver eyes shining.
Open it, dear.
Prying it open, I found an assortment of handkerchiefs tucked inside, each one balled up around a smaller item.
That one, there in the middle, if my memory isn't failing me,
Posy continued. Drawing in a breath, I unfolded the handkerchief and revealed a stunning pair of sapphire earrings. My eyes widened. They're beautiful, Posy.
I want you to have them, dear.
I twisted around to look at her. I can't take these from you. A silver tear slipped down the elderly woman's cheek, and she nodded.
Evangeline told me you were still in need of your something blue, and I knew just what to do.
I swallowed down a ball of emotion and stared at the earrings. They must have been among Posy's most prized possessions, especially in an era like hers when there was no such thing as online shopping or layaway. The earrings must have cost a small fortune.
Earl bought them for me before our wedding,
Posy told me.
I wore them as I walked down the aisle, believe it or not.
Well, then maybe they can be my something borrowed. I don't want to take them from you, Posy. The ghost lowered down a few inches until our eyes were level.
You've given something to me. Something irreplaceable.
I frowned, not understanding her meaning. Smiling, she went on.
You and Adam have given me peace of mind. I know that the manor will be safe in your hands, and that its legacy will continue, even when I'm no longer here.
Something in her face told me she and Earl wouldn't be planning another vacation. Posy, you can't...
Please, dear. This isn't easy for me to say, so let me finish,
she said gently.
During our time away, Earl and I realized we'd both reached the same conclusion. Our restlessness wasn't a case of wanderlust, dear. It's something deeper. A yearning that no amount of travel can satiate. We're not meant to stay here, infinitely straddled between this realm and the next.
Tears sprang to my eyes, and I didn't bother trying to hold them back as the full weight of Posey's words slammed into my chest. They were leaving. This time, for good. Posey's own tears flowed freely as the corners of her eyes creased.
"We've spoken to Scarlet about it," she continued. "She's told us that she can't help us cross over, not without risking getting stuck in between this world and the other world. But she said that when it's time, we won't have much warning. And I couldn't bear the thought of leaving you without saying a proper goodbye."
Reaching up, I smeared my cheeks with the back of my hand.
"So you don't know when?" "No, but I imagine it will be soon," she told me. "Oh, I wish I could embrace you and reassure you. It's all for the best, dear. You have to believe me."
"It's just, I'm going to miss you so much," I told her. "There have been so many times over the past months when I've woken up in the middle of the night and gone to the kitchen to make some tea, and each time I open the door, bleary-eyed and fuzzy, expecting to find you there for one of our late-night chats." Posey smiled, a soft sob breaking at the back of her throat.
"Well, I'm not gone yet, so we may have time for a few more before it's time."
A few more tears splashed onto my cheeks as I bobbed my head. "I'd like that." Posey glanced down at the sapphire earrings in my hand, still enveloped in the handkerchief.
"Perhaps you can pass the handkerchief off to Adam to wear in his pocket. That way I can be with both of you."
Smiling, I promised her I would.
"Well, let's see them on,"
she urged, floating back a few paces.
"There's a mirror over there in the corner."
I slipped the earrings on and then folded the white handkerchief into a crisp square. It would need a good ironing before the big day, but I knew Adam would be honored to tuck it into his suit. "You don't have a wedding dress around here, do you?" I joked, admiring my reflection in the freestanding mirror beside a stack of 3 trunks. The wooden frame looked hand-carved.
"Sorry, dear,"
Posey replied, glancing over the assortment of trunks and cases.
"My younger sister wore it for her wedding, and I never got it back. I wonder what happened to it."
"What would you like me to do with everything?" I asked, a fresh round of tears threatening to spill.
"Tell you the truth, I'm not even sure I remember what all is up here,"
Posey replied with a bubble of a laugh. There was a trace of soberness lingering in the air, but the ghost herself somehow seemed lighter than she had in years. An easy smile rested on her lips as she floated closer to inspect the trunks. "Well, why don't we take a look?" I asked, joining her. "That is, if you want to." Posey clasped her hands together and smiled at me.
"I'd like that very much, dear. Thank you."
We spent several hours poring over the collection of Posey's belongings, while she regaled me with stories and treasured memories. Hours later, Earl turned up, and I left the two of them to have a private moment of reflection over the things from their former life together. As I closed the door to the attic stairwell, I heard a faint piping of music, and imagined the two of them dancing together, surrounded by their belongings. That night, I fell asleep wearing Posey's sapphire studs. Chapter 14. Why can't I remember the difference between a stinging nettle and a wood nettle? Smiling, I glanced over my shoulder to the table where Harmony sat, brows furrowed, poring over her flashcards. It was a rare slow day at the apothecary, and I'd told her to take an extra-long lunch break to continue her studies. Judging by the muttered curses and balled-up papers littering the floor beneath her, it wasn't going all that well. "Remember, you don't have to get a perfect score to pass," I reminded her gently. "If you miss a few questions, it's not going to tank the whole thing. But if you let your frustrations get you flustered, it could really hamstring you." My apprentice sighed and dropped the stack of blue cards to the table. I know. It's just, I've been doing this for months now. Why does it feel like my brain is leaking out information and facts as quickly as I put them in? Maybe you're getting burned out. I placed my wooden spoon aside and brushed my hands together as I crossed the workspace to join her. "Did you eat anything? Or have you just been back here cramming? A guilty look pinched the edges of her eyes. Aha! I went to the small fridge and pulled out a paper sack. Here, I told her as I set it before her. Have my leftovers. It's not much, just half a panini, but it should power you for a little bit longer. Thanks, Holly. Still frowning, she grabbed the bag and dug in for the wrapped sandwich. She went to the microwave and popped it in for a minute. While she waited, she turned back to face me, crossing her arms as she leaned against the counter. Evangeline told me Posey came home. A little twinge of pain twisted in my chest. I'd taken the sapphire earrings out before work. I'd discovered a loose prong on one of them and didn't want to risk losing a stone. I planned to take them to a local jeweler to get them inspected and repaired before the wedding. Think she's going to stick around? Harmony asked. I know she's dealt with a house full of crazy supernaturals for most of her afterlife, but it seems like Earl might be less cool with the parade of paranormals. I swallowed the lump in my throat and tucked my chin, staring down at my engagement ring for a long moment. She's not staying, I finally managed. She told me last night. She and Earl are ready to, cross over. When I looked up, Harmony's eyes were huge. Oh. Wow. Yeah. I'm really sorry, Holly. I know she's like family to you. The microwave pinged, and I took a moment to collect myself while Harmony fished out the hot sandwich and slid it onto a paper towel. She said they're going to try and stick around for the wedding, but I'm not 100% sure it's really up to them. From everything I know about ghosts, crossing over is not something they control. Harmony shook her head as she blew on the sandwich, preparing to take her first bite. What did Scarlett say? I haven't talked to her about it yet. I'd go see her after work, but I have a feeling I'd better get home and deal with Lacey and the gang. Oh, right. Harmony fanned her mouth after she took another bite, the sandwich still a little too hot. When are they leaving again? I love Anastasia, don't get me wrong, but I kind of miss my bed. The knot in my stomach cinched a little tighter. The stone was still missing, and when I'd finally given up and gone to bed, we were no closer to finding the stone, or a solution. Aretha was still threatening to leave early, and if I was honest, I was kind of hoping she would go. Maybe without her antagonizing Lacey, some progress could be made. They're scheduled to leave Friday evening once the sun sets, I told Harmony. Good, she nodded. It will be easier to study with you this weekend. Stace will do flashcards with me, but she asks too many questions along the way. I have to keep reminding her that I'm the one with the test, not her. I couldn't help but laugh a little at the visual image of the two sisters at the dining table. Anastasia, or Stace, as Harmony often called her, was a witch, but her magic skills were minimal at best. As a paranormal wedding planner, she was more suited at directing other magic workers to do the heavy lifting when it came to enchanted floral arches, glittering fairy lights, or floating candles. She was more of a conductor in that regard, but it didn't stop her from being curious about how various forms of magic worked. Harmony polished off the last bite of sandwich and washed her hands before coming back to the table. With a groan, she picked up the top dozen flashcards and handed them to me, her eyes closed. Okay, quiz me. Smiling, I took the cards and shuffled them in my hands. Okay, but after we go through this stack, you're going to pack it up and call it a night. We can take inventory and give your brain a little bit of a break. Harmony nodded, and I started her informal test. We'd nearly gone through the stack of cards when Eliza poked her head into the back room. Sorry to bother you, but Holly, there's someone asking for you at the front desk. Flipping a card over, I glanced up. Who is it? She said she's your aunt? My mouth dropped open, and I nearly lost my hold on the thin cards. Passing them to Harmony, I stumbled over my words. My Aunt Bethany? I think so, Eliza said. She shifted an uncertain look between me and Harmony. Do you want me to send her back here? No, I barked. No, sorry. I cringed and smoothed my hands over my hips, ensuring my floral skirt didn't have any wrinkles or smudges. Tell her I'll be right out. Eliza nodded and ducked out of the room. Harmony slid a quizzical glance toward me. I didn't know you had family in the city. I don't, I replied, as I smoothed my fingers over my slicked-back ponytail. It's a long story, but I haven't seen my aunt in over 5 years. Oh, wow. I wonder what she's doing here. Maybe she saw the feature on you in Potions today. Exhaling, I shook my head. I honestly had no idea how she had found my shop, but that was a less distressing question than what she was doing here. Harmony watched me, her expression a mix of curiosity and second-hand anxiety. Well, good luck, I guess. Thanks. I squared my shoulders and strode through the door, reminding myself that I was so far removed from the woman who'd stood there being scolded by my aunt for getting mixed up with the wrong wizard. Even with my internal pep talk, the sight of my aunt nearly knocked the breath from my lungs. She hadn't changed a bit since the last time I'd seen her. She and my mother were several years apart in age, but it always looked like they could pass for twins. The only real difference was that Aunt Bethany's hair wasn't as deep auburn as my mother's, and mine, but more of a strawberry blonde with golden highlights. She had the same green eyes, slim nose, high cheekbones, and full lips. The only thing that really differed from my memories of her was her clothing and demeanor. Growing up, she'd always worn quality clothing, but items that were practical. And other than the larkspur, I couldn't remember her ever wearing a lot of jewelry. That had changed over the years and seemed even more noticeable to me now. Even someone who knew nothing about her would be able to tell she was wealthy. She wore a cobalt blue wrap dress with a pair of gold gladiator sandals that laced up mid-shin. She carried a trendy bag and had a pair of designer sunglasses perched atop her head. Somewhere along the way, she leaned into her natural golden highlights and dyed her hair to match, lightening and brightening her blonde while removing any trace of red. She smiled tentatively when she saw me and blinked a few times in rapid succession. "Oh, Holly, wow, it's so good to see you." I couldn't bring myself to smile, not even the tight one I offered to unpleasant customers. There was just nothing. "Your shop is beautiful," she gushed. "That magazine spread didn't do it justice, really." So, that was how she'd found me. Harmony was right. A few customers browsed nearby, and I made a concentrated effort to keep my voice calm. What are you doing here?" "I came to see you," she replied. Her smile faltered when I failed to react. Apparently, in her head, this whole scene had played out a little differently. Did she really think I would run to her, arms open, after all this time? I'd changed a lot since the last time we'd spoken. I was stronger now, more independent and confident in myself. But still, even my old self would have had a hard time rolling out the red carpet for the woman who'd all but abandoned me when my public persona no longer fit neatly beside her own. Bethany glanced around the shop before bringing her gaze back to meet mine. "Is there somewhere we can talk?" My jaw tensed. "There's an alleyway out back, but then your shoes might get dirty." "Holly, please." "Don't," I said, struggling to keep from snapping. A customer glanced up. Great. She was a regular, too. I offered the woman a tight-lipped smile and gestured for Eliza to follow up with her before I stalked off toward the back room. Harmony perked as I entered the workroom and looked poised to ask a question before her gaze traveled over my shoulder. Then, in silent recognition, she scooped up her study notes and scurried out the back door. Turning back around, I found Aunt Bethany standing in the archway, her purse dangling from one arm. "So what is this?" I asked, no longer bothering to tether my emotions. "You saw me in a magazine article and decided I was no longer a social pariah and thought, it might be nice to have a niece again. I should go to her store, uninvited and with no warning, to see if she'd like to let bygones be bygones. Is that it?" For a moment, my aunt hung her head. When she looked up, a thin, glossy sheen coated her green eyes. "I know I don't have any right to show up like this," she began, her voice a little shaky. And I don't expect you to forgive and forget. What I did to you was inexcusable. And the only reason it's taken me so long to come around and say it is because I've been ashamed of myself.
Good, I blurted. Bethany looked like I'd smacked her across her artfully made-up face.
You've known me for my entire life, except for these past few years.
You knew me better than almost anyone. But when things went upside down, you didn't even bother listening to my explanation before you threw me to the wolves. You threw me away like I was nothing more than a piece of chewed gum scraped from the bottom of your Manolos. Magic pulsed at my fingertips as my anger rushed and boiled to the surface in a red wave. I was a child, Bethany, barely out of my teens. My aunt looked down at her handbag.
You don't know the whole story, Holly. I wanted to be there for you, to help, but...
But what? I hissed. What could have stood in your way? I don't have a sister or know what it feels like to be an aunt, but I can't imagine any scenario in which I would find your actions to be acceptable. You honestly thought I was capable of partaking in Gabriel's ridiculous scheme? That I was some kind of anarchist?
No.
She said the word so definitively that I closed my mouth and swallowed my next attack.
I knew you weren't involved in the plan, but there was nothing I could do to help you. And my ex-husband,
Bethany's face crumpled in on itself, her perfect complexion suddenly marred with red blotches across her cheeks, down onto her neck and chest.
We didn't have a healthy relationship, she continued,
the words coming with difficulty.
He was up for a senior position with the agency, and it wouldn't have looked good for him to be able to help you. If anything, him helping to put you away with Gabriel and the others would only show him in a more positive light. Unbiased, fair, just.
She scoffed, her red-rimmed eyes drifting to the wall behind me.
He forbade me from getting involved. He told me I had to cut ties or risk losing his support.
Her chin dropped, and I noticed her hands were shaking. One layer of the hardened bitterness around my heart threatened to buckle.
There have been so many times that I wanted to come to you and tell you the full story. You have to believe me, Holly.
What stopped you?
Pride, I suppose.
She paused to wipe at her eyes before her makeup could start running.
The divorce was messy and left me with virtually nothing. I moved to Florida and went back to potion work. I still have my license.
She sniffled as a tiny hint of a smile appeared.
That's when I saw you in the magazine spread, and I knew that this was my one chance to make amends.
I nodded as I tried to process everything she'd said. Years of pain and bitterness faced off against still more years of happy childhood memories of time spent with my aunt. It felt impossible to know the right words to say, but she was looking at me with so much expectation and hope. Reaching out for the nearest chair, I leaned into it and exhaled long and slow.
I see. It's a lot, I know. I honestly didn't mean to come here and dump all of this on you, but you deserve to know the truth. And I thought a letter or phone call would be too impersonal.
Right. I swallowed the lump of emotions in my throat. A part of me wanted to tell her that I understood. I'd had a bad relationship, too. I knew what it was like to be consumed by someone in a way that made me blind to everything else going on around me. Gabriel had controlled and dictated my life in ways that took years of reflection to fully understand. And we hadn't even been married. Just young, dumb, and in lust. A deadly combo if I'd ever heard of one.
Am I too late to wish you luck?
Bethany asked, drawing me from my thoughts. I blinked.
The ring,
she said, gesturing at my left hand where it rested on the back of Harmony's abandoned chair.
Are you married? The article didn't mention a married name.
Oh, right. Engaged. The wedding is in 6 weeks. My aunt smiled, the edges more pained than before,
as she clasped her own hands together in front of her chest. Wow! Well, congratulations. You'll make a beautiful bride, just like your mom. Tears filled my eyes, and I ducked my chin. They would be so proud of you, Holly. Pain lanced through my chest, and for a moment it was like I couldn't get a full breath. The ache was always there, muted and dull in the background, but on occasion it would lash out and slam into me as if the loss were fresh all over again. Thank you, I whispered. I should go, my aunt said, after a long moment of shared, mournful silence. She sniffled again and wiped her eyes before fishing into her handbag. I expected her to pull out a pack of tissues, but instead she presented me with a business card printed on inky black paper. This is my contact info. Should you ever need anything or want to talk? No pressure. Just, know that I'm here and that all you have to do is say the word. Wordlessly, I took the card from her. She stared at me for another long moment, then hiked her handbag onto her shoulder and gave me a nod. It really was good to see you, Holly. I wish you nothing but the best with your business and your upcoming wedding. Let me walk you out, I said, tucking the card into the pocket of my apron. I led the way through the shop, hoping the entire store hadn't heard the explosive conversation, but it was a relatively small space and I hadn't bothered with any kind of soundproofing charms. We walked outside, the sunny afternoon at odds with the storm clouds that filled my head. My aunt smiled at me as she reached up for her sunglasses. Goodbye, Holly. Goodbye, I said. She turned and began to walk away when I called for her. Wait. Bethany turned, her eyes hopeful. Yes? I licked my lips. Do you know what happened to my mom's wedding dress? A spark registered in her eyes as she smiled. I have it in storage. Would you like to have it? A fresh onslaught of tears sprang to my eyes, and I sucked in a shaky breath. Aunt Bethany took that as her answer, and her smile turned wistful. I'll bring it to you this weekend, if that's all right. Should I bring it here, or... She let her words trail off as her gaze drifted to the apothecary sign hanging over my head. Here is good. I swallowed hard and then cleared my throat. Unless you'd like to come see my home. My aunt's eyes softened. Nodding, she clasped her hands together. I'd like that very much. Thank you, Holly. I held up the card she'd given me. I'll text you the address. Thank you, Holly. I'll see you then. With that, she turned and made her way to a maroon sedan parked in one of the limited spaces half a block from my shop. She paused once she opened the driver's side door and smiled at me over the top of the vehicle. Silently, she waved, then slipped into the car and drove away. Chapter 15. Wow, just like that, huh? Adam said, when I told him about the unexpected encounter with my aunt upon returning home to the manor just after 6. Apparently, I replied, as I went to grab a flavored seltzer from the fridge, grimacing as I pushed a box of faux blood out of the way. Are they awake yet? Not yet. You got here just in time to reserve your ringside seat. I closed the fridge and cracked open the can of seltzer. Great. Adam frowned into the jar of peanut butter he was scraping clean. I know Lacey is paying a lot for them to be here, but I gotta say, gorgeous, these past few nights have not been worth it, he said, wiping the last bits of the nut butter onto the bread. Tell me about it, I grumbled as I sat down in the chair beside him. I've been paranoid about the wards breaking, and even when I do manage to fall asleep, I wake up in a panic thinking something is wrong. A scratching sounded on the door, and I got up on autopilot to let Boots into the kitchen. He rammed his head against my shin in greeting before lumbering over to his cat food cabinet. With a raised brow, I consulted the clock above the door. I think your internal timer is a little off, I told the cat. But I suppose we're all feeling a little wonky these past few days. Once Boots had his afternoon snack, I returned to the table and sipped my seltzer. Nick thinks we should call Bramble, I told Adam.
Oh, yeah? And does he plan on paying for our funerals?
Adam scoffed.
The Princess of Doom is already cranky enough. We don't want to be the ones to finally shove her over the edge.
That's what I told him.
I get that the stone is scary powerful, but I don't know why we should be worried about it. It's been around for literal millennia, so why all the panic now?
Well, Lacey needs it to finish this peace treaty she's got going with the SPA and the Council. And I suppose if it were to fall into the wrong hands and get back to someone on the so-called Vampire Council, it could be the thing they need to finally have enough power to demand they be legitimized, which would uproot all kinds of systems and laws.
Or, maybe, nothing would happen,
Adam countered with a slight shrug. He pressed the 2 pieces of bread together, the peanut butter encasing a layer of marshmallows and what looked like maple syrup.
Maybe whoever took it will throw it in a vault and bring it out to show off at fancy vamp parties, and that will be the end of it.
I took another sip and considered it. Maybe, but that seems like a pretty big gamble. Footsteps sounded overhead, and we both cringed.
I'll just be glad when they're gone,
Adam mumbled. Boots bristled at the sounds and hurried to wolf down the last few bites of his food. When the plate was empty, he went to the back door and looked back at me expectantly.
All right,
I sighed, pushing up from the table. But remember to come back before it gets dark. The cat lowered his head in silent understanding, and I opened the back door for him. He skittered across the deck and disappeared around the corner of the manor. He liked to hang out in the garden. Adam had built a perch for him from an old wooden ladder we'd bought at a garage sale at the beginning of the summer. He'd fastened boards across several of the rungs to create multiple perches for the spoiled tabby to sit on and watch the world go by on a lazy afternoon. I liked it because when he was in the garden, the birds steered clear of the raised beds I had around my greenhouse. These days, I grew the bulk of my potion ingredients in the greenhouse and garden patches on the roof of my apothecary. But I couldn't help but keep a garden at home, too. When I circled back to the table, a thin black box sat next to my can of seltzer. Adam smiled as I noticed it. "What's this?" I asked him.
"Open it and find out."
I snatched the box and lowered back into my chair as I pulled the lid off. Inside the box was a collection of hairpins, each with a delicate crystal flower at the end. They looked real, too, not like something from the meager jewelry department at our local market.
"Do you like them?"
Adam asked. Smiling, I looked up and met his gaze. "They're beautiful. But what's the occasion?"
He chuckled. "I thought you might wear them for the wedding. Evangeline said you were still looking for your something new, so I thought I'd try to find it for you. But you don't have to wear them if you don't want to, especially since you're still looking for your dress and all."
"Oh, actually, I guess that's the silver lining to my aunt's visit," I said, placing the lid back on the jeweled pins. "She's going to bring me my mom's dress. She has it in storage somewhere." Adam grinned.
"Really? That's great."
An unexpected wave of emotions crashed into me, and I found myself suddenly holding back tears. Adam enveloped me in his arms and combed his fingers through my hair. I didn't want to cry. It didn't feel like I had time. But a dam broke loose, and there was nothing I could do to hold back the river of old pain and heartbreak. I'd moved on with my life. The woman I was now had very little in common with the girl I'd been back then. But it was hard to leave her completely in the past. She was still with me, protected and safe by the armor and strength I'd built in the years since. I'm not sure how long we stayed that way, holding on to one another in the kitchen. But eventually the tide calmed and I pulled back. Adam smiled as I sniffled.
"Okay?"
he asked, wiping a tear from my cheek with the pad of his thumb. I nodded. "Mm-hmm."
"I'm starting to understand why you were hesitant to get engaged,"
he said, still smiling softly.
"There's a lot more crying than I imagined when I thought about planning a wedding. I figured I'd be the one in the fetal position after seeing the catering bill."
I laughed. Let's be honest. If one of us was going to blow up the catering bill, it wasn't going to be me. He chuckled and offered a half shrug.
That's probably true.
Smiling, I took the jewelry box from the table and pressed it to my chest. These are perfect, Adam. Thank you.
Good.
He leaned forward and kissed me.
Now, I'd suggest stashing them upstairs, since apparently we still have a klepto running around this place.
Right. I groaned as I pushed to my feet. I was just about to take the first step up the staircase when the doorbell rang. Frowning, I turned back and went to check out the slim windows on either side of the door. Nick stood on the welcome mat, a beige folder tucked under one arm. He checked over his shoulder, then knocked a second time. I pulled the door open before he could finish the third knock, and Boots darted into the house.
"Geez,"
Nick exclaimed as the tabby streaked past him. "I didn't even see him up here. He's something of a chubby ninja." I gestured for him to come inside and closed the front door behind him. "What's up?" Nick looked up the staircase, and his expression tensed.
"Can we talk somewhere?"
The alone part was left unspoken. "Sure." I moved toward the sitting room and peeked inside. It was unoccupied. "Come on. Should I get Adam?"
"Not a bad idea,"
he replied. I held up one finger and then backtracked to the kitchen and pulled Adam away from the rest of his afternoon snack. When the three of us were ensconced in the sitting room, Nick opened the folder and plucked a photograph from inside.
Meryl had her work files out on the table at home. She took a call and went to the other room, and I saw this.
He placed the photo on the table. It looked like it had been taken at some kind of evening affair, a fancy one, with linen-draped tables, expensive china and flatware, and flutes of champagne. The photo looked like a candid shot of a table of diners who looked unaware they were being watched through a lens. The subject appeared to be a couple, caught either just before or after a kiss, their noses touching as they smiled at one another. The blonde's profile sparked a jolt of recognition. "Is that Jewel Mulder?" I asked, leaning in a little closer. "And
Julian Cross?"
Adam finished. "How do the two of them know each other?" I wondered aloud.
"I don't know, but this wasn't the only time they were seen together,"
Nick replied, before laying out 3 more photographs.
"These were all taken in the past 3 months, in Seattle, at dinners or events where other members of this underground cabal of vampires Meryl's been tracking were also seen."
The additional photos were much the same as the first, only with a slightly different setting and Jewel in a different gown. I had to give her one thing. Her fashion sense was impeccable. Julian and she seemed quite cozy with one another, always photographed together, his hand on her waist, her head on his shoulder. My eyes widened. So either we were wrong about him and Aretha being an item, or he's been two-timing her, coming out here to Seattle to be with Jewel.
"It makes sense why Jewel was here sneaking around the property,"
Adam added.
"She was probably waiting for Julian."
We know Jewel is trouble, and we also know she's on the outs with her family after her embarrassing little blunder this past winter. I tapped my finger against my lips as I considered the array of photographs. What better way to restore her reputation and get back in her family's good graces than to get her hot little hands on Lilith Stone? Adam's jaw was set in a hard line.
"Think he took it to give to her?"
"I don't know, but I think we need to let Aretha know what we found. She said they were together the night the stone went missing. But if that was a lie, she might be willing to give him up if we reveal he's got a little side thing going with Jewel." I started gathering the pictures, then paused and glanced up at Nick. "Can we borrow these?"
"Sure."
He wiped his palms along the thighs of his jeans.
"But I'll need them back before I go. Meryl went to meet a friend for a drink, but she'll be home in a couple hours and she'll notice if they're missing."
Adam rose.
"I'll go get Lacey. She's going to need to set the tone for this thing."
I nodded in agreement, and then slid a nervous look to Nick as Adam strode from the room, his shoulders set with purpose. "You going to stick around?" I left it unsaid that he was a day out from the full moon and would have more strength than normal. I didn't want any of us having to go up against an angry vampire, but if one of them decided to get mouthy, It wasn't a bad idea to have a werewolf on standby.
I can stay,
he replied, his tone solemn. Thanks, Nick. Lacey assembled the vampires in the dining room as soon as twilight fell. She seemed to prefer to handle business when seated around a large table. Evangeline wasn't home yet, and Harmony was still camping out with Anastasia, leaving me, Adam, and Nick to keep the peace. In theory. We took our seats along one side of the table, facing off against Aretha, Nathaniel, and Trisha. Matthias and Lacey took the opposing heads of the table. Jupiter stood sentinel at Lacey's right, her hands folded in front of her. Julian took a similar posture behind Aretha, his hands resting on the back of her chair. Lord Sanchez had the last seat, on the other side of Nick. Tension crackled through the air, and I wondered if I should have offered to serve refreshments. The only thing worse than an angry vampire was a hangry one. Lacey cleared her throat.
When I set out to arrange this meeting, I carefully considered who I wanted to invite. I know that I spent time away from the court, but in the time since my return, I've paid very close attention to what's been going on just under the surface. Nathaniel and Trisha, the rogue vampires in Seattle cannot be allowed to continue. Not only is it against the Haven laws, but it puts all of us in danger to let them run free unchecked. I consider you both intelligent and rational vampires. My solution might not be ideal, but you have to agree an alliance with the Haven Council will benefit all of us. The Rysons exchanged a tight-lipped look. Whatever their feelings about it, they didn't seem to have an argument against Lacey's statement. Lacey continued, her gaze roving to the next vampire. Aretha, you want a greater foothold in the South. Your ambitions aren't a secret to anyone in the court. The opportunity to be a part of this historic treaty will give you leverage to bargain for the broadening of your territory. Aretha was also silent. Lord Sanchez, you have control of the third largest territory on the continent. Without your cooperation, I don't think this treaty will be able to hold. We can sign the papers, but without your cooperation, things will get worse between the Haven Council and the court. I fear a lot worse, Lacey continued. We know the Vampire Council is corrupt and beyond salvage. The way I see things, we can either ally with the magic wielders, or we can try to fight the Vampire Council alone. Considering how deep the Vampire Council's roots seem to go, I think the odds of us winning that fight are quite slim. More likely, everyone around this table would lose what power we currently hold. You say ally with the magic wielders, but by giving them the stone, you're doing more than that, Nathaniel countered. Beside him, Trisha nodded, her thin lips pursed. Exactly. Why can't we forge a treaty without the stone? Lacey's expression changed. Somehow her cheekbones appeared even sharper than before, as her icy blue eyes narrowed. Why should they trust us? We can't even trust each other. Her stare flicked to Julian. There are traitors everywhere, moles and servants of the Vampire Council. Isn't that right, Mr. Cross? Aretha's eyes went wide. What are you implying? She demanded. Ask your associate, Lacey replied, jerking her chin upward. The movement seemed to be some kind of signal, because as soon as she bobbed her chin, Jupiter moved to the buffet where Nick's case file had been laid aside. She removed the photos and placed them in front of Aretha one by one. Julian snorted. What is this supposed to prove? Other than that I employ a top-notch tailor. Aretha didn't brush aside the photos as easily. Her eyes grew darker as she considered them. Who is this? No one, Julian scoffed. Just some flirtation. These are old pictures. Her name is Jewel Mulder, I supplied. Julian flashed his fangs at me. And the photos were taken over the last 6 months, I added. A low, rumbling growl erupted from Julian's throat. Aretha flicked a hand into the air and he fell silent. What are you doing with her? She asked, still not taking her eyes from the photos. "She's an old friend," Julian said, his expression still sour, but now tinged with an air of desperation. He was caught in a trap, and he knew he had limited time to wriggle free. "She needed a date for a few fancy parties, and she's on the outs with her house. I was in town, so I went with her." "If that's all this was, then why not tell me about it?" Aretha fired back. "All those visits to your family? You were with her." "Enough," Julian growled, and lunged over Aretha's shoulder to swipe the photos off the table. The glossy prints scattered, and Jupiter stooped to collect them from the floor. "None of this matters," Julian snapped. "We can deal with this later. You're playing right into her hands." He thumbed at Lacey. Aretha glared at Julian. "Where were you, Julian? The night the stone went missing." My mouth dropped open. Lacey's pale brows arched as she looked at the vampire. Julian reared back, his fangs on full display now. "You said you were going for a walk, that you needed some fresh air. I offered to go with you and you said no." Aretha spat the words like they were poisoned darts, aimed directly at her young lover. "Where were you?" Julian cast a dark look at everyone gathered around the table. If he thought he might find an ally, he was wrong. All he found staring back at him were varying expressions of reproach. "No one was supposed to know about this meeting," Lacey said, her attention fixed on Julian. "Was it Jewel who was here the second night, sneaking around in the bushes waiting for you?" Julian raked his fingers through his thick hair. For a moment, I thought he might bolt. Aretha shoved her chair back and stood. "I should exile you," she hissed, one finger jabbing into Julian's chest. Lacey pounced on the opportunity. "Jewel won't be able to save you," she said. "Even if she managed to get the stone, her family won't let her get the credit. They won't give her a crumb of power. If she weren't the daughter of a powerful lord, she would have already been handled." Icy fingers played up my spine at the way Lacey said the word. "What did she tell you, Julian?" Aretha demanded. "Did she tell you she'd make you wealthy beyond your wildest dreams? That you'd be given a position in the court? That she'd—" "Marry me," Julian blurted, his cheeks red as his nostrils flared. He made himself taller, towering over his boss. "She told me that she would marry me." Aretha shrank back, all anger wiped from her face, replaced with stunned shock. "Marry you," Lacey said. "But you're—" "Common?" Julian spat, rounding on her. "Yes, I know. I'm reminded of the fact every day of this immortal life. Because of my heritage, I'll never be allowed to become anything more than an errand boy for the rich lords and ladies, as they please." Matthias inserted himself between Julian and Lacey. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Julian sneered up at him for a long moment, but eventually backed down and stalked to the other side of the dining room. "We've been together for 2 years now," he said. "We see each other as often as we can, which isn't nearly enough. But we knew someday we'd find a way to be together all the time. Then she got caught playing around." He turned and shot a scowl at me. "It set our plans back. So when I knew I was coming out here for this meeting, of course I told her." "Did you tell her about the stone?" I asked. Julian's eyes flashed, full of defiance and rage. "Yes." Lacey swore. "She said if we could get a hold of it, everything would change," Julian continued, his tone suddenly devoid of emotion. "We could use it to buy our freedom. Her from her family, and me from my bond to house powers." He looked back to Aretha, and I thought I saw a glimmer of pain seep past the anger brewing in her own eyes. "I was going to keep you out of it, Aretha. I don't hate you, but I don't love you either." Aretha's jaw flexed. Beyond that, she didn't move a muscle. "So you're confessing that you stole the stone," Lacey said. Julian held Aretha's gaze for another moment, as if he hadn't heard Lacey. Magic pulsed at my fingers. If Julian confessed,
What then? Did Lacey have the power to take him into some sort of custody? And if so, how did she back that power up? Vampires didn't have magic handcuffs like the SPA. I wasn't sure I fully wanted to know the details of the vampire court's justice system. Knowing vamps, it was likely to be quite draconian. No, Julian snapped, his attention pinging to Lacey. The safe was empty by the time I got there. Lacey flinched, as though she wasn't sure she could believe her ears. Someone got there before me, Julian continued. But if I could have taken it, I would have. And then maybe all of you would see what it's like to live under someone else's boot. Aretha's trance-like state of shock shattered with an ear-piercing scream as she launched herself at Julian. Her hands went for the vampire's neck, but Lacey managed to haul her back before she could do much damage. Nathaniel and Tricia jumped up and out of the way, leaving room for Matthias to swoop in and grab Julian. Aretha swore and batted at Lacey, but to no avail. Lacey was thin and didn't look all that athletic, but her outer physique belied her strength and grit. Amidst the melee, Lord Sanchez rose with a quiet grace and took Aretha by the arm.
Come, Lady Powers, he said. Let's go outside for some fresh air. Let the others sort out what to do with Mr. Cross.
Matthias waited until the pair departed before he released his grip on Julian's arm. Where is Jewel? He asked. Julian scowled and muttered under his breath as he adjusted the collar of his shirt.
She's at a motel, down by the beach, waiting for me. Does she know you were unable to steal the stone? Lacey asked. The lines around Julian's mouth deepened. No, I was hoping there was still a chance.
The tiny spark in Lacey's eyes died. We were back at the beginning. If Julian could be trusted, and I wasn't certain he could, though he did seem genuinely miserable, that removed our two lead suspects. Not to mention, it likely meant the Vampire Council at large knew Lacey had found the stone. It was a wonder the lot of them hadn't stormed the manor with pitchforks and torches. Lacey pressed her fingers to her temples as her eyes fell closed. Matthias placed a hand on her back and murmured something into her ear. She nodded to whatever he'd said. He looked at me and Adam.
Are the wards up?
I can set them, I replied, a pulse of anxious magic surging to my fingertips.
Please do so, Matthias replied. If anyone tries to leave the property, come and get us. Lacey needs some air.
Matthias led Lacey out of the dining room into the kitchen, and I rose from the table.
Nick, go with her,
Adam said, not taking his eyes off Julian.
I'll stay here.
Wordlessly, Nick stood and followed me to the front door. We stepped outside, and each took a deep breath of the cool night air. The nearly full moon shone down, illuminating the majority of the front yard and the street beyond it. Exhaling, I turned to Nick. Sorry you got dragged into all this. I know it's not fair to ask you to get involved when that means you have to keep secrets from Meryl.
It's fine, he said, shaking it off. I'm probably being overprotective anyway. Meryl isn't the damsel in distress type, and she wouldn't be a fan of me treating her as one. It's just hard, especially near the turn. All of my instincts and drives get screwy.
Well, I won't rat you out. I smiled at him. Come on. I like to do these wards in the side yard. Less chance of one of the neighbors seeing me from across the street. I started to take a step down the porch when Nick's hand clamped around my elbow.
Wait,
he hissed. I froze.
What? What is it?
Nick perked, his nose going up into the air in a very canine fashion.
I think...
He lurched past me, stumbling down the steps, almost like he was no longer in full control of his lower extremities. Nick! I yelped, chasing after him. The wards! He held up a hand, then veered to the right and went to the bottom of the driveway. He stopped at the rear of a silver sedan and gestured at the trunk.
Whose is this? He asked.
I think that's Nathaniel and Tricia's car. They drove in from their house in the Portland area. The others took the portal. Nick's hand tapped the trunk.
I think it's in here, Holly. It's like Lacey said, there's something about it. I didn't feel this before when we were searching the rooms. This is stronger, more obvious. I glanced over my shoulder. Okay, well, any idea on getting the keys? When I turned back, Nick was gone. What the? Here. I followed his voice around the back of the car and found him squatting down beside the front passenger wheel. He reached under the car and patted around the inside of the wheel well. He smiled and pulled back his hand, a small metal box pinched between his finger and thumb. It's meant to hold a spare key, but I think in this case... He popped open the small compartment, and his grin widened at the sight of the obsidian stone. Bingo! My mouth dropped open. You did it, Nick! Smiling, he stood and held the box out to me. He started to say something, but the sound of slow applause stopped him cold. I whipped around toward the sound, just in time to see Jewel Mulder materialize from the shadows under a large tree in the corner of the property. She flashed a pointed smile as she strutted toward us. Good doggy, she purred. Now hand it over, and I'll make sure you get a nice juicy bone for your troubles. Chapter 16. The wards, I hissed. Nick clenched his fists at his side. Holly, go get the others. I'm not leaving you alone with her, I told him. He might have an edge, with the moon shining down on him, nearly full, but it wasn't enough to fend off an old vampire like Jewel. Oh, come on, Jewel said, her cold smile growing. It's been so long since I had a little fun with a wolf. Magic danced on the tips of the fingers of my left hand as I clenched my right hand around the hide-a-key. I couldn't risk putting it into the shallow pockets of my jeans. My gaze flitted away from Jewel long enough to see the lights on in the row of houses across the street from the manor. It wasn't late enough for a vampire showdown. It wasn't even fully dark out yet. How long had Jewel been outside watching the manor? She couldn't have been there for long. Twilight had fallen around 8 o'clock. Julian had confessed that she was staying in town. She must have walked over as soon as it was safe. And I hadn't put the wards up. I couldn't risk sending up a flare of magic to get Lacey and Matthias's attention. Sending any spell at Jewel was also risky. It would be too easy for the neighbors to see. The wards required too much concentration. I couldn't set them on the fly, even under the best circumstances, and certainly not when a tricksy vamp was within striking distance. What do you want, Jewel? I asked, gripping the hide-a-key a little bit tighter. Jewel sighed. Let's not play dumb, she said, her eyes going to my right fist. You know what I want. So let's just save ourselves a little time and bloodshed and make a deal. After all, this isn't your fight, witch. This is vampire business. I scoffed. Oh, and I suppose you have nothing but noble intentions for the stone? What's the plan, Jewel? Hand it over to Daddy and hope he pats you on the head and forgives your indiscretions? Or is this sappy Romeo and Juliet story true? All you want is to marry Julian? Because I gotta say, when we last met, you didn't seem like you were super big into monogamy. Jewel laughed, though the sound was devoid of any warmth and sent a nervous shiver up my spine, despite the warm summer evening air. Maybe if Julian had been able to get the stone for me. But as my father likes to say, if you want a neck snapped, it's best to do it yourself. Nick gulped. Charming, I replied. Makes me wonder what kind of nursery stories he told you. Jewel flashed a wide grin. Oh, they'd make you beg for mercy, little witch. My father is a nightmare, I'll admit it. But if there's one thing I've learned in this relatively long life of mine, it's that it's better to stay in the nightmare's shadow than to find yourself in its path. What does he want with the stone? I demanded. Jewel shrugged one shoulder.
I didn't ask. I scoffed, or he refused to tell you. The vampire's eyes darkened, and I knew I'd touched a nerve. Good. It might be the only point of leverage I had. Enough of this, Jewel spat. She took a step closer. It took every ounce of resolve not to take one back. She had us pinned between her and the Rysons' car anyway. There wasn't much wiggle room for either Nick or me. I should turn you inside out for what you did to me. But I'm trying to turn a new leaf, so I'll tell you what. Give me the stone, and I'll let both of you walk. I'll leave this pathetic little town and never come back. That seems more than fair, doesn't it? Everyone wins. A dog barked in the front window of a house across the street. Shadows moved, and the curtains parted briefly as the owner looked out onto the street. My pulse thrummed a little louder in my ears. Moonlight bounced off Jewel's fangs, and it might have been my imagination, but they looked bigger than a moment before. She started to take another step closer, and the magic at my fingertips spiked into a silvery purple spell. Clenching my teeth, I tried to hold it back. Suddenly, Jewel's eyes narrowed and darted to the left of Nick. An orange ball of fur barreled at Jewel like a tubby feline rocket. Boots caught Jewel off guard and crashed into her legs hard enough to send her off balance. "Boots!" I cried, snuffing the spell completely. The tabby ignored me as he scratched and hissed at Jewel's legs. She shrieked and kicked. She missed the first time, but her second kick connected, and my familiar sailed through the air and hit one of the small shrubs lining the front walk. Anger surged through me, and I whirled on the vampire. "You kicked my cat." My magic flared to life again, and this time I didn't bother trying to stop it. Lunging for Jewel, I bared my own teeth and sent a stunning spell at her in a silver-purple wave of sparks. The spell hit, propelling the vampire back a yard or so into the street. She snarled as she shook it off and charged toward me. Nick stepped into her path, and the pair collided with a flurry of thrown punches, kicks, and curses. Nick wasn't a trained fighter, and even at their peak, a werewolf would struggle to keep up with a vampire's speed, but he managed to get her arms wrenched around behind her back and drove her toward the tree she'd been hiding under. I wasn't sure he'd done it intentionally, but it did get her out of the neighbor's line of sight. Though that ship had likely sailed, they'd be paid a visit from an SBA agent to wipe the memories of the whole night on the off chance they'd seen something. "Boots, go get Adam," I called, casting a glance over my shoulder as Nick and Jewel struggled. The cat had rallied and shaken off the impact of the kick. I'd still make the vampire pay. Boots took off, and I stepped closer to Jewel. I slid the hide-a-key into my back pocket and used both hands to conjure a spell I'd used many times before. It was a bonding spell, similar to one the SBA used to form magic handcuffs. Theirs were more sophisticated than mine, but Meryl had helped me adjust my own version, so it was pretty darn close. They were more than capable of holding a vampire. If I could catch her, that is. Right as the spell left my fingers, she jerked hard to the right and sent Nick flying over her back. He landed hard in the grass, and she whirled around, her eyes crazed. Another pulse of magic built along my palms, but not fast enough. Jewel threw herself at me, fist cocked, and slammed a right hook against the side of my face. The impact snapped my head around, and I teetered over, nearly tumbling to my knees. Before I could recover, she hit me again, this time to the underside of my chin. Sparks of magic surged toward her, but they weren't strong enough to have much of an impact. Jewel hissed a string of curses and reared back, readying her third strike. I flinched and tried to duck out of the way, but my responses were slowed as my vision swam with stars. She hit me a third time, and I crashed to the ground. "Where is it?" she hissed, hovering over me. I blinked. There were 2 blonde vampires standing above me. Wait, no, 3. A scream tore through the night, and 2 of the blonde vampires flew backward, while the third one wrapped her hands around one of their throats. Wait. I blinked a few times, and the fuzziness at the edges of my vision cleared slightly. Still, there were 2 blonde vampires. I was seeing double. It took a few more blinks to realize what I was seeing was indeed real. There were 2 blonde vampires, Jewel and Lacey. "Where is the stone?" Lacey demanded, slamming Jewel into the trunk of the tree, her hand still wrapped around her throat. "Bite me, princess," Jewel sputtered, her eyes blazing with sheer hatred. "She doesn't have it," Nick said, his voice a little thin as he got up to his feet. The slam to the ground must have knocked the wind from his lungs. Lacey didn't take her eyes off Jewel. "Then what is she doing here?" "Spying, best I can tell," Nick replied. My vision swam again as I pushed up to sitting. "I have the stone," I told Lacey. "Here." I blinked a few times and leaned to one side and dug the hide-a-key from my back pocket. Matthias swooped in from somewhere behind me and snatched the box from my open palm. He popped open the cover and pressed his eyes closed as he muttered words of thanks under his breath. "Your boyfriend already gave you up," Lacey said, her attention still fixed on Jewel. "If you think you get to walk after what you tried to do, you're in for the shock of your spoiled little life." Jewel laughed, though it came out strangled. "Look who's talking," she gurgled. "If you were in my shoes, you would have done the same, and you know it." Lacey's jaw tightened, and she released the vampire with a dismissive toss to one side. Jewel straightened, one hand going up to her throat. She smiled at Lacey. "You don't have any authority over me." "No, but luckily for me, the Baron and Baroness of your territory are right inside," Lacey told her. "Shall I go see what Lord and Lady Ryson think of this? This is actually good timing. They can use your punishment as an example to the rest of their court and set the tone for the new order." Nick cut a glance toward me, and my throat went dry. "Lacey, there's something you should—" Footsteps thundered out onto the front porch, and in an instant a blur zoomed past, quickly followed by a huge black dog. Adam had shifted to his beast form. It took me about half a heartbeat to realize why. Julian had escaped the manor. He threw himself at Lacey, catching her off guard. Adam snapped his jaws and caught Julian by the ankle. The vampire kicked the dog, but the moment's distraction was enough time for Matthias to step in on his wife's behalf. He grabbed Julian by the shoulders and threw him halfway across the front yard. "Don't you hurt him!" Jewel squealed, taking another swing at Lacey. Adam got there first. He plowed into the vampire, sending her to the ground. He pinned both dinner plate-sized paws to her shoulders and issued a low, warning growl. Unfortunately, Jewel wasn't super good at following directions, even unspoken commands from a giant dog, and she sank her fangs into Adam's shoulder. The dog snarled and snapped his jaws, but the momentary surprise had given her just enough time to plan her next move. She wrapped her legs around Adam's dog's waist and rolled. The movement reminded me of something I'd seen in a nature show about crocodiles. A death roll. It seemed fitting. At the end of the roll, she kicked and sent Adam flying in the opposite direction of Julian. "Adam!" I scrambled to my feet, but Adam was faster, already moving again before I reached his side. He streaked back to the fight between Matthias and Julian, Lacey and Jewel. My gaze hitched on the houses across the street. 2 more were illuminated, and I thought I saw another pair of curtains flutter. "Bat wings," I huffed, charging back to the melee. "Stop it!" I shouted. "All of you! This wasn't Jewel or Julian. It was Nathaniel and Trisha." The fighting stopped, and 4 pairs of vampire eyes, all dark and inky, snapped to me. "What?" Lacey screeched. Nick nodded. "I found the stone. It was in a hide-a-key on the Rysons' car. They probably stashed it there, knowing you'd search the house and maybe the interior of their vehicle, too, which in hindsight we probably should have." Jewel snarled something under her breath. Lacey whirled around, staring up at the manor. "And who is watching them now?" It was a rhetorical question. Her legs were already pumping before she finished asking it. Matthias looked at me. "Can you hold them?" Biting my lip, I glanced across the street. It was too late. There was no point in holding back now. Nick seemed to read my thoughts. "Only if you agree to let us call the SPA. They need to come here and secure the scene." Code for wipe the memories of everyone on the street. Matthias's jaw tensed, but he gave a quick nod before turning to run after his wife. I dished out a pair of spells in rapid fire, binding both Jewel and Julian with thick cords of pulsing magic. Both of them made their objections loud and clear. Emphasis on loud. "Hey," I snapped. "Keep it up and I'll hex the pair of you with a voiceless spell." "I told you not to come here," Jewel growled, directing her fury at her boyfriend. "I didn't have a choice," Julian fired back. "You might not like it, but this is my job. I couldn't turn it down. I don't get to just say no thanks when my boss has an assignment for me." Jewel's eyes narrowed to thin slits. "Oh yeah? And does that include the time you spend together off the clock?" Julian looked like he'd swallowed his tongue. "Yeah," Jewel continued. "I know about that. At first, I thought it was just rumors. But when I was here the other night waiting for you, I saw the way she looked at you." "I can't help it if she's in love with me," Julian protested. "You know that I only want to be with you." "Save it, Julian. Lacey told me you flipped on me. Gave up the whole plan. You were only ever in this for yourself." "Baby, come on. Be rational about this. She was lying to you." Adam growled at the pair of them. Matthias reemerged from the manor. No one had bothered to shut the front door. His face was ashen. "Nathaniel took off. He's gone." "I swear I didn't know anything about it," Trisha exclaimed. We'd all gathered in the living room, including Julian and Jewel, though I was about to lock them in the pantry if they didn't stop bickering. "Why would Nathaniel take the stone?" I asked Trisha. Lacey, Lord Sanchez, Matthias, and Adam were all out looking for him. According to Trisha and Aretha, he'd bolted when Julian and Adam ran out of the dining room. Trisha tried to chase after him, thinking they were meant to escape together, only for him to shove her so hard she knocked Lord Sanchez to the ground when she crashed into him. I don't know," Trisha stammered, looking around the room, desperate for an ally. "He hasn't said anything about it to me. Please, you have to believe me. If I was in on it, wouldn't he have taken me with him?" Lord Sanchez considered her point. "If they're acting, they deserve some kind of award. The way he pushed her was real." Trisha buried her face in her hands, her shoulders trembling. When she looked up, her cheeks were stained with tears. "We've been estranged for years now," she confessed. "Living separate lives almost entirely. He stays in California while I stay at our home in Portland. The only time we get together is for court events, to put on appearances." "Why not get a divorce?" Nick asked. Trisha looked at him like he was the biggest idiot in the world. Aretha scoffed. "You clearly know very little of vampire affairs," she said. "Once territories merge, there is no undoing it. No one gets to say oopsies and have things go back to the way they were before." Nick gave me a puzzled look.
But aren't Lacey's parents divorced? And he's the Baron of the East. They never officially divorced, and Lady Vaughn still holds her title, Aretha corrected. Besides, they don't hold nearly as much territory as the Rysons. A split like that would be disastrous for the stability of the court. I blinked. Unless a new order of power were to rise up. What? Aretha snapped. I'm just saying. The stone would be one heck of a bargaining chip if Nathaniel were looking for a permanent way out of his marriage. Tricia started sobbing all over again. Jewel sighed. Guess I should have taken him up on his offer after all. Everyone turned to the bound vampire. What offer? Julian demanded. Jewel shrugged. A couple of years ago, he was flying solo at a court retreat, the one in Aspen. He was very clearly on the prowl. He propositioned me at the bar one night. I was seeing someone else at the time, so I turned him down. I think he left the bar with Angelica Ferguson that night. Maybe he stole the stone to be with her. Jewel's eyes cut to Julian. Before Julian could respond, the front door swung open, and Lord Sanchez frog-marched Lord Ryson into the manor. He shoved him into an armchair and growled, "Don't even think about it." Tricia flew at Nathaniel, claws out, ready to fillet the side of his face. You bastard! No one stepped in to save Nathaniel from his wife's scorn. She slapped him hard across the face. You wouldn't even go to marriage counseling for me. But for Angelica Ferguson, you'll risk your life to steal some stone? Adam trotted into the manor, panting hard. He came to my side and sat down. Lacey and Matthias came in last. The SPA just arrived, Lacey declared calmly. I imagine they'll have some questions for all of us, but please let me speak with the lead agent first. No one had any objections. As expected, Agent Bramble was the lead agent. She handled any mishaps in Beechwood Harbor. And there were many. Meryl came in with the group too, as she was specifically assigned to the town. Nick tensed beside me when she swept into the room and pinned him with a surprised stare. Nick? He gave me a quick glance and then hurried across the room to pull her aside. Agent Bramble took a look around the scene before exhaling. All right. Who wants to go first? Holly? Actually, I believe Lady Vaughn would like a word with you, I replied, pointing at Lacey. Bramble's brows lifted, but she gave a quick nod and went into the dining room to discuss things with Lacey. Tricia had crumpled to the floor, her face hidden behind her hands. My heart twinged on her behalf. I didn't know the full story of her marriage, but it was easy to see the pain it had caused the woman. What will happen now? I asked, directing my attention to Lord Sanchez, Aretha, and Matthias. If Lord Ryson is, imprisoned, what happens to the court? He will be stripped of his title and face the court's judgment, Matthias replied solemnly. Lady Ryson will remain in control of the West and be free to choose another partner, though one will likely be suggested to her to secure her position over the territories Nathaniel brought into the marriage. A brother or cousin, perhaps. I pulled a face. That sounds so old-fashioned. Why can't she choose who she wants to marry? Or even if she wants to? Tricia looked up. Her red eyes narrowed. Oh, to live in such a simple world. Cheer up, dear, Nathaniel said, his voice dripping with acid. We both know that making decisions isn't your strong suit. Anything more complicated than figuring out what entree to serve or which party dress to wear isn't of interest to you anyway. Tricia flashed her fangs, but Lord Sanchez barked out an order for the pair to knock it off, and they surprisingly obeyed. Agent Bramble and Lacey reemerged from the dining room a few minutes later. Agent Bramble was always poised and put together, even under the most stressful of circumstances. I'd seen her face off against dragon shifters and violent sorceresses and barely so much as blink.
But it was clear she felt out of her depth, being suddenly thrust into the politics of vampires.
Right, so I think perhaps this all might be best handled at headquarters, she said, addressing the group. Lady Vaughn, I believe you can arrange for your guests to come to the headquarters. My agents will take Ms. Mulder, Mr. Cross, and Lord Ryson into custody. She looked at each vampire in turn as she listed their names. Then her gaze shifted to me. Holly? Adam? She looked at the giant dog beside me. I'll leave Agent Miller here to take your official statements. No use in dragging you all down to headquarters as well. Cringing, I lifted one finger. I think we might need to have an agent pay a visit to some of the neighbors across the street. Agent Bramble's eyes widened in understanding, and she quickly dispatched one of the agents she'd brought with her to go see to the memory wiping. Right, she said, once the agent was gone. Anything else? I shook my head. Good. Well then, let's get going. I have a feeling it's going to be a long night and involve a lot of paperwork. Adam padded from the room as the remaining agents rounded up Jewel, Julian, and Nathaniel into custody and marched them from the house in a single-file line. He reappeared a minute later, dressed in jeans and a plain black t-shirt. The other vampires left not long after, and when they'd gone, Lacey turned to Adam and me. I'll send a courier tomorrow to collect everyone's belongings, she told me. No need to pack it up. They'll handle all of that. Thank you, Lacey. Smiling, she embraced me. When she pulled back, she kept a hold on my arms for a moment longer. Thank you for hosting us, she said. I'm truly sorry we weren't better house guests. I smiled. Well, hey, nothing wound up broken, so there's that. Laughing, she nodded in agreement. Well, I suppose I'll be seeing you all again in a few weeks, she said, before shooting me a wicked grin. That is, unless Holly comes to her senses and decides to pull a runaway bride. Laughing, I leaned into Adam's side. Not much chance of that happening. She smiled and tossed her hands into the air. Well, can't say I didn't warn you. Matthias grinned as he wrapped an arm around his wife's waist. And here I thought you were finally starting to soften up. We watched them drive away from the window in the living room. When their SUV's taillights faded from view, Adam let the curtain fall back into place. Is anyone else totally weirded out that Lacey is actually happy now? Smiling, I took a seat on the couch. I think it's nice. Nick and Meryl came into the living room, both looking a little tense. I got the feeling Nick was going to be living in the doghouse for a little while, and it had nothing to do with the next night's full moon. I'm really sorry I didn't tell you what was going on, Meryl, I said, shifting around to look up at her from over the back of the couch. We really were just trying to protect you. She nodded, but didn't hold my gaze for more than a moment. I understand. What do you think will happen to the stone? Adam asked her. I really have no idea. But I guess the agency's deflection from anything vampire suddenly makes sense, if this peace treaty is real. They probably didn't want us blowing anything up before things could officially be hammered out. Meryl paused and ran her fingers over the slicked back part of her ponytail. But it sounds like once it's done, we'll finally be able to do our job and take out these rogue factions once and for all. I think they'll throw it into a vault somewhere and use it as a kind of nuclear option if the vamps act up again, I said. I doubt the majority of them will want to use that power. But it's probably good to have as a last resort if the Vampire Council refuses to dissolve quietly. Adam sighed. Whatever they do, I think we can all agree it's best the agency keeps tabs on it from here on out. Imagine the damage that could have been done if the Mulders had gotten their hands on it. I shuddered. It wasn't a possibility I wanted to entertain even for a second. All I wanted to do was take a nice, long bubble bath and pretend none of it ever happened. I glanced up at Meryl. Hey, any chance one of those agents across the street could come back and wipe my memory of tonight? A quick smile broke through the gray cloud hovering over Meryl. I don't think that jives with regulations, Holly. Ugh. I heaved myself off the couch.
Well, then I'm going to need a big cup of tea before we start the interview part of the evening. Muttering to myself, I padded to the kitchen. Adam called after me.
Just remember, gorgeous, this booking from Hades is paying for the wedding.
Smiling, I pushed open the kitchen door. I would have preferred if Lacey just bought us something from Crate and Barrel instead. Chapter 17. Even after the vampire's dramatic departure, life didn't fully go back to normal. Mostly because we were speeding ever faster toward the wedding, and every day seemed to bring some overlooked detail to the surface. Luckily, we had our friends to help. Harmony was a rock star in the effort to package up over 100 favors for the guests to take home at the end of the night. Evangeline hired a cleaning service to come in and take over household chores so we could focus on other things. Anastasia took care of following up with guests who hadn't yet RSVP'd. Meryl's tip for a good seamstress turned out to be most useful, as I suddenly found myself with a dress in need of altering. As promised, my aunt had brought it to the manor, a week and a half after the vampires left. We invited her to stay for dinner, and while it was a somewhat stiff affair, I went to bed that night feeling unblocked and realized how much the small step toward reconciliation really meant to me. Adam asked me if I wanted to invite her to the wedding, but I told him no. Her apology had only started to twist the knob on a door that I'd long ago slammed shut. But that didn't mean I was ready to throw it wide open and roll out a red carpet. The wounds were too deep. Perhaps in the future, though, maybe there would be a place for her around the table at Thanksgiving, or a gift under the Christmas tree with her name written on its tag. But not today. Posey and Earl stayed with us over the final weeks leading to the wedding, though every interaction with them was bittersweet. Scarlett and I had several coffee meetings to discuss the issue. She'd had a lot of experience in the area of saying goodbye and letting ghosts move on. It gave her a sympathetic ear and made it easy for me to work through my feelings over the idea of the pair crossing over to the other world. Cassie and Chief Lincoln hosted our rehearsal dinner at their house, 2 nights before the wedding. Cassie was darn near ready to pop, and I'd tried to talk her out of it, but she'd insisted. Their new house had a back deck, and they'd ordered a long outdoor dining table with room for all of us to sit and eat together. Afterward, we meandered down to the fire pit and roasted marshmallows and told stories and relived memories well into the night. And at the center of it all was Adam. There were moments in those final weeks where I truly had to catch myself and soak it all in. I was marrying the perfect guy, and all the late-night walks on the beach, lazy Sunday mornings curled up on the front porch with coffee, afternoons wandering the woods, or evenings spent surrounded by our best friends roasting marshmallows would go on forever. Getting married was the start of a new chapter, but in many ways I hoped that the chapter looked like the ones we'd already written together. We had made a beautiful life, and I was endlessly grateful to be able to continue it with him. On the morning of our wedding, I woke up in our bed with Boots nestled against my side. Adam had crashed at Nick's, along with Lucas and a few of his local friends, following his bachelor party. Alternately, Scarlett and Meryl were sleeping in guest rooms at the inn, after we'd all stayed up drinking wine and eating our weight in salty snacks as we plowed through 6 cheesy romantic comedies. I couldn't remember most of the movies. We'd talked and laughed through most of them. But it was a night I'd remember for a long time. After pulling on a pair of leggings and a lightweight sweatshirt, I padded downstairs, expecting to join the gaggle of ladies for a pre-wedding brunch. Instead, I was greeted by Adam, dressed in a pair of jeans and his signature black leather jacket. I wasn't 100% sure what the boys had gotten up to the night before, but he didn't look any worse for the wear. Granted, he rarely did. His shifter genetics could quickly sweep away the effects of too much alcohol or salt with a little extra hydration.
"Good morning, gorgeous," he said as he reached for me.
He pulled me in for a kiss, and I wanted to melt into it for the rest of the day. Isn't this breaking some kind of rule? I asked, smiling when we parted. I thought you were staying at Nick's to get ready. He grinned.
Forgot my suit.
I laughed and nodded. Aha!
But while I'm here, I figured I could help with setup, he added.
I planted one hand on my hip. Scarlett told you we were having brunch, didn't she? Adam chuckled as he swooped in close and kissed me on the cheek. Grinning, he took my hand and tugged me toward the kitchen.
It might have come up in conversation. Something about chocolate-filled croissants and mini bundt cakes.
Laughing, I let him lead me away. Evangeline, Scarlett, Harmony, Anastasia, Lucy, and Cassie were all in the kitchen, gathered around the table. The spread was impressive. I couldn't fault Adam for coming over to raid the food.
"What are you doing here?"
Evangeline exclaimed, making a shooing motion at Adam. "It's bad luck to see the bride before the wedding."
"Hey, she's not in the dress yet,"
Adam protested as he weaved past Evangeline and nabbed a croissant from a plate. Evangeline sighed dramatically as she tossed her hands into the air. "Shifters, always thinking with their stomachs." I giggled and went to grab a coffee cup. "Yours says bride on it," Cassie told me as I approached the 3 cardboard travel trays loaded with siren song cups. I spotted the marked cup and freed it from the tray. "Thanks, Cass." "You're welcome." She placed a hand on her bump, smiling serenely. "How was last night? Sorry I couldn't stay. I just get so tired these days." "Well, you were missed, of course," I replied, as I turned back to face the group, leaning against the counter. "But we had a good time. I ate way too many cheese puffs. I was starting to worry I'd have orange fingers today." Adam winked at me.
"Luckily for you, you're marrying a man who would only find that more attractive."
I rolled my eyes and laughed along with the others. Adam polished off his pastry, snagged another for the road, and crossed the kitchen to the back door.
"I'll leave you ladies alone,"
he said, reaching for the knob.
"Thanks for breakfast."
He exchanged a glance with Anastasia, then smiled over at me.
"Remember, if you think about bolting, I'm faster than you."
"How romantic," Harmony quipped. "What would you do? Tackle her and drag her caveman style to the altar?"
"Hey, whatever it takes,"
Adam teased. Yeah, I replied, flapping my free hand at him. "Get out of here before I confiscate that scone." Grinning, he blew me a kiss, took a bite of said scone, and ducked out of the kitchen.
"He's so happy,"
Anastasia sighed dreamily.
"It's adorable. I love a happy groom."
"Shouldn't they all be happy?" Harmony asked, reaching for a bite-sized chocolate chip bundt cake. "I mean, even the ones marrying the crazy bridezilla brats must be happy to some degree, right?" Anastasia pulled a face and then held up her hands. "Look, I can't name names, but let's just say I've seen more than my fair share of grooms who looked like they'd rather march off a cliff than march down the aisle." To be fair, he could just be giddy about the pastries, I chimed in with a grin. Sugar is his true soulmate. I've come to accept this about him. Everyone laughed, and then Anastasia jumped up to pop open a bottle of champagne. She whipped up mimosas, and the ladies all took turns toasting me, which made me grateful I hadn't yet applied my makeup, as we all ended up teary-eyed by the end. When we finished eating, I started to clear away dishes and package leftovers, only to be interrupted by Anastasia. She took me by the arm and told me that she needed my input on something out back, where the ceremony was to be held. We'd hired a crew of people to build the archway and set out the rented chairs and other decorations. They must have been at it all morning, because as we approached, I realized it looked nearly done. Scarlett's assistant, Lizzie, was standing at the archway adding roses and greenery, but the other arrangements we'd ordered were already in place. Rustic metal buckets overflowed with hydrangea and dark green boxwood, one placed at the beginning of each aisle. Overhead, strings of white and petal-pink paper lanterns hung, waiting to be illuminated. A small platform sat off to the right where the string quartet would set up when they arrived. And at the center of it all stood my groom. He waved me over, and I glanced at Anastasia. "What's going on?" "He has something he wanted to show you before you get dressed," she told me. She smiled at Adam and then squeezed my arm before departing back to the manor.
"Oh, good, you're still here,"
Adam teased as I joined him amidst the arranged chairs. Well, we both know I can't run in slippers, I said, glancing down at my feet. He laughed softly and took my hand.
What do you think? Is it like you imagined it?
Smiling, I spun around and took it all in. And then some, I think.
Good.
He started walking toward the front, and Lizzie glanced up from her work to smile at us. Morning, bride and groom. Morning, we said in unison. That looks beautiful, I told her, gesturing at the archway. All of it does. You and Scarlett outdid yourselves.
I'm so glad you like it,
Lizzie replied. I'm going to run to the van and get another bucket of flowers. The blonde scurried off, leaving Adam and me alone. My gaze hitched on something in the front row. 4 chairs were marked with reserved on either side of the aisleway. Wait, who are these seats for? I asked, pointing at the 4 chairs in the front row. Your parents and grandparents are sitting on that side, aren't they? Things had been a bit of a blur, but I couldn't remember requesting reserved seats for my side. Adam gave me a small smile.
Well, I thought Posey and Earl deserved to have a good view, so they will sit here.
He pointed at the 2 seats farther in from the aisle.
And then, this pair is reserved for 2 special people who would have done anything to be here today.
He released my hands and took a few steps back. Pulling a silver picture frame from behind the wooden podium, he turned it around so I could see the photo. My breath caught in the back of my throat at the sight of the 2 faces smiling back at me. It was a photo from my parents' own wedding, the 2 of them arm in arm, looking deliriously happy. Adam, I croaked, my throat swelling shut. He came closer and gently placed the photo so it stood on one of the 2 reserved chairs, then opened the small box to reveal a beautiful corsage. Reverently, he placed it on the chair beside the framed photo.
I think you told me once that your mother's favorite flowers were hyacinths, so I had Scarlett make this one for her.
I couldn't stop the tears. Adam gathered me into his arms and kissed the top of my head.
Thank you,
I whispered, my cheek halfway squished against his chest. Luckily, he hadn't changed into his wedding suit, and I hadn't yet begun putting my makeup and dress on.
I love you, Holly. I love you too.
Adam cleared his throat, and I looked up to find tears shimmering in the corners of his dark brown eyes. Well, now don't you start, I sputtered with a laugh, or I'll never be able to stop and we'll both be a soggy mess.
Right.
He coughed into his fist and then chuckled.
All good?
I reached up and swiped away the tear on his cheek and smiled. All good. Adam and I said goodbye, and he left, wedding suit in hand, to go back to Nick and Merrill's to get ready. There were still a few hours till the ceremony, but there were 4 bridesmaids to get ready in addition to myself, and with my thick, wavy hair, we were going to need as much lead time as we could get. We'd taken over the sitting room and turned it into a makeshift bridal suite. Anastasia had borrowed a 3-way mirror from somewhere and used some type of magic, literally, to transport it from her condo in the Seattle Haven to the manor. Cassie was serving as my matron of honor and wore a halter-style gown in a dusky pink. Harmony, Anastasia, and Evangeline all wore strapless gowns in a softer petal pink color. All 4 styled their hair differently. I'd left that decision up to them. Harmony's hair had grown out quite a bit in the past months, and now just brushed her bare shoulders. Her affinity for bright colors remained, though, and she currently had it all one color, a deep eggplant purple. I smiled to myself, wondering what my just-about in-laws would think. Evangeline had her waist-length raven locks back in an intricate braid. I still had no idea how she managed to style all of her hair. There had to be some kind of magic involved. Either that or just really dexterous fingers. Anastasia had arranged for someone to come in from the Seattle Haven to style my hair. We'd prepped her ahead of time not to talk about magic, and I hoped the instruction would hold. Having a member of my bridal party get mind-wiped by the SPA would put a damper on things, for sure. The ladies raced around getting themselves ready, as the beauty witch worked on my makeup and hair. As it was a garden wedding, I was keeping things understated. My auburn waves were tamed into pretty waterfall curls, and then the top layer was pulled back into an artful knot, secured with the crystal pins Adam had gifted me. I wore Posey's sapphire earrings and the larkspur necklace as my only jewelry. "As promised, I have your something borrowed," Evangeline told me as she came into the sitting room in her gown. She held out a glossy red shoebox to me and smiled. "These aren't mine, but I was able to borrow them on your behalf. So I suppose that makes them your something borrowed that's borrowed?" She paused. "Hopefully that doesn't break the rules." "Yes, now Adam and Holly are doomed for sure," Harmony replied, rolling her eyes. I laughed and lifted the lid from the box. "I wore these in the wedding episode of Wednesday Witch," Evangeline continued, while I swiped away the layers of white tissue paper. "They might be a little much for a garden wedding, but in my opinion, a killer pair of shoes goes with any setting." My corneas were nearly seared by the blinding shine and sparkle bouncing off the shoes as I peeled back the last of the thin paper. The word shoes didn't really seem to fit the diamond-encrusted pieces of art nestled in the box. "Merlin's beard," Harmony gasped and immediately choked on her piece of bubble gum. Evangeline smacked her on the back as she sputtered and coughed. When she was breathing again, she leaned in closer for a better look at the shoes. Cassie giggled. "Merlin, you all have the funniest expressions." "Evangeline, are you sure I can wear these?" I whispered, not daring to place so much as a fingertip on the exquisite shoes. "Yes," she exclaimed. "They're all yours, at least until Tuesday. I promised I'd send them back by then." "I didn't think we wore the same size shoe," I said absently. "Oh, well, don't worry about that. They're Harmony sucked in another breath as Evangeline realized her mistake and stopped, her eyes flicking toward Cassie. "They were a little big on me, so they should fit you just fine," she hurried to say, flashing an uneasy smile. Grimacing, I resisted the urge to look at Cassie and see if she was buying the strange cover-up. Instead, I squealed my delight and fumbled with the first shoe to put it on. As Evangeline had almost confessed, they were enchanted, and as soon as I slipped my toes inside, the rest of the diamond-studded shoe arranged itself to fit like a glove. I put on the second shoe and stood up to consider the full look in the three-way mirror. The shoes were far too fancy to go with the garden wedding theme, or my mother's dress, for that matter. But they were somehow perfect, too. A little piece of Evangeline, a friend who'd come to mean so much to me over the past years. My eyes misted over, and I frantically flapped at them. "Nope, nope, nope, nope," I chided myself. The others laughed and came to join me at the mirror. "You look stunning, Holly," Evangeline said. "Absolutely perfect," Cassie agreed. Anastasia nodded. "The most beautiful bride I've ever had the pleasure of working with." "You kind of remind me of Barbie, actually," Harmony added. Anastasia needled her younger sister with her elbow. "What?" Harmony asked. "It's a compliment." I smiled at their faces reflecting in the mirror. "Thank you all. So much. None of this would have been possible without you." A silver form flew into view, above the others, and my heart did a somersault. Evangeline noticed my gaze shift and cleared her throat. "Why don't we all give her a moment? We can go get our bouquets from Scarlet." She shepherded the others out of the room, leaving me alone with Posey. The ghost floated closer, her hands clasped together in front of her mouth.
"Oh, Holly, you look beautiful."
I touched a finger to my left earlobe. "Thank you again for the earrings."
"You wear them well," she replied, her eyes shining. "How are you feeling, dear? The guests have started to arrive. Twilight will be falling soon."
Shifting my gaze back to the mirror, I caught a glimpse of my mother staring back at me, the way she'd looked in the photograph Adam had placed in the reserved seats. She was with me. They both were, along with everyone else I loved and cherished, to witness me exchanging my vows with the man I loved more than I could have ever dreamed possible. Nodding, I turned back to Posey. "I'm ready." I walked down the aisle on my own, smiling at our gathered friends and family members. As we'd made the preparations, I'd wondered what it would actually feel like to walk toward Adam and meet him at the altar. I thought I would be nervous about all the eyes on me, or be worried about forgetting the words to my vows, or making sure to get the right angles for the photographers. But when it came down to it, all I felt was pure joy. The questions and doubts and worries were erased, silent, and banished from my mind. When I reached Adam and passed my bouquet off to Cassie, he took my hands and smiled, and everything else melted away. The minister we'd hired led a short, simple service, focused on our love and the commitment we were making. If asked later, I likely wouldn't have been able to recite a word. I was somewhere else entirely. But the words Adam spoke in his vows would stay with me, stamped on my heart, until the end of time itself.
"Well, we finally made it," he began, pausing as the audience laughed softly. Grinning, he continued, "All teasing aside, I would like to say, first and foremost, that I am officially the luckiest man in the world, today and every day that I get to spend with you. Holly, you are magic and fire, light and love, and I will forever be amazed that I somehow convinced you to take a chance on me."
He paused as we exchanged a knowing smile, both likely recalling the first of his many attempts to ask me out on a date.
"Now here we are, ready to take this huge step, and I've never been more sure of anything in my entire life. I promise to be there for you in all seasons of life, to never leave you or make you wonder if I still care. I'm going to be there to make you breakfast in bed on your birthdays, to follow you all over the woods in search of the perfect Christmas tree each winter, to buy you flowers and your favorite chocolates on Valentine's Day. But even more than that, I promise to show up every day in between, to find new ways to show you how much I love you, even if it's nothing but a boring rainy Wednesday night in the middle of October. I promise to make you laugh, or at least do my best. And we both know that if all else fails, my Elvis impersonation will do the trick."
He popped a little hip action, and everyone laughed. I rolled my eyes, but couldn't help giggling along. Adam smiled and took my hands again, holding them a little tighter than before.
"I love you, Holly Bolt. You're my best friend, my lover, my partner in everything I want to do in this life. And if there's a life after this one, well, then we'll be partners there too, if you'll have me."
Nodding, I swallowed the lump in my throat.
"I will."
"And Holly, your vows to Adam," the minister prompted. Smiling, I drew in a breath. "Wow, kind of hard to follow that up." The guests laughed politely as I took a beat to collect myself. "It seems like most little girls dream of fairy tales with dashing princes who slay dragons or climb tall towers to rescue them. Growing up, I don't remember wishing for one of those princes. After all, I had something even better to aim for, a higher example. And that was my dad." My voice broke, and I glanced quickly to the framed photograph sitting in the front row. Returning my eyes to Adam's, I continued. I saw the way he loved my mom, the way he would do anything for her, go anywhere. It might not have been battling dragons or evil queens, but it was the simple, steadfast, everyday kind of love. That was what I wanted. Someone who would always be there, every day. That was my fairy tale. Adam reached over to wipe a tear from my cheek. As I got older, it became even more clear how special my parents' love was. And I started to think maybe they'd just been super lucky, and that it was a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing, and that it wasn't something I could have. And then I met you. We might not have fallen in love at first sight, but rather slowly. The whole thing unwound bit by bit until one day I woke up and realized how intertwined our hearts are. and how I never wanted to be without you. You make me feel safe and treasured, even when we disagree. I know you're loyal, and that you always want the best for me and for us. As for my promise to you, what I offer is simple. I love you, Adam St. James, and I will always love you. Adam blinked quickly, smiling as he tried to hold back the tears.
I love you too, gorgeous.
He leaned in, about to steal a kiss, and the minister playfully chided him, much to the audience's amusement. She directed us through the next part of the ceremony, and we exchanged our rings, and fooled the entire audience into thinking we had an insanely well-trained cat when Boots came down the aisle with the rings hanging from a ribbon clenched between his teeth. We couldn't leave him out of the big day, after all. When we finished, Boots ran off to stand beside Evangeline, and the minister smiled at us in turn. Holly, Adam, it is my immense pleasure to declare you officially husband and wife. Adam, you may now kiss your beautiful bride. And kiss me he did. Chapter 18. Harmony and Evangeline cleared out, so we could have the manor to ourselves to enjoy our first night as husband and wife. We made it to midnight, tipsy on champagne and joy, eventually collapsing into bed to dream of our next adventures together, whatever they might be. The following morning, the sun streaming through the curtains woke us around 7 o'clock, but we stayed in bed until 10. Finally, desperate for food and coffee, we stumbled into clothes and wandered down to the kitchen. Adam immediately dug into leftover wedding cake, while I made a pot of coffee and apologized profusely to Boots for missing his normal breakfast window. The doorbell rang while we were discussing what items we still needed to pack before we could take off for our trip down the 101 to Oregon. It would be faster to take I-5, but we didn't mind taking it slow, especially when it would make for some pretty breathtaking scenery as we took the coastal highway route. Adam got up from the table and extended a hand toward me.
Come on, that's for both of us.
Frowning, I took his hand. What do you have going on, Mr. St. James? He flashed a grin.
You'll have to come with me and find out, Mrs. St. James.
Bolt St. James, I corrected him. I decided to hyphenate.
Aha!
Hey, in my family line, it's customary for the husband to take the woman's name, I told him as we stepped into the living room. Although I can't imagine that would score me any points with your parents, I added under my breath. Adam didn't comment, and somewhere between the kitchen and the front door, his demeanor changed. He was still smiling, but it had softened at the edges. He opened the door and greeted the delivery man standing on the porch.
Morning.
Adam St. James? The man asked.
That's me.
The man pressed an electronic tablet into Adam's hands and instructed him to sign at the bottom of the digital page. Adam did so and handed it back with a smile.
Thanks.
He took a step outside.
I'll show you where to unload it.
Adam, what is all this? I asked as I followed him out onto the porch. There was a large white delivery truck backed into the end of our driveway, and another man in a delivery uniform pressed a lever and rolled open the garage-style door.
I got us something for the house,
Adam said, before pressing a quick kiss to my temple. He patted down the front steps, his feet still bare. He paused at the bottom and grabbed his cell phone from the pocket of his sweatpants and fired off a quick text. The delivery man lowered a metal ramp and then disappeared into the truck for a moment, emerging with a wrought iron park bench. Adam led the men around the side of the manor, near the large windows of the study, and gestured for them to place the bench in front of 3 rose bushes. The men set the bench down and made a few adjustments at Adam's request. When he was satisfied, he held up a finger and asked them to wait for a moment. He dashed into the house and came back holding his wallet. He pulled out 2 20s and handed one to each of the drivers. The drivers thanked us and then headed back to their truck. Adam turned to me.
Well, what do you think? Do you like it?
I nodded. It's really nice. And this is a good spot for it. It gets a little shade, and when the roses are in bloom, it smells heavenly over here.
I'm glad you like it. There is one more thing.
Holding up one finger again, he dashed back to the house. When he returned, he carried a long white box. I planted one hand on my hip. You're just full of surprises this morning, aren't you? He smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes.
This one is a little bittersweet.
Oh? He placed the box on the bench without opening it, and then came over to take hold of both my arms.
Scarlet is on her way over with Posey and Earl and the other ghosts. Harmony and Evangeline, too.
My breath caught in the back of my throat. He didn't need to finish the explanation. I knew what was about to happen. And even with the warning, my heart clenched and twisted, the pain like a knife stab.
I'm sorry, gorgeous, but it's what they wanted. They wanted to say goodbye before we left for our trip.
Sniffling, I wiped at my eyes. But this isn't goodbye like see you later, have fun on your honeymoon. Adam shook his head, then cradled me against his chest. He held me like that until we heard a car door shut. Evangeline's sports car was parked behind our SUV, and all three ladies piled out, their expressions varying shades of distress. Scarlet was stoic. She was used to saying these kinds of goodbyes, but I knew it still affected her. Goodbye was never easy. Harmony was glum, and had apparently dressed for the occasion in black skinny jeans and a black rain jacket. Evangeline was openly crying, and looked to have been doing so for the better part of the morning. The juxtaposition of the moment hit me. Hours ago, we'd all been laughing and dancing together under the stars, not 100 feet from where we gathered now. Only somehow, in that small sliver of time, everything had changed. Wordlessly, Evangeline jogged over to me, and I left Adam's arms to wrap mine around her instead. Harmony joined in, making a calming, shushing noise. "Come on, guys. They're going to be here any minute. We need to keep it together for Posey." She was probably right, but I couldn't stop the tears from sliding down my cheeks. Adam wrapped one arm around my waist. His other went around Evangeline's shoulders. Another car pulled up along the curb, and Nick and Meryl stepped out. Meryl carried a bouquet of sunflowers tied with a white ribbon. "Thanks for being here, everyone," Scarlet said. "Posey and Earl should be here soon." We formed a half circle and waited, the silence occasionally broken by a sniffle. After a few minutes, a small herd of ghosts came into view. Hayward, Flapjack, Gwen, Posey, and Earl all soared up the walkway together. Gwen held tightly to Hayward's arm as Flapjack took the lead, his fluffy silver tail held high, almost like some kind of banner. My eyes met Posey's, and I nearly lost it all over again. She was smiling, softly, but I spotted a silver tear on her cheek. Somehow she looked more transparent than normal, as though some part of her had already begun crossing over to the next realm. The ghosts closed the circle, and for a moment, no one said anything. Finally, Posey broke with a small laugh.
"All this fuss for a couple of old relics, huh?"
We laughed together, and for a moment the pain fled.
"I hope this doesn't overshadow your beautiful wedding,"
Posey said, her eyes glossy as she looked to me and Adam.
"But as you can see, we're fading fast."
She gestured down at herself.
"We've held on as long as we could."
"I wish I could give you a hug," I said, my voice breaking. Adam squeezed me into his side a little tighter.
"I do too, dear."
Posey blinked, and a tear slipped free.
"You were the most beautiful bride I've ever seen in this long, long life of mine."
"Do you really have to go?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. She winked.
"Chin up, dear. It's all going to be all right. Look at all you two have already accomplished. I have no doubt that you will be fine without me."
Earl took his wife's hand and patted the back of it. He glanced around the circle of faces and smiled. a rare sight in the reclusive ghost.
I know, I don't come around much, but before we go, I wanted to tell each of you that you have my sincerest gratitude for keeping my darling company all this time, and for reuniting the two of us. I'd still be stuck in that cave, terrified and alone, probably forever, if not for you. These past years have meant more to me than I can fully express. To see this town and how it's grown, and to know it will go on without us for decades to come. Well, it's really something special.
He ducked his chin, and Posey squeezed his hand.
I couldn't have said it any better, my love. Shall we go, sweetheart?
He asked her. Posey met my eyes, then nodded.
It's time.
Scarlet reached out and took Posey's other hand, then reached for Earl. The three were locked together in a small circle within our larger one. With a watery smile, Scarlet cleared her throat and addressed the couple. Onward to the other world. May your adventures only just be at the beginning. I choked back a sob as white light flooded down on the three of them, like some kind of ethereal spotlight. Posey gasped, surprised, but then smiled at her beloved Earl as their spirits faded from sight. I knew that I could live a dozen lifetimes and still never forget the way they looked at each other right before they sailed into forever. The light faded, and the rest of us stood there, staring for a long time. I wiped a final tear from my face and leaned into Adam. I'd miss Posey terribly, but there was also a sudden peace that had rushed in at her departure. I smiled up at Adam, and a flash of white caught the corner of my eye. Wait, I said, turning slightly. What's in the box, then? Adam frowned for a moment. Then recognition dawned, and he swore under his breath. I forgot, he said, grabbing the box from the bench. I had a whole thing planned, and then... He cut himself off and shook his head. What is it? I asked, taking the box from his hands. You can open it, he said. I wanted to show Posey before she left, but... Well, that's all right. Maybe she can see it from somewhere on the other side. He looked to Scarlet as if to confirm his suspicion. The ghost whisperer merely shrugged her shoulders. I have no idea what it's like on the other side. It's a nice thought, though. Flapjack swirled around my feet, and Boots swatted at the air. He'd come out to join us somewhere in the middle of everything, likely drawn by my sudden spike of emotions. Boots couldn't see Flapjack, but could sense his presence, a fact that Flapjack found endlessly entertaining. Scarlet scowled at her ghostly feline. What did I tell you? Gwen reached down and hauled the fluffy cat into her arms. For a moment, Flapjack's eyes bulged, clearly not anticipating the move. Hey. Oh, hush, Gwen scolded. This is basically a funeral. Don't you have any manners?
I believe we all know the answer to that query, my dear, Hayward replied. Ignoring the ghost's shenanigans, I unfolded the flap on one end of the box and pulled out a long, hammered metal sign. Oh, Adam. A fresh batch of tears came to my eyes. It's beautiful. The metal sign had a placard at the top that read, Posey's Garden. I originally wanted to get it put onto the bench, but it would have taken too long, so I thought a sign was the next best thing. It's perfect, I told him. It's exactly what she would have wanted. And now a little piece of her will always be here with us. Adam took the sign and pressed it down deep into the soft soil beneath the rose bushes. Boots hopped up onto the bench, turned in a circle a few times, and laid down. I stepped back and looped an arm around Evangeline and Harmony. Evangeline squeezed my waist. You made her so proud, Holly. I think we all did. Harmony nodded in agreement. Well, if you guys have time, we just made some coffee and there's tons of leftovers from last night, Adam said, gesturing toward the house. If anyone wants to stick around for a little while. We've got time, Nick said, glancing at Meryl. She nodded and handed me the bouquet of sunflowers. I never quite know what to do in these situations, but I thought these might make you smile. Posey was a lovely person. Thank you, Meryl. That's so sweet of you. She followed the others around to the front of the house. Nick hung back and held out his arms. I stepped into them, and we embraced for a long moment. When we parted, he smiled. Just think, without Posey, we might not have ever met. A soft laugh slipped from my lips. Yeah, I guess that's true. Nick had originally been drawn to the Beechwood Manor after rumors about it swirled around a ghost hunter circle forum he'd belonged to. Stars, that feels like it was a million years ago. He nodded. It was another lifetime, that's for sure. We stood there for another long moment, looking up at the stately manor. Posey was gone, but she would never be forgotten. And as long as I was living, I would ensure her memory stayed alive and well in the manor, and the town she'd so loved. Come on, Nick said, giving my arm a gentle tug. We'd better get in there before your new husband eats all the corner pieces. Laughing, I gave the park bench and garden sign one final look, then followed Nick inside to join the others. Epilogue. 6 days after saying goodbye to Posey and Earl, we arrived home from our mini honeymoon, just in time to say hello to a new life. Cassie gave birth to a healthy son, Ashton John Lincoln. Little baby Ashton entered the world on a blissfully sunny morning, weighing in at 7 pounds 3 ounces, and according to Cassie and Chief Lincoln, he already has a lot to say. I think he's got your nose, Cass, I said, unable to take my eyes off the sleeping infant nestled in my arms long enough to glance up at his proud mother. And look at all that hair, Adam said, staring down at the baby over my shoulder, one of his hands resting on my back. Cassie and Chief Lincoln laughed softly. They were scheduled to leave the hospital in a few hours' time, but we'd managed to sneak in and visit the new little family of 3. Hopefully he keeps it longer than I've managed, Chief said with a grin, as he patted the place on the back of his head where a subtle bald spot had formed over the past couple of years. Cassie had confided in me that it was something of a sore spot with the Chief, regardless of the self-deprecating jokes. You've got a kid now, Adam said with a laugh. You'll be lucky if you're not fully gray by 45. I smiled up at my newly minted husband with a twinge of excitement I'd never quite experienced before. Someday, the roles would be reversed, and it would be us, sitting here in a room like this, only I'd be the one tucked under a white hospital sheet, and he'd be the one standing at my side, his eyes bloodshot and tired, but filled with joy and wonder. Smiling down at tiny baby Ashton, my heart skipped a beat. I never thought I'd say it, but I was ready for the next chapter of my life to begin. I was now Mrs. Bolt St. James, and